Chapter 21. The Unknowable Room. Chapter text. Lily sighed deeply as she allowed Remus to take her infant from her and take her turn with Harry's life. Not that she wasn't enjoying her son's future, just some parts led to better times than others, and Voldemort being constantly brought up this year wasn't helping that. Still, it wasn't too hard to manage a light tone of voice as she started. Hopefully all that would be happening the rest of this year was Harry trying to get that memory from Slughorn, and until he succeeded, nothing too awful should happen. Just because you concentrate as hard as you can on something doesn't seem to help at all, Remus sighed. What does? Harry asked with some hope. Practice, he offered. Trial and error, Sirius agreed. Lily wanted to scowl at them again for always trying to put their insane pranks into such practical uses, but she was too impressed. Harry didn't seem to agree, as he worried out loud. Constantly trying different attempts to go at Slughorn with this problem would only cause the man to become warier. I need something foolproof on the first try, or second, I suppose, which makes it worse. You'll figure something out, Harry, you always do, James eagerly encouraged, feeling almost smug when Harry nodded and seemed to believe him. Lily struggled hard for a moment, but finally couldn't hold it back any more, and once again burst out laughing, shaking with such mirth James was worried she was having a fit. You are driving us mad, woman, Sirius scowled at her. Either explain yourself or stop taking the mickey, but none of this is funny. You just don't get the joke yet, Lily promised, her eyes still swimming as she settled back next to her husband, who still had a very calculating expression in place, so she quickly tried to hurry on. Yet, Remus attempted to interrupt her in hopes that was a promise she would explain herself, but she ignored him. That's all she knows, Sirius sighed, quite annoyed at Lily and taking it out by snapping at Hermione. Does she ever not find something to complain of? I'll bet she's just mad at you for not doing whatever her idea is. Harry muttered something that he hoped didn't sound like agreement. Right, because that just solves every problem, not actual studying, listening to teachers. Remus scowled. He really couldn't understand why Hermione was so dismissive of this. Lily stopped for a moment, surprised she hadn't recognized that one. Must have been one save had found after her thoughts stopped cold, and she kept going with a touch more fierceness than was needed for letting her mind, even for an instant, let her guard back down. All these memories resurfacing because of this book was causing as much conflicting feelings in her, but she still grasped tight to the arse this one had turned into and refused to let herself forget it. So she ignored those around her asking if she knew that spell and swiftly kept on. James frowned wearily, still looking more at Lily as he asked his son, any of the others labeled like that? No, Harry said, shifting uneasily. He had a really bad feeling about that spell, which didn't make much sense. It was probably just some other curse like all the others. Harry felt his heart thump heavily in his chest, and he bit down on his lip to stop himself screaming what a terrible idea that was. Why am I not surprised? James chuckled. Hope Ron doesn't feel too bad about that, Lily offered, more than happy at this new conversation. She had only managed it once before she took her test, and that had not gone well either. Everyone manages it at different times. Or he can just accuse Hermione of cheating, Remus offered. It's a bleeding miracle he's actually been less of an annoyance this year. He really should have gotten this job ages ago. James blinked in surprise at just how less often his name had been cropping up in relation to insulting Harry. I thought no one could be worse than Eros. Can't decide if Snape has qualified yet. Given his past, though, Remus sniffed. I never did understand why you hated him so much. Lily asked curiously what had been on her mind a lot of sixth year. Sirius began innocently enough. Oh, Mooney just decided he wanted a personal vendetta against a teacher so he could have the job when he graduated. Or what I like to refer to as, that time Sirius got a teacher expelled for literally being a pain in the arse. Remus cut in with a huff, his teeth set on edge even as he smirked. Sirius rolled his eyes completely unabashed, and Harry was now concerned to get this story and decided it best not to ask. Lily clucked her tongue and instantly knew the same as her son. She was honestly happier living in ignorance of half the things those boys got up to. How else do you manage Dementors? Remus demanded in surprise, shaking his other thoughts off to stay away from the past. He insisted that the Patronus charm didn't always have to be used in its corporeal form. and that only using the lesser version would be enough of a diversion for escape and would save more energy. Harry recited with crude mockery before going on in normal tones. I told him how daft that was. You need to have it gone and away, not just lingering around unless you are practicing on it, and you should only do that on boggarts. Ron offered he just couldn't do it himself, he finished with a smirk, but some small part of him couldn't laugh as hard now as he had then. The boys just scoffed and rolled their eyes that of course Snape was trying to directly contradict Moony's lesson. I agree, Lily said at once rather than pointing out the benefits of what Snape's lesson would have been. It would fall on deaf ears to those around anyways. I can't help but agree with her on that one, Sirius grudgingly admitted. Otherwise Dumbledore would have done it already. Still, it doesn't hurt to try and find ideas, which could come from anywhere, James shrugged, knowing he would have kept flipping pages just to annoy her. No, no, that's exactly how it's spelled, Remus quickly said with pure innocence. And that was why we grew wise to Moony offering to help with our homework, Sirius scowled at him. He'd offer to do finale drafts for us and insert balderdash every other. You deserved it, Remus sniffed, constantly asking me to do it for you like I had nothing better to do in the hospital wing. You didn't, James reminded. The point, he said quickly, is that this isn't relevant anymore, now eyeing Lily obviously, who was chuckling and watching them along so intently it took her a moment to remember she should keep going. Wouldn't it just be his bad spelling? Sirius chuckled. All five of them burst out laughing, Lily hardest of all. How did he really fall for that? She demanded, all breathy. Well, to be fair, it did work the first few times, Harry snickered. I'm not sure how long it took Ron to realize it wore off, though. He doesn't have the best spelling even without a trick quill. Harry felt a funny lurching in his stomach while everyone around him snickered some more. He cracked a grin and played along, easily ignoring why something so silly would give him a bad feeling. Finally, a confession, Sirius whooped. It doesn't count until he means it, Remus disagreed. Unless you're telling me you've declared you love me more times than prongs. Don't be ridiculous, Moony, James smirked. We all know Padfoot prefers you, considering he never had a shot with me. I hate you both, so I don't know what you're on about, he huffed. I wouldn't think the squid would make a good date at all, but to each their own if Ron has given it a try, James chuckled. Sirius tried to hide a little sigh. For just a moment that had sounded all too familiar of the times, he'd popped into the fireplace to have a chat with his godson, and the person who had ruined that snapped in instead. He hoped he was the only one whose thoughts had gone there. No need to give the others any more chances for their hearts to sink as hard as his had. I find it hard to believe he'd have anything useful to say before Derby, Remus snapped. I don't believe it at all, James agreed. Ah, Lily said in understanding. She'd agreed with the boys, if not the tone they'd used. I can't even blame you, James sighed. It was just a bit depressing to him when Harry excluded one of his friends so often, but it also made him wish he'd done that so many times in his youth and how that had come back to bite him. Damn it, Sirius yelped. He broke my record. James thumped him in the side while Remus explained for Harry. Don't ask me how or why, but he once tried to stay awake during a time where I'd slept for nearly 4 days. It was a little funny to watch by the third day, James said fairly. He was as loopy as a niffler in a gold mine. Sirius sniffed. Indigently no one else was lamenting in his sorrows, a house elf of all things breaking his record. Lily scowled slightly at her son. She wished he'd show a little more concern than just correcting Derby on this. So, with a broom up his arse running straight to his nose, never being lowered, Sirius agreed. The others startled a bit in surprise. That was a new level of self-punishment, which somehow was more disturbing than last time they'd heard of it. Harry just looked grim and accepting, his hands twitching as if already about to reach out and grab the little elf. Harry couldn't help but smile when all of them, even Sirius, gave little sighs of relief, though he was sure his godfather would deny any such thing. Smart-ass little thing, Lily sniffed, but she alone was fighting back some grudging amusement for Creature's defiance in the face of Harry, something she'd well do to someone she hated in this situation. The boys couldn't bring themselves to feel any such thing but contempt for this irredeemable thing. Honestly, you should have just started with that, Remus agreed. The boys all sighed and muttered with frustration. Derby didn't seem able to give a better answer than that. But on the same breath Lily kept going. Harry was finally able to shout out the answer. That doesn't make any sense, James disagreed at once. He can't have been coming and going from there. As often as you were watching the map, surely you'd have noticed that pattern. Between all the students constantly going around, I lost their name in the crowd a few times. Harry grudgingly admitted this fault. Then I never had a chance to look for them again. I was always running off. Asterisk. It still doesn't make any sense, Sirius insisted. What was he doing in there that the room could offer? Anything he wanted, apparently, as far as Darby described it. Remus reminded with a dawning sense of horror what all terrible things that room might produce. Surely it couldn't be that bad. If the school itself was providing it, nothing too evil of the place could exist. Then he'd have gotten it already, not constantly coming and going from there, Lily insisted. Maybe he's having trouble getting what he wants out of the room, James tried to guess. Has to keep thinking up new ways of asking for it. Doesn't explain why he needs guards for that, either his friends or random students, or why he's disappearing off the map. Be visible pacing around there, Harry sighed. Even finally getting a firm hold on the answer, he felt no closer to the peril awaiting. I'm just blasted Malfoy's getting up there so frequently and hasn't gotten caught. Sirius scowled. It's nowhere near where he should normally be in that castle. He did once, Harry reminded with a deep sigh. Everything seemed so obvious in hindsight. During Slughorn's party, remember? So Snape knows about this then, Lily grasped where his mind had jumped. Though that still doesn't explain much. At least we have more answers than when we started, Remus tried to insist. Darby really is the best little elf. Sirius grudgingly agreed. He'd started to like the little elf recently, though what Creature had done to his life made the whole species just a touch more reprehensible, but at least Darby kept showing there were good ones out there. He quickly waved Lily on in hopes more answers would come. All three marauders huffed, looking pouting and indignant of their lapse in knowledge. We did know about it. Sirius tried in vain to protest. Just not in the helpful way it was. James sighed in defeat with a proud smile at his son for outdoing them in this way. I wouldn't think so, Lily said in surprise. Unless you need the room to be like that for some reason, it would appear as well as the rest of the school, which is unplottable itself. We really need to go in and fix our map to show this, Remus agreed with a scowl, already plotting a course to get it away from Filch's office years earlier than the twins did. I don't think we need to, Sirius disagreed with a calculating look in place. Serves its purpose, doesn't it? We know where it is and could spot anyone coming in and out of it. Yet why mark it for others to abuse it? Think of all the extra mayhem the twins could have been causing that place if they'd known they could ask for a room full of supplies, James said with a dreamy look in place. Think of what a teacher would do if they discovered this place, Sirius cautioned, his mind on Filch already having boarded up several locations out of the school. You risk that by marking the Hogsmeade entrances, Harry pointed out. You still need something to activate those, Remus reminded. This doesn't, so perhaps a bit of caution is best in leaving this place a mystery. I wouldn't think so, Remus said slowly in concern. If Darby couldn't, I wouldn't think you or anyone else could manage, unless you find out exactly what he keeps going back in there for. If Malfoy could get into our place, I can get into his, Harry instantly insisted. No way could that blonde git outsmart him. Credit for confidence, James tried for an encouraging smile. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to agree with Remus and Hermione, Lily sighed. If Darby couldn't get into C, and I know he would have already for you, I can't imagine how you're going to manage it. Harry scowled and shifted in frustration, knowing it had to be of the utmost importance to manage this. And yet the feeling of his mother, all of them, being right only caused him to ache with worry. He would not, in fact, find out what Malfoy was doing until it was too late. No, he didn't. Creature would have croaked before even offering what Darby did. Sirius scowled, half wanting to scream this in Hermione's face to stop pretending like that thing was worth any praise. Then his face screwed up even more, and he clenched down on his jaw to actually stop himself. Even in his frustration of Hermione, he could never condone her or anyone being called that, and he'd chuck Creature out the window if he'd been there with that thankless bit of filth. He might be a bit disappointed that didn't last longer, James chuckled. What would we do without her? Harry managed to cling to some of his good mood by smiling at this, wishing he'd asked her for that spell at some point, and even more, wishing he'd thanked her more. Ron had been doing that for him a lot lately, though. That didn't stop him missing the pair more every day. I'm positive he isn't telling them a thing, Remus scoffed. He's bribing, blackmailing, and charming any students he can into doing this. It seems with Snape onto him he can't use his usual lackeys every time. Those poor first years, Lily sighed. Not really, James disagreed, scratching at the nape of his neck in confusion. I'd say you've been quite brilliant handling all this. Harry didn't respond. He hardly heard him. His face was still awash with shock, and Remus grudgingly read what revelation had pelted him. But why? Sirius demanded in confusion. I'm not disagreeing with you, Harry, he quickly promised, as his godson rallied to argue with him. It's not impossible he could be doing it, but why bother? Who cares if anyone sees one of them hanging around any more than those little kids they'd be changing into? If I'd seen Crabbe or Goyle there, I would have known at once where he was going and what was going on, Harry sighed. Malfoy's sadly smart enough to realize that of the whole school, it makes sense why he'd try to hide every part of what he's doing. James whistled, half in appreciation and half in frustration. None of them had caught on to that. Under normal circumstances of friends actually helping each other out, I disagree, Remus frowned. I wouldn't call Malfoy and those two friends, though. It seems more companionable acquaintances who all band together. Or, Moony, are you saying you transform into a girl for me and keep an eye out? Sirius interrupted. Not that he didn't agree with Remus, but he wasn't letting that one pass. Remus ignored him, quickly turning back to Lily to continue rather than furthering that. It would only get worse. Harry scowled, muttering about how he'd been right about everything so far, and Hermione still wouldn't give him that one. Remus gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder in commiserating agreement. They'd always been on Harry's side for that one. And here I thought it was going to get accidentally knocked into the fireplace next, James chuckled. Don't be ridiculous, Lily. She looks nothing like me. Sirius chuckled for himself alone. You already forgot again, didn't you? Remus tried his very hardest not to laugh as he asked that. No, Harry said at once, but the dull red color on his face easily hinted that it may have left his mind for a second. Priorities? Lily broke out laughing hard in surprise. Harry couldn't help an uneasy shiver, not at all happy to be reminded of his first nightmare in that castle. The end to that year, or any really, hadn't gone well. He just hoped this one didn't follow the same pattern. I think it's good for you. Might give you more confidence to figure out a problem without Hermione's help for once. Remus rolled his eyes. I wasn't aware he had a better nature, Sirius sniffed. Is she suggesting bribing him? 'Cause that's the only thing coming to my mind, a load of being show-ponied by the man in exchange, James said in revulsion. They all felt a numb, sort of dull feeling rising in them for once again hearing of someone they knew headed there one day. It never got any easier to hear, even when they didn't particularly like the person. I can't imagine much conversation to follow that, Remus shivered. It had certainly given Lily pause enough not to want to go on, and she lived hearing that news almost daily for years now. I would think it wouldn't work unless he was in there, Sirius said, after mulling it over for a moment. The only experience we have is what happened to you, but it was Darby that came in and told. They came in after you left to find that list of yours. But they were still able to come and go from the room when we left, Harry said triumphantly, as if Sirius had just proved his point. So I should be able to do the same to Malfoy. He closed his eyes as he approached the place where the room of requirements door was concealed. He knew what he had to do. He had become most accomplished at it last year. Concentrating with all his might, he thought, I need to see what Malfoy's doing in here. Lily was tempted to dramatically stop, hold her breath for a few moments, let them fester so she could smirk at them for a change. She couldn't even get started, though. The suspense was killing her as much as anyone. Damn, they all sighed with disappointment. Harry scowled, his feet itching as if he wanted to get up and pace in frustration now, keep demanding some way for that door to let him in. I wish we knew exactly what Marietta told Umbridge, Lily groaned. We need some kind of base to understand how others got into yours so we can reverse the process. There's not even a way to find out how Malfoy is getting in, James bemoaned. He'd be doing the same as Harry, just thinking it to himself as he paced, so even having Darby tail him wouldn't do more good. Only a Leglermans could possibly get it out of him, Remus agreed in frustration. I wonder if that's what Snape's been trying to do this year. And there doesn't seem a way to trick it out of him, Sirius sighed deeply. I hate it when others aren't as stupid as you need them to be. Perhaps you're being too specific, Lily tried to offer. You're right in saying you made your wish as clear as possible. So next time you see Malfoy there, wait for him to open the door under the cloak and try to get a peek what's inside. Then try to imitate that. He may run into the opposite problem of that being too vague, though. Who's to say Harry would get the same chamber part Dumbledore once stumbled across? James sighed. The marauders burst out laughing again, but it was much more lackluster than usual, even at this fun idea they'd never tried under the cloak. They were as invested in this mystery as Harry. For once, terrorizing the school wasn't anywhere near their mind. Oh, but of course you were. Remus scowled, his agitation at the room's mystery causing his biting sarcasm to be a bit louder than usual. You share the last name of someone who was late to every class, so he must make up for points that weren't lost. Surely you're exaggerating. James batted his eyes innocently. To be fair, that one was taught by a madman, so Snape should enjoy the similarities. Sirius tried to poke fun, but it really wasn't as light-hearted as he'd meant to, that just brought up its own round of unpleasant memories. I'm missing you in this class more and more every day, Remus, Lily sighed. Must he be so crude in contradicting children over important questions? Ah, no. James disagreed. That would be like saying I'd have to be sad if something tragic were to happen to Snape. When here we are, looking forward to it, Sirius groaned. The end of Harry's year couldn't get here fast enough. Something about animated corpses, Remus offered with a slight shiver. I'll admit, I've never dug into the answer myself, Sirius grudgingly agreed. I just know they're not something I want as my next Halloween decorations. Yes, let's save those for the Porlocks, James quickly agreed. Lily gave him a sideways look, but declined asking where he planned on getting those for now. Well, he's not wrong, Sirius snapped back at once. Honestly, what's wrong with the obvious answer? Harry offered it, Remus needlessly reminded. If Harry had given the textbook answer like Hermione, Snape still would have found a way to insult it. Obviously not, as it was Seamus asking the question, and he definitely has a witch for a mother, Lily snapped coldly. Nobody should ever assume someone has knowledge of such dark things. Harry couldn't help but chuckle hardest of all. He really missed his friend. Wow, James drew out the word with a look of pure disdain. This coming from the one so covered in his own snivel, he couldn't apparate without sneezing and leaving that hooked mess he calls a nose behind. You know, Snape's bedtime story, Remus snipped. Hermione needlessly practicing her disillusionment charm, Lily chuckled. I wonder why, James said in surprise. At least while he's annoyed with her, he could get his kicks out of whatever she was saying about Snape. I'll bet it was fun. Not really, Harry shrugged. More just general crudeness, nothing we haven't heard her say about any number of people. I can see why Ron wants to be rid of her, can't even insult people well, Sirius agreed. What blasphemy is Ron speaking? Remus sniffed. Poor kid, always knew he had confidence problems, now even Snape's getting to him, James agreed with a grimace. That was the best way you could have handled that, Lily beamed at him. Ron could take lessons from you on how to give confidence to others. Think he needs a little more for himself first, Sirius muttered. And when has that ever stopped her? Remus rolled his eyes, while Lily and Harry still squirmed uncomfortably. Those boys were far too comfortable with her popping up in any old loo. And she's usually so happy to see me, Harry half-heartedly laughed, but he was still shifting too much as the boys fought back more laughter. She did die at an age where that's to be expected, Lily said snidely, while James didn't bother to look anywhere near abashed. As if you don't know she travels, James gave him an odd look. He still remembered that prefect bathroom incident. Still didn't occur to me she goes to all of them, Harry muttered. Or he agreed with whatever you said and made a run for it, Remus snorted. My money's on poor Creevy, Sirius chuckled. Oh, well, that narrowed it down, James snickered. Clearly it's Malfoy then. The others laughed and tried to ignore Harry's sound a tad mechanical, that he wasn't starting to look as grey as Myrtle as this conversation continued. My fault, I entirely guessed wrong. Sirius' eyes were still dancing with delight as he continued. Obviously, it's been Snape in there. Hardly before Sirius had finished his breath, Lily had reached around James and smacked him on the back of the neck. He yelped and scowled at her, but she was already ignoring him and going on. See, we're not the only ones curious. Remus marginally defended his friend, who was still rubbing at the back of his neck. "You lot were doing no such thing." Lily rolled her eyes. "Where most secrets deserve to be," James muttered, but there was no longer much amusement as his eyes flickered out the window to other secrets his world was hiding. "Least that ghost's good for something," Sirius said cheerfully. Lily's scowl deepened. She really hated that's what had made Ron feel better about anything. "Is anybody else having flashbacks to your fourth year?" Remus heaved a heavy sigh. Hermione was right then about him needing to take time to work out the egg's clue. He shouldn't have waited so long. Lily rolled her eyes. "I suppose it's unrealistic to hope he'd remember that and learn his lesson." Harry twiddled his thumbs and whistled innocently, pretending he hadn't heard. "Wow, I've never known Slughorn to avoid anyone," Lily said in surprise. "He probably avoided Dumbledore for quite some time before he nailed down that house," James offered. "Guess he'd have a little practice, even in a more enclosed space like school. I should probably be laughing at teachers avoiding Harry, when usually it's the other way around," Sirius muttered, but he couldn't put much life into the joke. He was too busy still trying to think of ways around this. "Gee, thanks. That advice was so helpful. Why didn't he think of that?" Remus grumbled. "I feel like that summed up a majority of your life in school." Remus still got a chuckle out of that. "I'm going to do what I want no matter what anyone says." "How good that motto tends to be is 50-50 with you," Sirius snorted. "Glory, Harry, be as creepy as you like about it," James snickered in surprise. "Payback," was all Harry said to that with a remorseless shrug. He'd spent several years seeing those bullies, perhaps even superimposing others from the rest of his youth onto Goyle in that moment or whatever he could startle them with. The marauders had no room to talk. He knew they'd have done much worse, and the one look he gave them said they did not deny it. "Think that's part of his deal with Malfoy?" Sirius blinked in surprise. "I really thought his first response would be to punch thin air." "Remember when Harry did this to them in Hogsmeade?" James pleasantly reminded. "I think he thinks revenge of the gunk-throwing ghost has returned for him." Remus was still laughing too hard about Gaule's reaction to comment. "Starting off with a positive mood can do wonders," Lily tried to say optimistically, but it came out as more of a sigh of defeat. She was all for Harry figuring out what Malfoy was up to, but without any new information to go on, she couldn't imagine why he kept doing the same thing over and over. "I wonder if you can actually ask it not to let anyone but you in." James furrowed his brows in concentration to get a grasp on this. "I'd have really thought by now you'd figured this out." "Makes sense," Sirius groaned. "Never thought I'd hate this room, but Malfoy actually being smart about manipulating its uses has certainly agitated me." "Because I'm sure that helped." Remus rolled his eyes. "His temper showing its violent side again." Lily shook her head, but at least it was a wall and not a person he was taking this out on. The boys tried hard not to crack up laughing at that mental image. Most of them failed, but Harry appreciated even their attempt. Remus lost his hold and burst out laughing hard, while Lily cocked her head to the side with lingering amusement she was at least pretending not to act on. "Is this going to be a new thing? Every time you injure yourself with a broken bone and the invisibility cloak, she's going to pop up." "Can't say I'll be disappointed," James chuckled, even if they were a little thrown by the coincidence of it all. "Am I still being followed, even inside school?" Harry demanded with a bit of a scowl. "I mean, technically she met you standing upright on some stairs, so it's not every time," Sirius said fairly. "You're not helping," Harry informed. Harry's expression turned concerned at once. They all did for this recurring, and still getting worse with each mention of the once lively girl. They knew she and Harry were never close, but they still wished she'd talk to someone in hopes this would get better. "Well, I'd hope so," Remus muttered. "It would be a bit odd for anyone in the Order to not know where to find Dumbledore's office, let alone an old student. He could easily imagine her being the type to be sent there anyways, from what they'd learned of her." "Damn," Sirius sighed. "Couldn't get one answer out of her this year. Now I'm wondering if she was lying about not knowing where he goes," James huffed. "The Order surely knew where Dumbledore ran off to all the time." "Either way, my point still stands," Sirius sniffed. "You think she'd get them more often than I would," Harry muttered. But there was no ire in his voice from again feeling left out. There was something he definitely felt he was missing from this conversation. The others hardly noticed what he'd said, going stiff in concern. Was this about Remus? Had something happened to him? No, surely they were taking Tonks out of context, asking about attacks and members of the Order. Lily made an uneasy little groan while pressing on loudly, trying to deny thinking any such thing, even if she knew the marauders were now hanging on her every word for fear of this thought being somehow confirmed. Remus felt his throat convulse, any worry for himself gone in that same moment as he fought back a fresh wave of pain for how miserable his future life was. How irredeemable he still found this act on his part, no matter where he was or what he was doing. If this news of Tonks was about him, he deserved whatever had happened to him. He'd never done anyone any good. She finished with a deeply uneasy feel, refusing to look at Sirius or Remus again for fear of what she'd see. She couldn't stand to see her boys so resigned to this fate, no more than she could have stood there and told Tonks it was all going to be okay. This did not feel okay. Lily's wasn't either. It seemed to grow harder rather than easier every time, continuing with this the more often that was brought up. She couldn't stand watching what it did now to all of her boys, and now there was a lingering shadow, a question that would not let up until Remus showed up again perfectly fine and healthy. "What no?" James protested, determined to stay on a topic he could chat about all day. "You hide out there till he comes out. Even if Goyle does come back, I'm sure he has a signal to tell Malfoy the coast is clear. I'm still not sure he could sneak in there if Darby couldn't." Sirius put up a very convincing, determined expression to counter this idea, rather than trying not to envision all the horrible things that could have happened to Moony. Nor does Malfoy seem to be telling those idiots what he's doing in there. What Harry needs is more information. On everything, Harry agreed, feeling exhausted. That was always his problem, and rarely given an answer in time. "You'd be surprised how many people seem to find it easier to do in Hogsmeade," Lily agreed at once, the slight shivers in her hands being visible by clutching the book. Remus was only looking marginally better cradling her infant, but at least far more alive than her mind kept trying to show. "I think it's so many years of the knowledge you shouldn't be able to do it inside Hogwarts that unconsciously makes it harder. You just love to analyze everything in the weirdest way." Sirius rolled his eyes at her. "Honestly, I'd have done that on purpose." Remus snorted, trying his hardest to keep a playful tone enthused around him. "And no one is surprised," James agreed, finally swallowing the harsh lump, even if he did expect it to come back sooner rather than later. "That should absolutely be the thing," Remus snorted. "I'm sure Ron'll finally be happy with that match," Sirius snorted. All five of them flinched, though admittedly unsurprised it had come up again so soon. Lily's voice still shook, but she was getting just slightly better at pretending otherwise. "Ugh," Lily uttered in confusion. "They're allowed time off, you know. They don't have to stand post 24/7. I'm sure it was her lunch break too or something." "Clearly she went up there to find out he wasn't there," James agreed, his stomach still twisted with worry for what that reason had been. He felt likely to vomit very soon if that didn't get an answer soon. Sirius had a slightly uncomfortable look on his face at the idea. Not that he didn't like Tonks, but the relation was just too close for comfort, not to mention their age difference. He knew her as a toddler. It was hard to imagine, but in reverse, he could see how she wouldn't think the same, only having gotten to know him over that summer. He didn't argue the point with Harry, but he still desperately hoped that wasn't what was going on here, as there wasn't much he could do to help her with that. Couldn't he fix just one thing in this bloody future without making it worse? "I can see where you drew that from," Remus spoke slowly, "but surely that's not what's causing her to be so withdrawn all year. It seems more likely to be something to do with the Order, as she's barely been mentioned around them." Lily recalled how Marley kept trying to have her come around with other members. "I think Ron's crass joke was closer to the mark. Something's wrong with her personal life, something that may well be her confidence in a fight after." She stopped with a hard wince, hardly able to say the words herself. She quickly kept going then, lest they all turn into a blubbering mess. "You lot are really fixed on that part," Remus told him, clearly disagreeing. "I'm sure she did want to tell him something and just hadn't gotten the memo he'd left." The fear still lingered heavily it did have something to do with Remus, and they desperately wished Harry had realized this and asked. Moony seemed the last person on his mind, though, frowning thoughtfully to himself and muttering to himself about how the answer to Tonk's problem was right in front of him. The mood for all of them felt like it was sinking right through the floor. It was entirely possible that could have been what happened to her, love problems or not. How long had she been an aura? Hadn't she said she was rather new to the job? That could have been the first fight she'd been in, and it had clearly taken a toll on her. If that was the problem, then there was no solution except to try and get the woman into a different job. And even then, it seemed like a lost idea because they could already grasp Tonks was going to be stubborn about life until it ate away at her. Lily scoffed in annoyance that had been Ran's takeaway. This could happen to anyone. The boys, she was happy to notice, looked mildly annoyed as well, and Harry looked slightly terrified as he wondered what Hermione was going to do to him for that. That's the best revenge she's got. Sirius sniffed. I'd have possibly set another flock of birds on him, show him what a woman's nerve is. Yet you were the one at our wedding who told James that if someone crashed the recital I should stay at the back, she recalled with a scowl. I was protecting that dress. He smirked without remorse. I'd have said the same about myself had I been the blushing bride. I told you he would have made a more dashing bridesmaid than Mary, Remus told her, as James accepted the book. HP, you guys are going to have to use your imagination on that one. For now, it's a joke out of context, but my actual headcanon of this is Wolfstar, and well, let's just say not explicitly K like I keep the rating. If you want to know, feel free to ask, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to post it here in the comment section for others to read. This is the only excuse I could come up with, and it's still a lame one at best. For all the potholes in the books, this one always bugged me the most. Who on earth were the rest of those students? We've got all the Gryffindor 6th years, that's 8, and Ernie could make 9. Pansy is mentioned as being in the room to laugh at him, but Malfoy and his gang never are. Even assuming he skipped every class of Snape's this year. Let's add Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, Pansy, and 3 extras for her usual gaggle of Slytherins. That's still 9 left, and being really generous is everyone, but the Gryffindors and Pansy are an assumption. They're never mentioned by name in this class. Of course, there could just be nameless other Ravenclaw and Hufflepuffs, but that's a whole lot of random students popping up apparently turning in a paper. I know more students exist than Harry takes note of. He doesn't know everyone in the castle, but I'd at least expect him to recognize students in his year like everyone in there would be. Plus, only 25 students were named at his sorting, so assuming those are the only kids in his year, which I don't buy, some have magically been added to his year, considering students have been pulled from school as mentioned. I know it's an odd thing to hop on, but that number just really stuck out as odd to me. No, I didn't have too much time on my hands lately to do random math and go back rereading my books recently. Chapter 22, After the Burial. Chapter text: James got himself comfortable by wiggling into his seat, nuding into Sirius far more than necessary before he started. Sirius just rolled his eyes and ignored the display while fighting back a small smile for his best mate. How is that even possible? Lily asked in sympathy. The changing seasons were always a beautiful thing to see. It promised another summer on the way. Are you still trying to go about those tasks in the exact same way? James asked in disbelief. I hadn't thought up any new ideas, Harry agreed dismally. Oh, he could never do such a thing, Sirius drawled. That long, bone-white hair, those gorgeous tombstone-colored eyes. Harry chucked a pillow in his face and considered following that up with throttling him if Sirius hadn't stopped anyways while still laughing mercilessly. Really? Oh, I never would have guessed such a thing. Remus rolled his eyes. James snorted with laughter and shook his head at the very idea of doing something in school. Where was this lad's spirit? I'd offer Ron to fake getting poisoned to be rid of her, but that only made things worse, Sirius chuckled. Maybe he should try making her cry all the time like Harry did. Gee, thanks, Harry huffed, but with good grace, his mind lingering on Ginny in wonder if he'd ever done such a thing to her. Ah, now he's bloody expecting progress reports from you, Sirius groaned. You were right, Harry. You may as well be inducted into the order. Lily sighed heavily, clamping down on her tongue to stop herself protesting that idea. What the? James stopped and just stared in confusion. That doesn't sound like Slughorn either. He kept going without any prompting out of true curiosity. Oh no, Hagrid, Lily groaned in understanding. I'd forgotten all about Aragog, Remus admitted, a bit sheepishly on the acromantula's part. I'm confident we all did, considering everything else going on, James agreed, but there was nothing but pity in his voice as he read the rest of poor Hagrid's note. Special, Sirius couldn't help but echo, his tone saying he had certainly thought something of that man eating spider. Oh, that poor dear. Lily sighed, wishing she could go and hug him this instant. Hagrid doesn't send messages with people, James muttered in confusion. Lily smacked him and told him to prioritize. It didn't matter why he'd done it this time. Did Hagrid know that? I don't recall you ever telling him that, Remus peaceably pointed out. Far as he knows, you went to talk to Aragog, then figured out how to get into the chamber thanks to him. He doesn't know what all went on in between, like attempted murder, Sirius helpfully inserted. I like to think Ron's excused from that on principle, Lily offered. Again, remind me to develop arachnophobia, Sirius huffed. I'll get right on that, James promised, and Sirius winced as he realized what he'd just done. Now he was counting up in his head where Prongs was likely to deliver the first spider over lunch or on his pillow that night. And, James asked in confusion, why was that anyone's concern? Lily tisked but held back what a prat Ron was being. It was mildly understandable coming from him. How is she not? Remus demanded in surprise. Ron, I understand, but the spider's dead. The both of them should be all for going down there and being there for their friend like this. He clearly needs them. Pointless, James yelped in protest. I'd be going right now, and I don't know Hagrid half as well as you lot. Honestly, Sirius agreed with a scowl for Harry's friends. They've done some insane things to break the rules before, but now are getting into a tizzy over being there when Hagrid asked them. Lily was scowling as well as she continued, and now turned that look on her son. I can't believe you let them talk you out of going. You're the only one with his head on right now. I still go, Harry said so quietly it took her a moment to realize what he said. He instantly winced and gasped in pain, clearly regretting the slip of the tongue that led him to revealing that. But for just one moment the deep look lingering in his eyes as he watched his mother had made her heart quiver, just what an acromantula's funeral could do. James hadn't seen the same. He was still grumbling at Harry's friends, and their lack of priority, which was far more skewed than his own. But he bolstered on when he saw Harry nearly hurting himself over the answer to this. Nah, you're more likely to get it on the 199th try, Remus suggested. Eh, they all muttered in confusion where that had come from. Oh, they all muttered in surprise. I thought you were saving that up for something a little more special. James at once began teasing his son again for that. One should consider, a task from Dumbledore should outrank your love life. Lily rolled her eyes at them. Harry never volunteered to do this. Dumbledore told him to, Sirius sniffed. So why go wasting something as useful as that lucky potion on something you have no invested outcome in? Are you mad? Lily demanded of him. He's trying to figure out how to be rid of Voldemort. I'm pretty invested in that outcome. But he shouldn't have to be, James countered with a torn expression, and both of them fell silent as they grasped what the other meant. He fidgeted uneasily with the pages for a moment while glancing at his son, but he wasn't really looking at any of them. Still rubbing at his forehead, eyes distant, but to the past or future they did not know. Because Hermione doesn't actually think of everything, miracles happen. Sirius said bitterly. He was really stung by this lack of care on their part for the callous way they'd been speaking of Hagrid crying. Anything he wants, Sirius still insisted, but more as a soft mutter of protest this time, so as not to get further into it with Lily, James, or anyone. He just wanted Harry to have a normal life for a time. Let the kid indulge himself by using that how he felt. Was that too much to ask? Even their teasing of his love life felt lackluster now. What they wouldn't give for that to be Harry's biggest problem in school, like Prongs was so long ago. Remus still snorted softly for that. They'd witnessed plenty of times the boy getting so lost and thought he forgot he had an audience. She's already done it. James shook his head at this girl in disbelief, dubiousness, and doubt. What's she keep practicing for? It's how she stays so ahead of everyone, Harry reminded. I'm sure she'll still be chanting that when she's 80. Wouldn't surprise me if she's kept hold of her first charms assignment all this time, Sirius chuckled. All of them got a good snicker out of that. Ron found the best ways to lighten the mood. Honestly, I do good to keep up with my own injuries, Remus muttered, but there was nothing but pity in his eyes for whatever could have happened to another kid. James' face went stiff at once. He looked likely to be sick for a second before he composed himself, almost. Moments ago, they'd felt the fear once again of their future, and now they were more worried than ever why Tonks had sought out Dumbledore as a werewolf attack being mentioned a day later. Could it be a coincidence? Harry couldn't stop the shiver that ran down him at that news, and for the first time understood Remus' fear of why Harry would think the worst of him. If he hadn't gotten to know Professor Lupin, if this was all the news he'd ever heard of werewolves before he met one, would he have been any better than Ron in the shack that night? They're mindless, Remus all but snapped at him. It seemed critical to him, for some reason, to get Harry to understand that. They don't understand what they're doing any more than a merciless animal being starved for a month and seeing its prey. Death is more common than coming away alive from the encounter when Remus, stop. Lily desperately cut in. You didn't do it, so cut the lecture no one asked for, Sirius agreed, a snarl on his own lips. Remus looked grey. He didn't seem to have heard them, his mind still a long ways off, to the next full moon, an endless cycle of them where everyone was another opportunity for someone to fall from his fate, or succumb to it. He almost envied the first some days. Sirius shared a desperate look with James, neither of them hardly able to breath if what was being implied here had really come to pass so many years later. They'd spent countless nights coming up with ways Remus would never have to suffer the fate of werewolves. But now, because of Tonk's odd line of questioning regarding the Order and now this, what was happening to their last friend's future? It wasn't Remus, they knew that. But all the same, it wasn't any less worrying. James struggled to keep going, but he refused to let this topic linger for another second. He'd never let this happen to Remus any more than he'd ever willingly let Sirius step foot near the Ministry again without him around. Why? Why did you want to know? James half stuttered, though his attempts to make that sound like a casual question was ruined on the first syllable. Greyback, Harry said swiftly, practically before James had finished the question. I'd heard about him by now, remember. It horrified him they could think Harry would blame this on Remus. His favorite defense teacher was great with kids. This would destroy his dad's old friend if a thing were to happen to one, especially by his own hands. Mouth, not the point. It felt heartless to admit Remus hadn't really crossed his mind in that moment, but wasn't that even a little better he'd never for a second considered it? The rumor's always greyback, Remus whispered beside him. Doesn't mean every single time it is. James and Sirius both heard him mutter, but hadn't heard the words. They narrowed their eyes at him with concern until Harry waved them on. He refused to share this fear. It just couldn't be true. Remus was clearly in an argumentative mood, biting out the words without even seeming to realize James hadn't been the one to really say such a thing. Greyback existed before Voldemort's time. Terrible things always keep happening no matter if they're orchestrated or not. Then we keep fighting those two, Sirius said solemnly. Remus finally looked again at them. He tore himself away from this pitiful future where such a notion was possible. He the attacker, something he'd swore against the moment Dumbledore had appeared on his door and promised him a better life. He offered a quick apology, but James at once promised, Nah, you can vent all you like, mate. Just make sure you come back from them in a reasonable time. Remus couldn't help the soft laugh Prongs always got from him. Ugh, the potential for mayhem with so much hatred in one class is maddening, Sirius said in disgust. And he's not too bad, James said fairly. He's tolerable, Sirius agreed, but I wouldn't go out of my way to stop him being a victim from whatever I could get away with. This setup does seem a treasure hard to repeat, Remus agreed, his smile possibly harder than usual, but they all appreciated it nonetheless. Lily couldn't help but preen a bit as she remembered what she'd taken the opportunity to do in this class. Snape hadn't even been in attendance, for what reason she had not cared, and like Harry, there had only been a sparse few students, so she'd shown off a bit more than usual and attempted to brew a famous old potion no one had been able to replicate in centuries. She hadn't gotten the concoction completely right, but Slughorn had raved for her close call all the same. She'd gifted it to him the next day, an unusual little potion that transformed a particular flower into a fish. Then excuse yourself for the bathroom and skiv. Remus rolled his eyes. Confident Malfoy would have used that just as many times as the Marauders had. You should not know what he's thinking so well. It's disturbing, Sirius grumbled. And yet, we can't help but agree, James sighed, though it didn't make him feel any better. James paused with an uneasy frown in place. That should have been good news, but considering they still had no idea what that mission even was, it was hard to get any read on how they should be reacting to all this. Lily chuckled for her son. At least he managed to keep a good mood on that. A good idea, love, Lily praised at once, but I'm afraid it won't work. Got to agree with Hermione on that point, James sighed. Trickery won't help with this, making him feel at a loss for what to do. Lily couldn't help but chuckle, though to the boys it seemed more half-hearted than usual. They hoped this meant whatever joke she was holding over their heads on this book was finally wearing off, and she'd share with them soon. That was dangerous, Lily yelped at once. He could have blown up half the castle. Ernie just got a bit more interesting, Sirius snickered. Malfoy was already packing up, sour-faced. Slughorn had pronounced his hiccuping solution merely passable. I'm not surprised, Remus rolled his eyes. What would he expect from a first-year potion? Probably the only kind he can do, James sneered. He only passed the class before now by sucking up. Harry called for the professor's attention, but Slughorn noticed at once they were alone, and before Harry could even suggest his potion be tasted, Slughorn was out the door and gone. What a bloody wanker, Sirius stated, but more in surprise than anything. He still found it almost funny that instead of Slughorn hounding Harry, the opposite was happening. Hermione began cheering at once she passed. James gasped. Oh, Merlin, this is such a shock. Honestly, even the first years would expect as much from her at this point, Sirius agreed. Wow, Remus drew the word out in surprise. That is fairly ridiculous. I wonder if Ron mouthed off to the instructor beforehand or something, Lily agreed. That did not feel like enough of a problem not to pass. Ron's never taken it before, Lily said in surprise. James agreed and kept going with confusion if his brothers had once slipped him some, and it had never been mentioned before now. Ah, he said in understanding, while Lily shook her head with another chuckle, knowing from experience that didn't count at all. The marauders listened eagerly, or in James' case kept going excitedly, to hear about this. They'd never bothered with such a thing before, and were a bit curious for this bit of magic they'd never bothered with much in their past. Lily kept smiling reminiscently, and James couldn't stop himself trying again. You going to tell us when you've had such experience with this? She brushed at her hair for a few moments as if contemplating before saying, Nope. Lily, James groaned. You were torturing me all day yesterday as well, woman. Are you trying to make me go mad? Perhaps, she agreed with a sly smile, causing her husband to scowl at her for a good few minutes before his friends convinced him to give in and keep going. Oh, well, that was a change, Remus blinked in surprise. All for it, Sirius agreed. But what? Harry just laughed at their surprise. Looking back on it now, with none of the potion's influence, it was impossible to describe where this idea had come from. The universe itself whispering the answer to him just sounded hokey out loud, so he shrugged and instead said, Couldn't tell you, magic, I guess. James snorted slightly for his son's efforts and kept going, more curious than ever, even if he did just want to keep eyeing his wife until she spilled her beans instead. It's not a potion to make you forget things, Remus rolled his eyes. I can't even blame her that time. I'm just as flummoxed, Lily shrugged. I think Ron would as well, Sirius said, still with more lingering confusion than anything. Please tell me that's a thing. James burst out laughing in surprise. It doesn't need to be. You're already full of it, Lily told him. Referring to the potion like that makes it creepy Harry, Remus informed him with some actual concern. You're not being mind-controlled or something, are you? Sirius asked, mostly joking, but that had been odd. Harry shook his head and waved his mum on. He was just as curious to hear how this ended as they were. Whoopsies, Lily muttered. I want to say Lavender's being a bit paranoid, Remus began. But considering what we know, yeah, Lavender had a right to be worried. Sirius finished. If this doesn't get Lavender to break up with Ron, I don't know what will, James agreed. That lucky potion is already working, Harry chuckled, some residual high from this night lingering in him now. When did Dean go outside? James muttered, seeing as Harry had just mentioned all of his doormats had been in the common room. He probably went to go meet Ginny and came back with her, Lily shrugged. It's not very many people who would be pleased they got to overhear an argument, Sirius snickered. Say the potion's working so far, though. Remus arched a brow in surprise. 2 relationships on Harry's mind this year were seemingly influenced in the first 5 seconds of the potion's use. This thing is getting creepy, James muttered. There's no way you knew Slughorn was down there. The potion just influenced you into all of this. The gifts of magic, Lily chuckled. It's why potions was always my favorite, to be able to influence nearly anything by stringing together ingredients in an old cauldron. Bloody powerful is what it is, Sirius murmured, realizing he'd underestimated this branch in his youth. The wolfsbane potion lingered on his mind more than this concoction, what all they could have done in their youth if they'd paid just a bit more attention to Slughorn's obnoxiousness. They all couldn't help smiling affectionately for the exchange. Brief and meaningless though it was, it certainly made them appreciate the current potion's teacher like they never had in their youth, given it was impossible to imagine the same happening with Snape still in place. I've actually been liking Slughorn more outside of school than when I was in it. James laughed freely for such a response. Wouldn't he know? Lily asked in surprise. I thought it was common enough knowledge, as the ministry makes quite a lot of money off of all the treasures accumulated from them. I thought surely Slughorn knew of them himself. What are you on about? How does the ministry make money from Hogwarts? Remus asked in surprise. I've never checked into it, but there's a whole division under the trades department, Lily shrugged. I believe it's something to do with the centaurs and merpeople collecting goods, such as any stray unicorn hair or horns, even acromantula webbing, or whatever valuables accumulate at the bottom of the lake. They're delivered to the ministry through Hogwarts, which earns the school quite a bit of money. Why else do you think those rather dangerous things are allowed to stay around children? Never thought about it, Sirius shrugged without much care. Lily's mouth tightened just a bit with displeasure, even as she saw where Harry, or rather the Felix potion, was going with this idea. Slughorn should be coming along for sympathy for a mutual friend in Hagrid, not to make a profit. She supposed, though, there was no real harm in it, so long as Hagrid was respected during the process. James seemed to find the idea amusing. All of the boys looked like they were fighting back laughter for Slughorn's mind track. The best you could do for Hagrid. Sirius finally burst and did start laughing raucously. And Aragog, Harry added in, thinking a drink or two likely wouldn't have doused the spider's mood to kill by much, but as his friend, Hagrid would appreciate the sentiment. No, they're not, Remus muttered, their reaction before still stinging a bit. Lily cooed softly, wishing she could give him a hug as well. Hagrid more than deserved it for his heart. I wouldn't risk it. James shivered at once. Lucky potion or not, that place has actually gotten more dangerous since we left. A feat I hadn't thought the school could manage, Remus agreed with a twisted little smirk. Sirius muttered, but James elbowed him not to say anything. Even without Hagrid present, there wasn't anything to be said for that. And somehow that conversation never came up when Hagrid was out with him, Remus muttered, but he supposed it was kinder that way as well. Lily had a comically torn expression in place, finding it so sweet Hagrid had gone to all the trouble, and just as disturbed he had. And plus some, Remus said under his breath, pointlessly as Hagrid wasn't around, but Harry snickered a bit anyways. He's gone to change into something more suitable, I think, and he said he'd bring some bottles so we can drink to Aragog's memory. I'm sure, James struggled to say with a straight face. He already wasn't managing that well before, though. The boys burst out in surprised laughter, while Lily wrinkled her nose at the rather tart joke. I'm more confident by the moment Ron's missing out on this site, Sirius said, his head cocked to the side as he imagined the same. Best not to delay, I suppose, James muttered in some agreement, shifting uncomfortably for having to read about a funeral, even for a spider. It felt like more of an ill omen than ever for this future. Kindest thing he could have said about him, Remus said approvingly. He's not even lying about that. Lily got a light chuckle out of that, even if Slughorn meant it in a wholly other way than Hagrid did. Remus was smiling just a bit. It really was quite lucky indeed everyone seemed to be getting something out of this night. Ah, Sirius grumbled. He didn't need the added sound affect, and his look told Harry this plainly, who shrugged with only mild sympathy. He'd had to see and hear it in person. Lily still shifted uneasily at the idea of all that venom once being directed at her son. At least some good use would come of it now. That was pretty good, Sirius blinked in surprise when Prongs was done. He almost added in bleakly about trying to get Slughorn to volunteer at his burial, but that was too grim even for him. All five of them felt rather somber now, more for Hagrid than anything. It really was despicable if he'd almost had to go this alone. So Harry and Slughorn, no matter his motive, being here for this was the sweetest thing they'd heard in a while. James couldn't help but eye the pages wearily. He had faith Slughorn had learned his lesson and would be smarter in the future about what he served, but the circumstances of this suddenly felt forbidding. Sirius struggled hard, and then lost the fight and snorted with laughter. James elbowed him again, but he couldn't hide just a hint of amusement as well. At least Slughorn took precautions. Lily tisked heavily at the pair and Slughorn himself. There were better ways to go about that. Smart move, Remus agreed with that. How did he get the spider's name right but not Ron's? Harry muttered for himself, rather glad both of his friends didn't attend now just for this. I don't see a Weasley ever offering him 100 galleons a pint. James rolled his eyes in explanation. He doesn't care, Remus uselessly reminded no one in here. James read Hagrid's explanation without surprise and even some warmth. Hagrid really did seem like the best person there could be. Sirius scowled and grumbled about Slughorn showing his real nature now. He'd been invited to Hagrid's for a burial and made a mince out of it, but now their old potions teacher was pushing his luck. He should be happy with what he'd gotten from the dead spider instead of continuing to try and milk more from Hagrid's life. Lily was still smiling affectionately, thinking this really was the best thing that could be done for Hagrid and making a mental note of this, should the need arise for her to go and comfort the gamekeeper herself. All of them got a good laugh out of that. It wasn't something they'd ever think to connect the two people with, but it made sense. It's almost a disappointment this potion isn't used more regularly. Remus sighed. Imagine how easy life would be. You drop dead in less than a week if you used it too often, Lily reminded. And what a week it would be, Sirius grinned. I am perfectly okay with this, Harry chuckled pleasantly. He wished the rest of the word was so bland about his so-called titles. James' face scrunched up with displeasure for that. He really thought Hagrid was too far gone to be doing such a thing in good conscience. But then again, he could probably go collect some more with ease, so what was the harm? I think I heard my dad singing that song once. Remus frowned as he tried to strain his mind back. Do you still remember the lyrics? James asked eagerly. This wasn't a tune he was familiar with, and he'd never missed an opportunity to sing along with anything. Remus closed his eyes in concentration before humming a few bars, clearly to himself. But then he opened his eyes with a shrug and said, That's it, sorry. I can work with that, Sirius cheered, clearly already writing down something in his mind. James jumped in surprise, his stomach churning so painfully at once he almost used his movement as an excuse to use the loo. He stopped himself by a breath, swallowing painfully and trying to keep going like they were still discussing the spider. Of course Hagrid would bring this up out of the blue. It was never far from his own mind. Lily wrapped her arms around James' waist, laying her head on his shoulder as he forced out the words, terrible indeed. Remus watched with distress as James went through lyrics of a song in a rushed, detached way, without even seeming to realize he'd been asking about this song seconds ago. It certainly had to be one of the first times he'd ever witnessed one of his best friends not enjoying singing along to a tune. Sirius made a warbling noise that was probably supposed to be a laugh, but the noise was all wrong. It never seemed fair, would never feel right what kept coming up, what was always absent from Harry's life. Harry clasped his hands painfully in his lap. All the life he'd ever known, those words had been told to him in some way or another, but it had never really felt easy to say. Never had it been worse than when his own parents had to say it to him to watch what it caused in their own eyes. He wished he could take it back. Nothing he was doing in that moment was worth watching this now, but his father wasn't leaving him room to express any such thing. He was fighting every last word out, determined to finish this all before it became their reality. Lily made a terrifying noise, as if she wished to strike her old favorite teacher. Why would he ask such a thing? Did he really want an answer? His thirst for knowledge rivaled his favor for the fortunate, but this was not one of those times where she'd have happily indulged with him and laughed along. Prongs. Dad, did you want me to? No. James snapped at once, refusing to acknowledge either of them or anyone else who would take this away from him. If he had to hear this again 1,000 more times he would, every detail already etched so thoroughly into him, and yet each time still fresh, new, and raw as the first. He read out the details Harry gave to his old potions teacher with determination that they would not come to pass, not again. And for that, he'd live through it as many times as he had to. Lily wanted to bury her face away in her hair, to grab her son back from Remus, and never let him out of her arms again. The praise which she'd once beamed at felt lifeless now. She'd never wished to hear of her very life spoken in such a way. Her husband still, even in the throes of pain in this being their future, managed to sound proud of the woman he'd married. James felt burnt out. He just wanted to be able to stop, but knew he couldn't do that, not until his son's mind was whole once more. He wanted to argue again with his child this was not a fate he had to do, but there was still time for that. He would make sure of it. For now, he saw there was an end in sight, and he clung to the last page that promised he wouldn't have to continue in this way forever. James released a breath he had no memory of holding and thrust the book into Sirius' hands. He refused to linger on this future a second longer than he had to. He would be brave to the end, but would not keep fighting when he had no need to. HPHPHPHP Ron and Hermione really annoyed me in this chapter, more than any other, though I'm sure it's personal. You two brats can't get your butts down there and tell your friend you're sorry his pet died. A sentient, man-eating spider, but a spider Hagrid cared about nonetheless. I don't care you didn't like Aragog or are worried about getting in trouble. Hagrid should trump all of that. Next chapter should be up Wednesday, and I'll keep the Wednesday-Saturday posting until this is complete now, maybe even with a sprinkled in Monday every other week or so. My goal is to have this done by June 8th. Oh, and James got another chapter where someone was announced dead. A nod to the movies, which I've honestly accepted as headcanon. It's such a sweet story. Actual idea offered by Not 123,456, the Forbidden Forest Theory. It explains how the school gets money, why something so dangerous is let near kids, and why things like acromantula and unicorns, both noted for being important ingredients in wand making, potions, and just fancy attire, are the most noted creatures in the forest. It also explains why not just the centaurs, but also mermen, half-breeds the government doesn't like, are allowed there at all. Just collect some stuff on the ground lake bed, leave it at designated points for Hogwarts money collectors. No wizards are endangered, Hogwarts gets money, and the government doesn't have to spend a dime. I loved it so much I couldn't help adding it in. Chapter 23, Horcruxes. Chapter text Sirius bounced the book uneasily in hand, as if he were trying to comfort baby Harry rather than himself. He wanted to compliment Harry that it had actually been quite brilliant to use Lily's memory to egg out Slughorn, but it hurt them all so bad just to hear it they half wished Harry had never gotten this memory at all. The price was just another echo of pain around them. He had to keep going, though. They had to. To stop this from ever being needed, for Lily's memory to always be a present and vibrant thing, rather than a ghost haunting her old favorite teacher along with the rest of them. She's usually not in a helpful mood no matter what time of day, especially to the older students. Lily forced a happy little chuckle, still half curled into her husband's side with a determined expression in place to keep them all in the here and now. It's not so bad, Remus shrugged. There's a nice alcove only a corridor over. I kept a pillow down there for emergencies after the third time. He's not even joking about that, Sirius agreed. The marauders in their late-night wandering, full moon present or not, had left them locked out more than enough times. James let out a surprised whistle. I think that potion may have still been lingering, that timing. I was far more interested hearing about the Baron, though. Lily snickered lightly, though she wasn't surprised this was no news to the marauders, as well as they'd kept up with the habits of the ghosts of the castle. Well, better than waiting in more suspense, just what was so important about this thing, James groused. He had half a mind to compliment Harry for getting it still, though the manner in which he had also made him wish this had never been acquired, so getting it out in the open would knock all of that away. I didn't even know she could do that, Sirius yelped in surprise. Now I'm wondering how often she told us that just out of spite, Remus agreed, eyeing the pages viciously. No beating around that shrivel-fig bush, James chuckled, feeling exhausted himself, but all too curious to hear this at last. Sirius' expression softened. He finally looked natural as he read again. In the circumstances Harry had used to retrieve it, This had almost not had a chance to cross their mind. James took full opportunity of this at once, his wife still securely tucked into his side as he too praised. Honestly, Harry, never a doubt you would manage it. The means with which he had would haunt him, but that wasn't Harry's concern as of now. The others agreed at once, while Harry blushed faintly and mumbled his gratitude of their confidence. It was such a change from the one who had landed, who hadn't even known what a compliment was, and more than likely would have argued a thing even existing in his presence, that Sirius couldn't help but stop for an extra moment of what he was seeing. Then Remus shouted at him to get a move on and stop leaving them in suspense, so Sirius obliged. Well, there's the first change, Lily unnecessarily noted with a small frown. So Slughorn had complimented young Riddle. What was the harm? Surely several teachers had done that through the years. Dumbledore had certainly implied as much. Age doesn't always have a thing to do with that. James rolled his eyes, even while Sirius spoke over him. Agreed, you should always look to your elders. 145 days. James emphasized for likely the 500th time. Sirius just smirked again. I'd consider Slytherin the least political of the lot, Remus agreed. Rather than staying and working out his problems, he left a man-eating snake in place and abandoned the school because he didn't get his way. Lily tisked at him. Honestly, Remus, use your head. I'm sure there's more to the story. Even basilisks can't live that long. Surely it was Voldemort who put it down there. Slytherin probably built that chamber for his own purpose, and the story got exaggerated from there. All of it, in fact. Surely he must have had a better reason for leaving than just a tantrum. He valued cunning, after all. Clearly it was because he had none of his own to put to use. Sirius rolled his eyes before ploughing on. He really couldn't care about some ancient squabble for any reason. James gave an exaggerated laugh of unease before stage whispering. Anyone want to put money on how wrong Slughorn is? Sirius pretended to contemplate for a moment before saying, Nah. Sirius couldn't help a small shiver. The lot of them did. The lone bit of information they did know about this lent nothing to wanting more, and the fact that Slughorn of all people was likely to give it was not encouraging him to go on. Still, they'd come this far, and he wouldn't allow Harry to hurt himself instead, just to figure all this out. They knew the answer. Nothing Slughorn said could be worse than that already. But Slughorn's reluctance to hand this over promised something even more vile still, so he proceeded with caution. "I'd bloody hope not," Remus stuttered in surprise. Something of such dark nature shouldn't even be available in the school's massive library, let alone a teacher assigning it. "I disagree." James was all too happy to criticize. "He's just implied Slughorn would know something of the dark arts, which he's never done a thing to show himself. The better way would have been to make it seem more like a research project and ask Slughorn for advice, not outright information. I don't want to know how you lot would have done it," Harry muttered, shifting in unease. The idea of Voldemort doing this was horrid enough. "You've hardly gone out of your way to do that," Lily protested. "Yet he's done it enough. I agree with his assessment," Sirius sighed. "Oh, yes, it can," Lily said stoutly. If Slughorn was so ashamed of this so many years later, she was certain of it, and yet she just couldn't grow anger for him. Slughorn was as much a victim as she would one day be to this madman. Sirius remembered reading those words himself, days ago now, when he'd been far more concerned with Harry's life, escaping that graveyard in one piece. Even then, though, he'd felt the significance of Voldemort gloating over this fact, and wondered and known something of what he said that would be the key to making sure the killing curse was never survived by anyone. He finally had that answer at the tip of his fingers, and was almost too terrified to go on. He'd escaped his house, his family to be as far away from such dark things as he could. Now he was being actively forced to learn them, all in the name of saving his real family. This was the part they had not known and had no wish to know. Why does Slughorn know this at all? It's such a twisted act, no good answer could come, Remus protested. He's always prided himself on being knowledgeable, Lily murmured. I suppose he could have come across this the same way he does everything, through someone else, keeping an eye on their research. Who would Slughorn have influence with looking into this kind of thing? James agreed with Remus. It was certainly nothing they'd think to associate with their old teacher. The same reason Dumbledore knew even before he went looking into it for Riddle. Harry answered, with a very troubled expression. Knowledge may be power, but it doesn't always have to corrupt, he tried to say with his usual sense of conviction. But for some reason, the idea of his headmaster with certain power was putting him even more on edge, so he was grateful when Sirius continued. Riddle's favorite pastime, James murmured uneasily. Had Myrtle been his first, even not by his own hand, but a snake he controlled? What had finally been the tipping point to push him over the edge and create the monster they now fought against? When had he grown immune to something physically tearing his soul apart, and speak of it so freely even at this age? There it is, Sirius sighed, having agreed with Prongs earlier in saying Riddle was going about this in the wrong way, and here was their proof. There was no satisfaction in him. They wished more than anything this conversation had never passed. Oh yes, because more than one murder always makes things better. Lily yelped half hysterically. Oh, just how many of these things? Remus tried to demand, looking nearly faint at what was suddenly being implied here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Lily tried to plead with caution. There's no proof that he ever managed. I mean, if the incantation is lost. Don't kid yourself, Lils. This is making far too much sense. This is what Dumbledore wanted, to confirm Voldemort had knowledge of these things. Sirius tried to say with heated conviction, a swear that now they knew this, they could fix it. His voice warbled, though. He sounded more like a ghost trying to shout from a dark well. This conversation had somehow managed to surpass even his worst fears for what they could be facing. Even Dumbledore couldn't possibly know every single person Voldemort had ever killed, and to then find some piece of soul for every one of them, the hopeless task of it all. Sounds like we've got a bloody hell of a year ahead of us, James whispered, and that was all Sirius needed to take a deep breath and keep going. Through this chapter of Harry's life, and the rest to follow. Harry groaned with misery once more, his eyes blurring out of focus, his godfather's words becoming nonsense to his mind, which was suddenly crowded with memories yet told, an answer right in front of him and heart-wrenching to receive. 7, the number kept echoing through his mind, far more important than any number he'd ever heard in his life. His family's troubles around him hardly registered. He had no hope to correct them of their assumption, even if he'd had the ability to. Finally showing his real colors, I see, Remus snarled quietly under his breath. Any person who could speak of something so casual, let alone the mass genocide they knew to come. He'd hoped Slughorn would be devastated with what had happened this night, even if he could not blame the teacher for what had started as such a study with a pupil. I would hope so, Sirius agreed bitterly, but there was only restlessness in his voice. He was only continuing now for Dumbledore's perspective on this, as if this had suddenly turned into another Order meeting. He'd been told his mission, now he just needed details of how to get it started. He would deal with how it all came about through one of the teachers Harry was now under the tutelage of later. Lily struggled to swallow for a moment, everything they were discussing weighing on her more heavily by the second. Just what had Dumbledore known about all of this before the memory was provided? Slughorn could of course mean Dumbledore's blanket hatred of all dark studies, but her hands shook hard as she imagined Dumbledore silently watching Riddle investigate this, just like he would so many years later when Harry was looking into the Philosopher's Stone. There was a sense, as the five sat around each other, a binding tie that pulsed through them as they all felt what Dumbledore said and could not agree more. Harry looked around him, even in this task to come, his own soul already seeming to hold the weight of this promise, even if he could not yet recall. No matter how far he had to go, he would have help from his family, no matter where he was. Even Sirius understood it, and that's saying something. Remus at least tried to break the feeling that had prevailed the room. Don't be ridiculous, Moony, Sirius happily returned. I haven't followed a word. I just pretend to act surprised every few moments so I fool you like I did in school. Ah, the ignorance we all wish for, James agreed with an old, fond smile. Sirius chewed on the question for a moment, knowing if he spoke it would only provoke Moony, but finally relented. I don't understand how that works. Immortal in every sense. His essence lives, but surely his body would still grow old. Remus, in fact, did not further make fun of his friend, but instead fidgeted uncomfortably with the sleeve of his robes as he considered the question. I would think he'd always just be able to give himself a new body. He made it clear he could if he'd never lost one in the first place. Thanks, this just gets creepier by the moment, James said in disgust. The fact that any wizard managed it, ever. Lily groaned in protest of just what they were capable of doing. 4 years ago. James' brows pulled together as he thought back to what was on Dumbledore's mind. The Chamber of Remus began in surprise. That bloody diary! Sirius interrupted them with such a shout of fright. Baby Harry in Remus' arms wailed in protest. It makes sense, Lily agreed as it dawned on them, slowly but surely. That thing, we've never seen anything like it. Yet it was Voldemort, a part of Voldemort's soul, Remus agreed, his face already haggard even as he comforted the child in his arms. I can hardly believe it, James whispered, somehow managing to ruffle up his hair even more than usual. Harry, you managed to bloody kill that thing 4 years before we even knew. He trailed off in astonishment what his child had already done with his life. Harry said nothing, no more able to acknowledge this praise than feel much relief for it. Destroying that one had nearly killed him and Ginny, what would the others do? Great, one down, a few hundred to go, Sirius said bitterly. Sirius paused as he eyed Harry in confusion, who had not contested their epiphany any more than he'd said his own confusion. He seemed in limbo, possibly trying not to remember a time where he'd been after these himself, if there was even a way to actively look for them. Remus had finally managed to soothe the baby, but he still felt so cold all over the usual warmth of the little life hardly registered. What Voldemort had tried to do, possessing Ginny, draining her very life to give himself a new one, if any of the other Horcruxes could do that. If all of them could. Surely he was being paranoid. That one was likely his first, and so the most powerful. But if not? That's something of note. Lily was unconsciously digging her nails into James with stress. Do you think he's looking for that now, as an extra measure of security? It probably should be destroyed sooner rather than later before it gets sent to Hogwarts for whatever reason caused that during Harry's first year. I wouldn't think so, James disagreed, patting gently at her hand, mostly unconcerned with the intense pressure. Riddle only went after that when he didn't have a body anymore. He said so himself in the graveyard. He'd rather do this horrid thing no one else would imagine than do the obvious thing with an already available elixir that makes one immortal. Who knew murdering a couple hundred people to preserve your life was easier than one for a ruddy stone? Sirius snarled. Only 7. James couldn't help but stress the word, equal measures of relief and horror now warring in him. I'm worried Dumbledore's being too generous with that. Riddle's killed an untold number of people. I would really like to think Dumbledore has an explanation, Remus tried to pacify. He'd really seemed to take this young Riddle at word when he'd questioned for that number in particular, and though it was just as horrifying to think of doing that 7 times rather than hundreds, the idea being presented at least didn't feel so insurmountable. He does make one wonder, how many times can a soul even be divided before you lose, in essence, yourself? Lily agreed, brushing her hand over her heart, a morbid yet contemplative look reciting. She'd released his arm, the garish marks her nails left in place already starting to regain color. James quickly took her hand back, placing it in his as he spoke softly. I hope Riddle kills himself trying to find that answer. Make our lives just a bit easier. Was it possible he would divide himself so much? He would vanish himself from this world. That did not feel like a satisfying answer to them, nor a feasible one, as clearly he wouldn't accomplish it in the next year, but it was still hope that there must be some answer to this they could manage. Sirius' mouth twisted in unease. He didn't like how foreboding that sounded. Dumbledore's talks of how Harry would have to be the one to kill him now echoing through his mind, how Harry would in fact have to kill Voldemort 6 more times before he could do the final act. That was asking far too much of any one person, let alone the boy who had asked for none of this. What he wouldn't give to slam all this in Dumbledore's face. See the old man really understand what he was asking of a 16-year-old. At least now, they'd make sure Harry never had to do this alone. I still wish we had some better kind of confirmation that's all there were, Remus huffed, causing Harry to convulse slightly in his seat. He had a really bad feeling about that. For now, he gave all the comfort he could. Dumbledore hasn't really been wrong yet. I think for now it's safe to take him at word, that's all there is. And if he's wrong, James blustered. If you possibly hunted all of them down and went after Voldemort, but missed one because you believed Dumbledore. We've no other answer and no way to find out ourselves, Lily reminded. I don't see anyone else out there trying to find all of this out. Well, we are now, Sirius vowed. He didn't care how he did it. He'd do anything to somehow force Voldemort to cough up the answer to this problem, the key to saving their lives. Oh, they all muttered with some genuine surprise, but not altogether taken off guard. It made sense, after all. It even embedded a little hope. If Dumbledore had been looking into this for 4 years now, they'd sure hope he'd found at least one. Oh, Sirius muttered with some extra surprise for that one. Finally, they got this story, and it was almost worth the wait. Harry leaned forward in his seat with unease. The idea of something like this happening to Dumbledore setting off warning bells in the back of his mind. His headmaster would be all right, though. Whatever this brand of magic was, Dumbledore had still managed to defeat it, even not being prepared for it. So why did he feel such lingering distress? James shifted uneasily in his seat. Not at all encouraged the likes of Dumbledore had such a challenge taking out an old ring. He still craved for more details. They would have to be very careful how they went about this, even if his determination didn't waver for a second that they would. He would do anything to see to it Riddle never darkened his doorstep. Remus couldn't help the surprised whistle that echoed slightly in the room. Could have used far more details than that, James protested. What sort of enchantments were covering that? I'm sure if Dumbledore figured that out once, he could again. Lily's face puckered with concern despite this. Maybe even knowing the effect it'll have on his hand before this time will help. I'm just blasted he found one at that old place. Sirius' face was a rage of disbelief at such careless idiocies. How could one hide something so poorly? I mean, if one were looking into Voldemort's past like Dumbledore's been doing, why on Merlin's entire planet would you hide a bit of your soul with somewhere connected to you? Dumbledore traced his family back to that place, and he still put a part of his soul there without thinking anyone would look for it in the obvious place. Enchantments be damned. Dumbledore's really giving me hope Riddle is much stupider than we thought, James agreed. That's already put us down to 4 that we need to find, and maybe he's put all of them in places he grew up in. Maybe that's why he's so set on killing Dumbledore. He's the only one who really would know of the past before these. He gave a vague wave to indicate his adult son sharing all this with them. And here I always thought it was because Dumbledore could still best him in a fight, Remus agreed with Prongs. Sirius tried to say this with conviction, even excitement. Here, after all this time, was finally a resounding answer to their worries. Get rid of these known ones 15 years early, find the last 4 to boot. The Potters and countless others would be safe at last. Yet he could not glance at Harry for fear of the very real possibility that even in Harry's time they were still looking, searching for these, that Voldemort would have grown wise with age, and not made such a careless mistake twice. They would have to hunt down every last leaf on Earth for the answer, without much time to do it before that fateful Halloween. No matter what measures they took to stop history repeating itself, it was no secret that Voldemort would put a price out on Harry sooner rather than later. Because it's smarter. Lily balked at Dumbledore's dismissal of this. No one would ever look twice at such a thing, and he's made plenty of enemies who would very well take advantage of getting their hands on a bit of his soul. I can almost see where Dumbledore's going with this, though, Remus disagreed, rubbing thoughtfully at his chin now. We had no idea what was going on up until 10 minutes ago when this was all laid out. No one else would either. Dumbledore probably doesn't even have an inkling of this now. Why not let himself use priceless heirlooms and anything he truly desires for this task? I wouldn't want my soul in an old potion bottle for all time. Well then, I guess we're lucky Voldemort isn't smart, Sirius concluded. He'd take intelligence over any grandiose perceivement in the safety of his soul. Like Gryffindor's sword. Lily assessed, looking at both Remus and the book, feeling like she was back in class with McGonagall, expecting her to get the right answer for an assignment she hadn't studied for. It seems to be the right track, Remus agreed, feeling as strained as Lily keeping up with this. It was almost surreal, chatting about Voldemort's soul like this. More along the lines of Slytherin's locket and that Hufflepuff cup he nicked from that Smith lady, James easily recalled. I don't much care what they are. I'm more worried about where, Sirius scowled. He meant to continue speculating a bit more on that, but a sharp intake of breath reminded him Harry couldn't yet have this conversation. There was still more left after all, and if Harry did discover another, They needed to find out in his own time rather than forcing it into him by their wild guesses. So he hurried on before he could let his godson hurt himself by thinking too long on this. I feel like the ring did that just fine, James muttered with some confusion. He said it himself, a direct descendants link. I'm worried it's disproving Dumbledore's theory, Lily agreed. He could have created anything he liked with that idea in mind of just showing his Slytherin pride. She'd said that many times in her youth, but never so venomously, such a house being forever tainted and looked down upon because of what Voldemort claimed to it. It wasn't right, the bad reputation it had earned because of one man. Sirius snorted in surprise and then burst out laughing with genuine amusement. They'd been so involved, so wrapped up in such bleak talk, only just clinging to hope there was a way out of this. Finally, Dumbledore stepped in and reminded them what they'd never given themselves a chance to forget before. It was okay to laugh doing it. Harry swallowed convulsively, his innards churning painfully again for some far-off answer he couldn't even peek at. He was grateful Sirius was taking his time, reading this slowly so that no one could miss a word. It gave him room to breathe and think in between the stabbing pains of returning such important, vivid memories. I don't like that assumption, Remus said at once. Who's to say Voldemort never came across that? If it is the only known relic of Gryffindor, I'd certainly bet a hand he's tried everything to get it for himself. It would only present itself to a Gryffindor, though, and James reminded, before his face blanched a truly ugly color, and he did not finish his thought. No one needed him to. Who's to say a Gryffindor had never been threatened and the sword tried to come to the rescue? All Riddle would need was the right victim, perhaps one that even had information on a family he was seeking. He kicked all of that as far away from him as he could, holding Lily as tight to him now as she had before. That sword was a mystery lost to time, and the Sorting Hat was still safely at school, the only way they could even guess at getting to it. They would worry about this soon enough, but for now he refused to allow himself to wallow in what-ifs. Wouldn't surprise me at all, Remus said with a hollow voice. If he were to look for something of a school's founders, he'd start with the school itself. After all, even the relics mentioned weren't historically all of them. Each person was said to have two, a weapon and a treasure. Hardly anything was known about even one of each, lost to time as they were. I can't even blame you, James agreed as he tried to keep all this in line in his head. I'm about ready to go fetch some parchment and take notes. Thankfully, it's already written down for us, Sirius said in relief. That doesn't make a lick of sense, James protested. Would you use an animal, they can perish. Wouldn't your soul die with it? Unless it would just go back to him, and then he'd implant it in another snake. Sirius disagreed, brow creased with concentration as he thought about that. It's actually a bit more intelligent than I would have previously given him credit for, as stupid as he was using his old family house. A snake is the symbol of his favorite house, and it could be any species in the world. The more lethal, the better. Like the basilisk. Lily yelped in concern. You think that was a Horcrux? James gazed at her with astonishment. Perhaps, she conceded what her mind had leaped to. It's certainly the first snake I thought of. Well, we're back to him being an idiot again if that was true. Remus shook his head for this. Putting two in one place like that. Obviously, he's going to keep this pattern, so if we ever find a snake on him like Nagini, that is a hint. Let's hope he keeps being an idiot, James sighed. This had been right on the tip of everyone's consciousness. Considering the entire reason of why they were so invested in destroying these was saving the Potter's life. Dumbledore bringing it up himself somehow made it feel even more pressing and urgent than before, and that hadn't felt possible. Why couldn't they have just started with this at the beginning of the year? They really could have glossed over all of that mess with Voldemort's youth and got right to this. The faster they eliminated this threat, the better. Harry rubbed at his scar, like he had so many times in here, in his past, what felt like his whole life. He was starting to worry he'd continue to feel the mark beneath his fingers forever. It would haunt him and pain his life all because of some stupid prophecy. Even now, as it felt hotter than ever under his touch, the words flowing around him never having felt so powerful. Lily bit back a powerful burst of emotion, half a sob and half a scream of protest. Anyone would ever look twice at her child again. Remus' arms enclosed the little bundle as safely to his chest as he would ever be, and his father and godfather flashed with a possessiveness unmatched. No one was going to hurt that child so long as they stood. So he hasn't even made a sixth one yet, Lily said, in a soft breath of voice, some kind of silver lining trying to keep present. If Dumbledore's right, Remus couldn't help but remind, but he couldn't stand letting themselves be caught off guard. I'm still worried he's being far too insistent on Voldemort's rather specific number. Surely he'd grow wise and come to realize the more the better no matter what objects he found to put them in. I think you're giving Riddle too much credit, James countered. He's clearly not as clever as he thinks he is, given one location is so blatantly obvious. Slughorn couldn't be ashamed of that memory, all because of the part about Horcruxes. I think Slughorn may actually know even more. He's ashamed because he may have stumbled across something to do with this. There really might just be 6 now, maybe even a few at Hogwarts. That's horrifying, Lily tried to protest. Merlin, all those kids around this thing. I don't think it's been, activated yet, Sirius tried to reason out. The diary seemed to have been around Malfoy's house for ages before Malfoy used it, and none of them seems to have been sucked dry of their soul, not that you could tell a difference. So likely you have to. He was cut off by some shocked, very righteous laughter from Remus, who struggled hard for a moment to keep his breath under control before trying in starts and stops to explain. M. Malfoy got a bit of Riddle's soul killed. There was a moment of stunned silence before they all started snickering in surprise at such a foolish thing happening. It wasn't truly comforting, as they could in no way set up such circumstances happening again and would have to find some other way to wrest this from Malfoy Manor, but it had even briefly lightened the mood. Sirius theatrically clapped a palm to his forehead as he muttered about how obvious that seemed now. Of course, he'd be out looking for other ways to get rid of Voldemort, especially having come across one like the ring so recently. Sirius held his breath, hesitating before continuing. None of them could really speak what that answer should be. No way in hell did they want him to, but at the same time, it seemed the best answer they could ever get on what to do themselves to stop Harry from ever having to go near them again. He'd lived through these experiences after all, and he'd be with Dumbledore, so surely it was safe enough. They weren't fooling themselves. Dumbledore had come back severely injured from one foray, and they didn't know how to stand it if something had happened to Harry even as he did live through it. He'd already proven that could happen and still leave nightmares on their lives. Harry watched as those around him grumbled and shifted about in their seats, but no true protest arose. He smiled to himself, despite the uneasy feeling he had about doing this. There was some pride in him as well. They were all so confident in him and Dumbledore. As a team, they must have finally stopped looking to him like a child that needed to be protected and see he could help with this, no matter their ideas on whether he should be or not. I would hope so. Remus shivered in disgust. But considering before this I wasn't really convinced he had one, and to make one in the first place you have to bleeding rip it out, I wouldn't hold my breath. It's painful for him or anything, Sirius said sourly. It may have been funny moments ago to recognize such a vile Death Eater's screw-up, but put in such a way made the horrible act certainly have a new meaning. Had Snape heard the cries of pain? Had he been witness to it? Malfoy's humiliation was deserved for all he'd done, but it didn't mean any of them could laugh at such a bleak thing as torture, even over a victory they could claim. Such a thing didn't seem possible, what with all they associated with that place, but some small part of all of them heard what Dumbledore was saying and did understand his meaning. Gee, thanks, just when I was starting to get my hopes up this was possible, James said, fighting to put sarcasm into that instead of the weary dread still laughing from beyond. He was no less determined he could do it, with his wife and friends at his side, maybe even valued members of the Order, maybe even with Dumbledore himself. The fight they'd been facing for so many years already was finally given an end goal in sight, and that would just have to mean something, give them a spot to hold on to, until they reached this final task no wizard had still yet managed. The 16-year-old in you is showing. James got a cheerful laugh for his son for that. He'd certainly never been able to stop himself saying that whenever he'd want to. Were you hoping to shoot laser beams out of your eyes? Sirius spied over the top of the book to look curiously at him. I don't know. At least something more substantial, Harry sighed. Something that at least not every other person around me can also do. I still don't understand what the prophecy's on about, like I'm still missing something. After all that's been taken away from you, love, Lily quietly reminded, feeling the need to defend Dumbledore's claim in that moment. She found it far more remarkable than her son. I'd say I'd have to agree with our beloved headmaster. Harry kept his mouth clamped shut so as not to argue with her. He certainly couldn't disagree, but it did not save him from the infuriating feeling of once again lacking a piece of knowledge crucial to this. Not something I've ever wanted to question. Thank you. Remus scowled slightly for so many other lives out there in danger because of these petulant things. Sirius' voice burned as he spoke of this, of an anger beyond words to what had been done to his brother, of a pride in Harry for feeling the same. What Voldemort had done that day would be his doom if it was the last thing he ever did. Lily couldn't help but smile now, a small twitch of the lips. Dumbledore was letting that scholar in him out now, his pupil needing a bit of help seeing the lesson at hand, and if she couldn't part it on him, at least someone could. James' face looked almost smug. Not quite the right expression. He was too furious at all of this still falling on his son, his child who had asked for none of this. But all the same it was in there that his boy would forever be the bane of the man who had taken his parents away. James finally understood Dumbledore's conviction Harry would be the one to kill him, and it wasn't because of this prophecy like he'd led to believe last year. Dumbledore was as convinced of this as he suddenly was, because of course his son would be the one to get the job done, with Riddle's unwitting help. That's a mad thought to pass through anyone, let alone him, Remus said, with such stated obviousness he could have been speaking of the color of his shoes. Sirius had seen Prong's expression moments ago, but it was as he read Harry putting this on himself that he figured out what James was holding back. His best friend had realized something, and now Sirius got it too. Harry was going to be Voldemort's downfall, and not because Dumbledore had told him he had to. It was for the same reason they were going to now, for love. Sirius finished with a look of amazement on his face. He'd always loved Prong's kid, his nephew in all the ways that mattered, but there was really something to be said as the five of them sat around each other and all knew in that moment to have the exact same feeling of agreement. HP, that ending line. God, I love it so much. It really is one of the best things I've ever read in life, and something I think about all the time for so many characters. Because yes, no one can ever say which they would be until it happens, but it's a moment that will define your whole life, and you won't even know until the end, which is likely to be very soon after you were dragged walk to that moment. Sorry, I'm done fangirling. For all the nitpicky stuff I say of JK, man, does she get the real parts of life written in the best way possible. There's a really cool headcanon revolving around this, where Pettigrew went to seek out Voldemort to give over the Potters. He'd already been spying for some time by now, and he was losing his nerve over what he was doing. Those were people of the Order, of no real consequence to him in saving his life, but this was his best friend. He stops just before he does it, though, because some part of him still doesn't want to do this, and so he's pleading with anything to give him courage and turn back, and then Gryffindor's sword appears before him. I personally don't think it has to come from the hat after all. Voldemort appears, and Pettigrew gets the wrong kind of courage, tells everything, and claims he brought the sword to Voldemort as a sign of loyalty, and then Voldemort went off to kill the Potters, his intention to make baby Harry's solar Horcrux into the sword of Gryffindor. I draw a lot of comparisons to Peter and Neville, and so in the moment where it presented itself to Wormtail, he made the wrong choice because he saw the sword as a sign he was doing the right thing, just like Neville did so many years later when he pulled it out of the hat, and finally did the right thing in killing Nagini and anyone else. A personal headcanon that there are likely even more out there. Gryffindor also had a glove that when wielded with his sword made him unbeatable in a fight. Hufflepuff had some sort of shield, Ravenclaw had a magical arrow, and Slytherin a dagger. These were ancient wizards after all, and even though they lived in magic, I still have this idea they were just as good in Muggle types of combat, each in their own ways. Chapter 24, Sectum Sempra. Chapter text. Sirius got up from his seat to hand this off to Harry. He took it with surprise by how calm they all looked. He'd watched as James and Sirius morphed into the revelation Dumbledore was sharing, the explanation finally giving them some clarity of the path Harry had long ago decided from the moment he'd heard the prophecy. He was even more surprised to find the other two agreed, perhaps with less enthusiasm, but with the same conviction. "You lot aren't going to fight me on this anymore," he asked quietly as he accepted his history. "Was that all it took to get you to understand? Don't get all high and mighty on us, pup." Sirius wagged his finger in Harry's face. "You were dead set on doing it for the wrong reasons. Now you're dead set on doing it for the right ones. Just, let's not finish all of this with you just being dead." He whirled on the spot and scooped the baby away from Remus, insisting he'd held him far too long and it wasn't fair. Remus let him go with a passive expression, and Sirius understood why as the kid's stomach made a few gurgling noises, and his diaper suddenly felt heavier. "Prongs, your kid wants you," Sirius said at once. "Ooh," James muttered without surprise as he took his infant away, while Harry flipped around for his place to start with a new sense of peace. His family actually understood more than he'd ever believed anyone could. He'd always wanted more than anything to just have a conversation with them, to even think he could guess at how they'd talk with him, and this was better than any mirror could ever give him. By the time his dad came back and his mother had cradled the infant in her arms, he was going with something more powerful than just peace. It was confidence. He knew he could keep doing this so long as he had them. "So Hermione's speaking to you with that around now," James smirked. "Seems she's finally gotten over this problem she has with the prince," Sirius agreed. "Or she was so invested in this she learned to prioritize," Remus shrugged. "Quite the accomplishment. Haven't the foggiest why she stopped him," Lily chuckled. "Eesh," James winced, very glad he didn't have much experience with that. Sirius, in contrast, rolled his eyes and muttered at her to get over it. They'd hardly been together long enough for her to make a big deal out of much. "I still don't see that's her problem," Sirius scoffed. "They were friends before the two started dating, so her throwing a fit over them hanging out is honestly ridiculous. It's never been subtle to anyone, especially those in their house. Those two have a thing for each other," Lily shrugged. "I can understand Lavender wanting Ron to put some distance between Hermione, not spot them alone. She was asking him to leave one of his friends out of the picture for her," Sirius scowled. "No girl's worth that." Lily chose not to keep arguing the point. Thankfully, it was not something they'd ever had to deal with themselves. "Why's she telling you this?" Remus burst out laughing, his amusement only doubled at the smile that suddenly lit up his face. "Surely it can't be because of his constant infatuation with her," Sirius agreed. "It's not constant." Harry protested, fighting hard to make himself seem far more agitated by this than he was, better than letting his mind drift into the hopefully not too distant future where his fantasies became memories. "I'm sure Hermione was clever enough to catch on ages ago, Harry's infatuation or not," James smirked while Harry scowled at the lot of them. "Well, you lot didn't." Lily rolled her eyes. She'd only just picked up on it at the end of his 5th year, and even then it had been minute. Remus snorted. "I'm sure that worked out perfectly well for you. You definitely managed it in here," Sirius agreed with almost a straight face before the two burst out laughing again. "Quidditch," James protested at once. "Where has your mind gone, man? Those two have to at least be peaceable with each other." "Right, yeah," Harry was quick to agree, a new sort of frown in place as his mind flitted back to that. He was worried about Katie, how long she'd be gone. It really was getting scary if she'd ever come back. The marauders burst out laughing the second Harry was done. Harry just grumbled what a stupid spell that was. He'd rather do much more important things with vinegar than turn it into wine anyways, like dump it on all their heads. "And that automatically puts you next in line, does it?" Remus asked saintly. "She hasn't even been single 24 hours, pup. Give her room to breath." Sirius tried his hardest to agree without more laughter. "I don't think she needs long to get over it. She did get together with Dean within a very short time. She ditched whatever that Ravenclaw kid's name was, the one who hooked up with Cho," James recalled. "Oh, stop, the lot of you. Leave Ginny be. She's not here to defend herself," Lily tisked. Even if they did mean it all in good fun, Harry was looking very anxious to keep going, but didn't seem to want to cut them off for some reason. She wasn't sure if this talk of Ginny's next boyfriend was making him anxious, or if it was something else. He looked grateful to keep going, though. That still got a laugh from all present, though Harry looked more sheepish than anything. He'd experienced being struck by Ron and did not wish for a repeat performance. But if that's what it took for his best mate to cool down, he'd take another crack to his ear for a lifetime of happiness with Ginny. Katie's back! Sirius cheered at once, and was joined in by the others this time. They'd really been getting worried that the poor girl's, well, whatever had happened to her would be permanent as long as she'd been gone. Priorities, Lily snorted. Miracles happen, James snorted. I can imagine, Sirius said sympathetically. That poor girl would be hounded by teachers and students alike, the sort of attention even he'd kept Snappy over. She might just surprise you, Remus murmured, more for himself than anything. Harry smiled sadly to himself, wondering just how often Remus had that problem of constantly going about a school schedule with such irregular sleep once a month, but kept it to himself. I believe Harry and Ron have already proved in their second year the girls' bathroom does not have a magical barrier guarding men against entering it, James reminded with an uneasy smile. He still got the creeps realizing where the entrance to that chamber was. Yes, but there's a difference between Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and others, Lily disagreed. If Malfoy had just waltzed in there to do that, he'd be fairly noticeable. Rosmeter at least certainly would have said something. Unless he was disguising himself, Harry quickly reminded. He could have just as easily taken some polyjuice potion, disguised himself as Rosmeter. He stopped with a pained grimace and shifted uncomfortably before quickly continuing before his mind did anything else to harm itself. Lovely mental image, that, Sirius agreed with a chortle. Almost rivals Ferret Malfoy. Almost, Remus stressed. That's not a terrible idea, Lily said slowly as she considered the option. Considering how eerie that thing was on giving you hints on what to do, it might just put the right phrase in your mind of what to ask, James agreed. He wouldn't put it past the potion. Because she doesn't agree, Remus muttered under his breath, still sometimes forgetting Harry could hear him instead of one of his friends, though he just huffed and ignored him. Lily sighed before admitting, I can't help but agree with her, just a bit. She hurried on before anyone could protest. I was worried. When he first used it, he'd want to keep using it. Felix Felicis can have a very addictive quality, hence another reason why poisoning happens so often with constant use. Now you're going to want to use it for every occasion, instead of ever trying again. I've already been at this for months, Harry protested. It's not as if I haven't put any effort into trying to find out what Malfoy was doing already. I know that, she agreed patiently, but I still agree with Hermione. You just might need it for something more important. We still don't know what Malfoy's doing is even connected to. They still didn't have many theories other than Harry's, but she at least wanted the reminder of more options open. Harry grumbled, clearly still disagreeing. Lily pursed her lips in concern, her face dropping so much James shifted towards her unconsciously in concern. She usually only got that look in place when she was thinking of Snape. Now some memory to do with this potion was bothering her just as much. Unless she was concerned her other worry would come to pass, and Ron and Harry may grow some problem with this potion for a time before someone stopped them. Yes, yes, I am, Sirius agreed with pride. I don't know why you'd consider that a good thing, Remus challenged. Everyone hates complicated things. We didn't, Sirius reminded, his smile only growing. You think becoming an animagus was easy, Moony. Prongs, and he stopped himself with a gag as if he just slammed his foot into his mouth, but quickly continued. I love complicated things. Enough, Lily cut in before Remus could respond. You two can have this argument all day when I don't have to hear it. She was surprised Remus was indulging him at all. He usually wasn't one to encourage that stupid joke. Remus met her eyes for a moment, but nodded in agreement, and she wondered if both weren't trying to distract her a bit. James couldn't have been the only one to notice her reaction. She struggled for a moment to swallow with gratitude and almost cracked right there, finally telling them what was on her mind and had been for the past 2 days. Harry, though, clearly still distracted by the argument he just had with his mother, noticed nothing and continued before she could work up the nerve. Ain't it, though? Remus agreed cheerfully, while Harry looked even more dissatisfied with this turn of events. He thought his mother worried too much, and that would have been handy to have in his upcoming time, but without Hermione, he really wasn't confident enough in himself, even with this book, to perform such a task. James gave a valiant laugh and begged of Harry, I hope it does something to his nose. I never could find a good nose wiggling charm. I'll let you know if I come across one, Harry promised, though the unease lingering in him assured this spell wouldn't amuse anyone. He did know it was a temporary position, Sirius scoffed, without a drop of sympathy. Poor lad just lost his girlfriend and place on the team in the same week, Remus pointed out. Fair enough, I'll cut him a bit of slack, James said on Sirius' part, who just looked to be debating it now. Best motivation. James cheered enthusiastically as well. I'm almost wishing Ginny was here now, Sirius said happily. I'd love to see those for myself. Harry chuckled softly to himself, realizing Ginny acted quite like his godfather in some ways. Harry managed an easy laugh along with the others for his fault, though his consciousness was twitching with some other meaning for the idea of Ginny flying. He worried he may not get to see that again any time soon, which was utterly ridiculous. They had a cup fast approaching now. It's so sad that's what you've got it boiled down to, Lily sighed. You haven't even considered talking to him. If he said no, Harry looked panicked at the very idea, I'd still manage to ruin our friendship. Relax, Harry, Remus gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Ron's not always the most mature one when it comes to his emotional state, but I remember a few times in the past where Ron even dropped a hint or two he'd be okay, with Ginny's celebrity crush getting a chance just as much as you lately. We've no idea how much he meant that, Harry insisted, with an almost hysterical look creeping across him now. His peace from moments ago from thinking about her was quickly turning him into a mess without the ability to connect it all. He could have just been doing that to get Ginny to leave other boys alone. He'd be happier if she never dated anyone again. Well, he can't stop that, James rolled his eyes. Cheer up, Harry. I'm sure something will happen to snap an answer out of this. It'll work out for you. Yeah, if it did for him, it can for anyone, Sirius snickered. James elbowed him good-naturedly and very purposefully grabbed his wife's hand, who smiled along happily now at all her boys. Yeah, that would be the awkward part to get through, Sirius agreed. Imaging Ron wouldn't be nearly as happy as he once was to be best man. The best half of the school year for us, James sighed. Harry rarely seemed able to enjoy the same things he once had. Lily cracked up laughing hardest of all, though the marauders looked more sympathetic than anything to that, as Harry grumbled about neither of his friends being any real help. I can't even blame him for such a thing, Sirius, and James agreed while Harry heaved a sigh but continued happily enough. He had some feeling it would work out, but there just wasn't much joy in him for this upcoming match. Odd, really, if he sat around and tried to dissect why, but that, of course, only gained him another headache. That's not even a possibility. James sniffed at such a thing existing in any form, let alone his son's thoughts. Harry tried to smile at him with confidence, but James was convinced it was all nerves forcing his expression not to meet. His son would do brilliantly in this game, just as he always did, and if not, there was always next year. You'd be surprised who some of those were too. Harry decided to play along for fun rather than let the swelling feeling continue. Ginny was looking as green as Ron on some days, but Demelza was about to outdo Weasley as our king with a nice little scat she made up about the Ravenclaw beater Rusky. Is Cho still on the team? Remus asked curiously. Yes, Harry agreed without much thought, his mind already spinning to other things. It was almost embarrassing to read those out again moments later. Lily burst out laughing before nodding appreciatively. That's all Felix Felicis is, I think. I did a study on it anyways, and really it's just taking your confidence and giving it a boost, just as most potions are designed to do to some emotion or other. What better than having just won a match? Harry looked lit up at once, and James smiled with pride. Harry was pleased enough with talk of after the match, so he wouldn't hound his son to try and relive it. That's clearly what was bothering him. It was probably a close call game, and he was already trying to worm up to the edge of his seat to hear it. I'm curious, how often does that happen? Remus asked. Which one? Harry marked before continuing loudly so he didn't have to give an answer. Ah, Remus shivered. First time I've ever felt bad for Malfoy, trying to take a piss when she pops in like that. James and Sirius laughed appreciatively, but Harry looked like he needed to visit a bathroom himself, face first. Sirius snorted theatrically, then frowned as Harry hardly acknowledged that in here. He looked like he could walk off the roof right now and not notice a thing he was so focused on this, which was ridiculous, of course. It's not like this was really anything going on. What do you want to hear? Splashing water. James asked in concern. Harry said nothing more than the text in front of him, and now they were all sitting on edge, and it wasn't because of a game anymore. Harry felt his stomach roll. His head felt almost snapped loose from the rest of him as that came crashing down. There were so many things his mind reached for in that moment it felt almost impossible he'd ever be able to understand them all. Fear dominated, but on levels it would ruin his mind to process. "Harry," Lily called gently. Through uneven breaths he managed to meet her eyes, and it took several moments for the green to seep through the grey of that bathroom, the feeling something terrible was about to happen, and would keep happening if he didn't find a way to stop it. "I'm fine," he nearly shouted, unintentionally yet instantly proving otherwise. He swallowed hard, but felt the air jam in his throat. He had to keep going, but his hand shook as he tried to lift the book again. It was ridiculous, but he somehow didn't trust his own hand. He tried to find something else to think about, anything else. He sought out James and Sirius, but in the same moment shied away, convinced he was about to disappoint them just as thoroughly as he'd done before. There were no longer smiles, and laughter for whatever Malfoy was doing, no jokes to be had. They'd never for a second doubted what Harry had said of this 16-year-old being a Death Eater. Now they were hearing of the consequences of that. Harry Lily tried again. Remus even reached over to try and take the book away from him. The all-too-real possibility suddenly haunting them all of Harry, in Voldemort's mind seemingly in the very near future murdering this 16-year-old because he had not been able to do what was asked of him. "I can do this," Harry snapped, hardly even realizing who he was saying this to. All he knew was that he had to get through this. Sirius and James exchanged a heartfelt look. For all their snide comments about Malfoy being an utter arse to Harry, none of which they'd take back, they were all once again reminded of Narcissa, two people who were just trying to survive with Voldemort being in their lives. Harry looked just as likely to cry himself in a few moments. Something monumental was about to happen to him, and they felt they had no way to help except to be here for him. Remus twitched uncomfortably in concern. He'd had an idea this was going to break out into a fight the moment Harry had spotted this, and now there seemed no other alternative. Understanding did not bleed into contentment. For Harry to be having such monumental difficulty getting these words out, he didn't think it was just some schoolyard fight. "He what?" Harry heard the shocked and outraged cry echo around him like another broken bit of porcelain, just more noise in the background of his turbulent mind as the fight waged on in his mind. What Malfoy had tried to do was unforgivable, but the spell that flashed to his mind in retaliation nearly had him vomiting over the word even as he spewed it out. The room went incredibly still. Harry was still shivering in place as he let the book fall from his numb fingers in horror of what he'd once done. James pressed a hand to the side of his own face, where the tiniest white scar still shone in some light, just under his glasses. "Oh," was all he could think to whisper as he turned from Harry to Lily. Her lip was quivering, she looked white as a ghost, and just as likely to burst into hysterics as Harry. "What is happening?" Sirius demanded, feeling like his head was about to fall off. Harry couldn't have used a spell to do that. Not such a dark spell. "I'm sorry," Harry tried to gasp out around a caving chest. I didn't mean to. It's going to be okay, Harry," Remus promised at once, gripping his shoulder for comfort. "We know you didn't. Madame Pomfrey's fixed worse than a bit of blood." "Evans," Sirius thundered, hardly paying attention to anything except for what his godson had just been duped into doing. "You tell me what you know about that book right now so I can kill that person for putting such a spell in there." I swear, who would do that? What were they thinking adding that in with something like Muffliato? This is not funny. This is. It was Snape. Prongs. Remus asked in concern what he could be talking about. James didn't even seem to notice his audience, eyes only on his wife, fingers tracing his own faint white mark that had not stopped bleeding until that night when he'd finally gone to Madame Pomfrey, who'd had to use a variety of means to get that cut to stop dripping blood down his face. For once in her life she'd asked of him what had happened for him to get such a thing. Only the darkest of magic was so hard to seal a wound like that. He had not answered her, but he had not forgotten. Lily clasped her hands tightly in her lap. She would not look at them, could not look at any of them. "What do you mean it was Snape?" Sirius demanded, his words of murder looking more promising by the moment. "Have you known that this whole time?" Remus asked swiftly. "I've had an idea." he said slowly, letting his hand drop away to fall back to his infant's beating heart. After all, who else did Lily know in school who was as good at potions as her, and she wouldn't want to talk about now? Lily felt a few tears finally trickle free as she met her son's eyes, who was still just sitting there like a gaping fish, then to the marauders, who still ranged from stunned to murderous. It's not as if I took part in this. She couldn't help the defensive tone, though the only accusing gaze was serious. Prince was his mother's old last name, and yeah, we nicked this book from a sixth year back in our second year and did all sorts of things. We made up a few spells, copied some down from older students, practiced like crazy on all these potions. For a time, this was the only thing we could do together without starting to argue about each other's other friends. By our fifth year, I mean to say she trailed off, still all these years later unable to put into words what had happened to her crumbling friendship with him. You didn't know about this one? Sirius demanded a final answer for that. Of course not. She flared up in disgust, while Sirius just raised an unimpressed brow for her reaction. If I had, you think I would have been laughing at all the memories it caused, at so much time we'd spent together. This is almost our Marauder's map, and for him to have put such a pervasive spell in there, for enemies. She spat the word with the purest of loathing she'd never even been able to manage in Potter's presence. She finished with a bitter sigh before finishing in almost a whisper. I still have a copy as well. We both had one, and we'd write our own notes, share them with each other on what we discovered while we were supposed to be paying attention in Transfiguration class. This one is not in mine. She finished defiantly. Harry could only feel even more panic, though, as his one hope of asking someone for validation of what he'd done was dashed. He may have done such a thing without full knowledge of what he was doing, but he'd still done some terrible dark magic, a spell once used on his own dad. Remus looked more put out than anything as he grumbled mostly to himself. How did we not get that? How did Harry not? Why would he? Sirius was still scowling at Lily, even if he was redirecting his anger on a much more familiar person. I don't know. I just feel like Harry would have recognized his teacher's handwriting after 6 years, Remus grumbled. No, I think Snape never used this. Probably hadn't even looked at it since he stuffed it in that old cupboard. Lily admitted what she'd been wondering for some time. He would have given them instructions straight from the book, hoarded this from his past. Malfoy's going to be okay, right? Harry demanded what he'd been expecting them to say this whole time. In the jumble of fear galloping through him for what he'd done, somewhere buried in him was belated acknowledgement this wasn't a surprise, and he may have once figured this out for himself. He cared least about that for now. None of them answered, as James uneasily explained how hard it had been to get his scratch fixed. Sirius impatiently waited for Prongs to finish before rounding back. I still can't believe you didn't tell us. Harry's been associated with a book from a Death Eater for practically a whole year, and you didn't think to warn us about that. Merlin, do you realize half the horrible things that could have been in there? Don't be so dramatic, Black. I just said I contributed damn near as much as him. Lily scowled. Are you accusing me of something? You know what I bloody meant, Evans. Sirius matched her scowl without repentance. You're still protecting that. Enough. Harry thundered above them both. With a pang of disgust for himself still the only thing he could concentrate on, Harry finally turned back to the story. He'd care about the rest of this later. Despite his father's promise there was a cure for what he'd just done, he had to know. Sirius and Remus were still eyeing the married couple, but kept it to themselves, as they realized Harry needed to hear from his past more right now. Remus was grumbling under his breath about Prongs keeping that to himself, while Sirius still thought Evans could have warned them. Lily could still hardly believe what she was hearing, wishing more than anything this was just another spell Snape had learned from one of the older students. Instead of the evidence glaring in her face, this was one he'd invented. Yet each and every one of them kept watching Harry to know that he was going to be okay going forward. Harry almost couldn't keep going then already, the brief reprieve where he collected himself while his family spoke around him so he could come to grips with this. Malfoy had to live through this. Harry just knew he wouldn't have been able to live with himself if he hadn't. And there was something else there, some small bit of assurance Draco did live to see another day, something about his wand. All the faces around Harry went bloodless in shock, and Harry wondered if they'd even realized before this what was swimming through Harry's mind. This wasn't just a cut that had run across James' face. It had been his whole body. It was so much blood. He felt the panic rising in his chest, making it hurt to breathe, hurt to do anything, but he ignored all of that until his voice was nearly unrecognizable so that he could just keep going and know that he hadn't really. Harry, Harry. He was quite glad he'd excused himself to the bathroom before they got to this, as he dry heaved but nothing came up, which was somehow even more painful than if his empty stomach had just been able to get rid of something. It had finally happened. He was exactly like Voldemort now. He didn't know when the book had been taken from his numb fingers or whose hand was rubbing into his back. There was a very loud argument around him, which he hadn't caught a word of. Not even able to recognize his own name, the vision of red swam before him. But he did recognize the gentle cadence of a voice. The words were a blur to his ears, but whatever was left of his consciousness clung to whatever meaning it could grasp as the story continued. His vile, evil ways were shown to those he cared most about. It took a few repetitions for even that to sink through to him, but James refused to go any further until his son came back, so he just kept repeating that over and over, never having wanted to trust Snape more in his life, as the bastard cured his own charm. Harry, Draco Malfoy's going to be fine. I promise, I swear. He lived through all of this. Just breathe. Harry grasped at those words like a lifeline, clung to them with all of his might as he forced himself into an upright position and looked wildly around to the proof that the blood dripping from his fingers and running down Malfoy's face was no longer there. Instead, he nearly rammed his head into his mother's, but instead of that horrifying stain of rustic color, it was a bright scarlet, one he'd always associated with warmth, home, family. I'm sorry, he rasped, insisted, pleaded with to be understood, but of whom even he didn't know. Draco was not around to hear it, nor did Harry ever feel as if he'd want to. What more could he even say? I know that, love, we know that, she promised as she continued to gently brush her nails along him. The blood would not be banished. He'd swear it was still dripping out of him from every orifice, his nose, eyes, ears, but he cleared his throat despite the metallic taste lingering in there as well, and grasped blindly back for the book. No, Harry, James said at once. I have to, Harry began insisting at once. Let's at least see what Snape has to do about all this, he countered in as soothing a voice as he could, but it didn't come out that way at all. There was not a person in here who thought for a second Snape was going to be much more help than saving someone from his own spell. Sirius was half crouched out of his seat, having wanted to launch himself to Harry's side, just as Lily had, though she'd only beat him by a second. Now he was left hovering and reeling. It had been Snape of all people to find this. Was he following Malfoy around the school now to try and find out what he was up to? He only vaguely registered Harry half-heartedly agreeing. His heart was still thundering too hard. Remus was muttering uncontrollably under his breath about every aspect of this, how he'd been right to get Malfoy to the hospital wing, but should have taken Harry as well. Both boys were clearly in a state. Snape should have notified McGonagall or Dumbledore already. What was he going to do to Harry? Harry's shivering was reaching an uncontrollable level, even as he forced his breathing to return back to normal, to grasp back to a level where he could take that back, and his father would let him, so he could get through this without freaking out like a little kid. It was an accident. At least Voldemort had never claimed that. Right. You did. You trounced up. James cut right across Sirius, knowing he'd have a thing to say about this as well when Harry was more settled. He was coming back to himself now. James could tell that, but he kept going as long as he could to give his son some space. Lily's grip on Harry turned painful as she scowled at the book in her husband's hands rather than the one from her youth. She loathed this Snape, the one who demanded answers and wrenched them from a terrified teenager's mind, not even giving Harry a chance to explain himself before shooting out blame and wanting his old possession back in the same breath. Harry found it in himself now to comfort her, give her hand a gentle squeeze, and try his hardest to sit more comfortably in his seat, silently pleading the others to relax as well. James noticed this, and after hesitating for several long moments to gauge how much Harry meant it, finally relented and passed him back the book. Everything's going to be okay, he promised him as he handed it over, making sure their eyes met before he and his friends took the seats, leaving Lily close to her son. This they all had to believe. Even if Snape did everything in his very limited power, Harry would not be hurt any more by this. Dumbledore wouldn't allow it. Well, I'd hope not. Remus heavily rolled his eyes just for some normal chatter that didn't fall dead in here. You'd have been stopped every 5 feet. Lily felt a funny taste in her mouth, as she'd been wondering the same thing for several years. What had changed so much about him to ever consider doing such a thing? Bewilderment, that's a good word for it, Sirius said hoarsely. What are you? James tried to interrupt, looking more concerned at his son by the second, as if he'd actually lost his mind instead of his book at a time like this. But Harry ignored him. He was so intently focused on what he was doing he was already back to hardly registering a thing around him. This, he was sure, was why he'd wanted this book back so badly. The prince's book would lead him to one more important part in his life, even as his chest burned for still trying to keep going without any chance to breathe normally. Lily kept absently patting at Harry's shoulder in continued comfort for this, even as her mind kept flashing to everything. Anything else except the accusatory look she imagined everyone still giving her. She blamed herself far more than Sirius ever could for this, because he was right. She should have warned them instead of keeping some old laugh to herself, even if she couldn't have prevented Harry at 16 from this happening. At least if she'd told them up front whose book that had been, something like this wouldn't have caught them all so off guard. She couldn't keep thinking about that, though, or she'd never be able to think again, so she instead gave a half-hysterical giggle and muttered, I was beginning to wonder if that door would ever work for you again, or just remain shut out of spite at some point. No one responded, or even acknowledged the mad attempt at a joke, to which she was grateful for. She was now worried she was turning into Sirius. Far from Harry's breathing evening out at such a thing being presented, his voice was hitching uncomfortably despite the awe he could feel enveloping him at 16. This place is mad. His voice sounded off even to his own ears. He pushed past that and kept going swiftly rather than dwelling on anything at the moment. Like gratitude, the room hadn't opened up just an empty spot to seal itself away again. Instead, Hogwarts, as always, was giving him exactly what he'd needed before he even knew what he was asking for. Harry was already reading so uncomfortably that his wavering right there over what should have been a fond, funny memory didn't really register in any of them. Of course he'd be caught up on that moment like they all wanted to be, just a little more laughter in their lives. Remus' eyes went round in surprise. His mouth fell open in shock as the only five-legged creature he knew sprang at once to mind. But for once his tongue did not accompany him on enlightening others. There was just too much going on. Sirius released an almost hysterical bark of laughter. From what Harry was describing, every single thing in that place was distinctive. You could spend centuries in there going through other people's old things, and he'd have the time of his life doing it, just for a story being involved in every one of them. Now he was forced to watch as his godson's face went scarlet, in the pain of remembering what was happening to him, of still trying to fight off other memories of going back to find this place one day and get that book back from this very spot. You stuffed that in your bag on top. How did he manage to drag it out last? James demanded. Then again, Snape always had loved dragging out torture as long as he possibly could, sometimes not even stopping when the teacher stepped in. He was sure this carried on right up to his Death Eater days, and even now in tormenting every child he came across when what Harry really needed was someone there to listen. Harry hated to understand some of his gut feelings. This one, for instance. He still remembered their laughter about Ron dealing with a trick spell-check quill, actual carefree laughter, and fun that just was not possible to be had right now. This was the absolute last thing the Marauders had ever expected to hear. Harry got his wish. It didn't sound as right as it usually did coming from them, but Harry managing to invoke such a treasured part of their lives as each other's nicknames at a time like this was quite honestly the best thing they'd heard in a while. Harry offered them a weak attempt at a smile, glad at least someone was enjoying this while he still felt like he was drowning in his past. But as always, their mere presence reminded him why he should keep going. Well, I would bloody hope so, considering his is what got you into this mess, Sirius said, his voice still tainted with bitterness. But at least he was attempting to put a light tone back in place, the results sounding like a bad head cold. No. James howled so furiously Snape may have just turned a dark spell upon Harry next. He cannot blame you for doing this. Oh, but he can. Harry explained what was passing through his mind on the long trek back to the common room. I used magic in the corridors, and a spell I shouldn't even know about to boot. Dumbledore can't fix detentions, but he would listen, Lily stressed, wringing her hands painfully in her lap. You can't. You shouldn't have been blamed for this. Harry stopped trying to argue the point. He was just too exhausted to do anything else. He just wanted this done with, this school year, all these horrible things from his past. He was sure they kept going around him, and some part of him even cherished how defensive of him they were, almost blind. They'd heard it all from him, so of course they understood. Anyone else would not, though, merely seeing a student messing around and going too far. He didn't hear a word, just waiting for an opening before he pressed on loudly. And yet, she's clearly doing it. Remus scowled in disgust. He told off his friends a fair few times for trying out whatever spell they liked on the innocent, but never after hearing they'd nearly murdered someone. He'd gone to town on Sirius when he'd nearly done the same, but the added insult of a superior, "I told you so," had still never shown. Honestly, can she not keep her trap shut for a bloody minute and not rub it in? Sirius agreed. Harry scowled at the two, that wasn't helping any more than his friend, and ignored them. Lovely. Lily's nose crinkled in disgust, even if her heart still wasn't in it, as low as it was. I know, wait, what? The outrage was palpable on James' face. What the bloody hell did Snape tell her for her to be okay with this? I didn't exactly have it in me to argue with her about anything at the time, Harry said evenly, the same feeling pervading now as he rushed on. The defense for him was admittedly heartening, but he still just felt sick for the whole thing and would rather talk about anything else rather than how Snape had painted the event. James made a guttural noise of pure frustration. He wanted to shout in Hermione's face how that was not helping. He wanted to demand McGonagall explain herself backing Snape at a time like this. He wanted Lily and Sirius to stop giving each other nasty looks when they thought he wasn't seeing it. Most of all, he wanted his son to fight back. His brave Gryffindor boy just looked utterly defeated and diminished over there after what he'd done. Harry was giving him nothing but more silence and docile reading. Harry swallowed uncomfortably, as if he needed the extra pain that idea was causing him, the truth somehow lingering in him that Ginny did get together with someone at the end of that match. Hark, there's a laugh. Sirius muttered in disgust, shifting closer to prongs on instinct. They were damn lucky that spell had hit him where it did, instead of a few inches up into his eye or down to his neck. What had happened to Malfoy was ghastly. The kid had not deserved that, and Harry never would have done it if Snape hadn't once before. How is that what she's still on about? Remus demanded of nothing. So what? Harry was not going to go on and be a potioneer. He had no desire to do anything except get himself through the class. In a few years, when school was over, nobody was going to care, as Harry flourished through his aura training, or anything else he wanted to do. They'd thought Hermione had long since sorted out her priorities, but clearly not if she still managed to harp on this lone idea in the face of what Harry was going through. Stop it, Harry finally ground out, as the marauders' faces continued to grow with anger over one of his best friends. He didn't feel quite snapped out of what he'd done, but they'd take him engaging them in any way at this point. Yeah, so she goes on a bit about having been right, but I should have listened to her, again. None of you bothered acting like it was a bad idea to try a spell I didn't know the use of. That's because we never came across a book quite like this, where the explanation wasn't written with the spell, Lily said passively enough. Harry saw how hard his mother was still taking this, and he just couldn't bring himself to argue with her about this right now, as fragile as she looked. Good, James muttered in concern. Now I'm worried about Ginny's sanity. Just how much did Riddle's diary keep an influence on her? Sirius agreed, only half joking. None of them could really consider almost murder good, even if she was speaking their thoughts in the book and finally shutting Hermione down. Ooh, Remus muttered with a perplexed expression. Just what was Ginny even doing there? Perhaps Harry had invited her into the discussion because of his current crush, but it was still something else to see her have a go at Hermione like this for Harry. That should cheer you up, pup. I do find this as proof her celebrity crush does still exist. She thinks you can do no wrong. Sirius said, in what he clearly thought was a helpful tone of voice. Gee, thanks, Harry muttered, even as he stared down blankly at that, as he had no idea how to go about this one. Ron's Gryffindor colors really showing, I see, James muttered blandly. Will you finally bloody tell us if you took some of that already? Sirius happily took any chance to take away that depressed look of Harry's by aiming at Lily. His tone was still more bitter than when he usually spoke to her, but she answered cordially enough. Yes, all right. Snape and I brewed some in our 5th year as practice for our coming owls. We got a perfect concoction, but then he wanted to keep going with it, offer improvements. He started tossing in ingredients like he was trying to create a new, powerful love potion. Said he was going to put a Mortentia to shame, she quoted dully, what once had been a lively challenge in her eyes, now just a very tired green. We never had a chance to finish. I don't know what he did with it as we'd left it to stew. It was the last time we ever spoke before. She didn't need to finish. They all knew what must have happened very soon. Sirius sighed heavily. He much would have preferred her story to somehow have more action, like the potion had blown up in Sinverley's face. Yet his anger at her was already starting to fade away. Would he be any better, was he now? He'd still refused to even think about a traitor he'd shared half his life with. Would he now just to chat with Lily about some old project of theirs? Would they have laughed and been so happy for Harry to find the Marauder's map any time after one's deeds had come to light? Lily sensed the change in him, watched the tension ease out of his shoulders, but felt no relief herself. Serious anger at her had been bottom of her list of problems, as she still wanted to just go be by herself again for a time. Let the misery of her childhood stew, just as that potion likely still was, in an unused classroom in the school's dungeons. She'd certainly never gone back to put it out, just as she continued to avoid so many things from that time. And they just kept coming back harder each day she had to live hearing of her once best friend. Harry gave her a comforting squeeze around her shoulders, and she smiled with genuine warmth at her child. No matter her past, at least she still had something to look forward to, and she concentrated hard on him for now, shoving everything else aside so she could wallow later. Harry stopped like he expected someone to comment on that, like an example of one of their myriad of detentions to compare, but they really just couldn't. They looked as exhausted as Harry felt, and that was really saying something. He wished that he could skip this already. You did a remarkable job, Remus at least praised that. He'd certainly done a performance of it in here. Oh boy, James rubbed at the back of his neck, causing his hair to somehow be even more on end than usual. He cared no more than usual. He just knew this wasn't going to be good. James and Sirius cringed slightly, like they expected Harry to launch into another volley of disgust at them for more of their spent youth like he once had when he'd witnessed it on Snape. Harry just gave them an even smile and kept going, trying not to show the pang that gave him. It was always nice to hear about them. Just not like this. If Snape had somehow wanted to reinforce what Harry did was wrong, he'd certainly managed it with this task. Sirius deliberated for a moment before opening his mouth with an almost agreeable look in place. Remus Nunn so subtly elbowed him, and James stamped on his foot. He huffed and grumbled what a stupid idea it had been to sit in the middle of these two. James actually got a real smile, though, as he softly countered Snape. Hardly, with his eyes now resting on his infant comfortably resting in Remus' lap once more. Harry said that last name so fast he almost managed to blur right past it, but not fast enough. Their smiles became mechanical, and no one wanted to linger further on what those four had once gotten up to. It really was saying how distracted they were. Not one of them made a crack at Harry for that. I would not put it past him, Lily agreed just to get the awkward silence out of the room for a moment. Harry let out a loud, bursting sigh of relief. It should have felt minor, all things considered what he'd gone through that day, but to still find happiness in the knowledge his Quidditch team had won lit his smile to full and everyone around him. He found it hard to explain in proper words how excited he suddenly was, as if this were suddenly going to be the best night of his life, rather than reliving the realization again what a dark thing he'd done. Sirius Wolf whistled and James gave him a suggestive smirk, both clearly fixing to go on about how much they were sure Harry enjoyed that. Harry didn't even seem to realize he was sharing a room with them anymore. He spoke in a voice he'd yet been able to carry of genuine emotion for the look alone he once saw on that redhead's face. It was one of the most natural things he ever remembered feeling. How could he not follow that up by saying, I love her? He said it so simply. It was clear with the ease of which that passed from him he'd spoken it hundreds of times to her, as James had already done for Lily. Harry still had not a clue of when that first was. Of many times with Ginny he still craved to know, but finally being given this one simple fact back in his life made so many other things simply fall into place for him. He glanced up in surprise. No one had made a noise yet, and they didn't really seem able to. They were all slightly bug-eyed, like they were trying to count up how many minutes of life he had left, and it vaguely occurred to him where he'd admitted to having started this. He could hardly care. He just kept going with a light spring in his voice unmatched in his past. "Merlin's pants, you actually did it," James said, more stunned than anything. Sirius whooped for him and then burst out laughing. Harry's really made of something to be dating a girl of whom he knows and is in regular contact with at least 3 of her older brothers, Remus said analytically, as if still gauging how much life Harry had left after his victory. Not counting the Dragon Keeper and Cursebreaker. Can you imagine how many threatening speeches he's going to get from each of them? Are you kidding me? Lily balked at him. Have you been hearing about the same Ginny? Those brothers are probably having a prayer circle for poor Harry if he did something stupid. Thank you so much, all of you. Harry tried to tell them in as bland a voice as he could, but he was just too euphoric to even care about anything else right now. His ring seemed to glow, his heart sung. Finally, he felt like he could hear about his future being on track and not be worried about something. HPHPHPGs, I've been waiting to get to this chapter forever. I'm only slightly sorry the Half-Blood Prince reveal came earlier than the story. But honestly, this was the biggest moment with Snape's old book, and afterwards it's just extra shocking because of what Snape does to Dumbledore. That will still be plenty shocking after this. Also, apologizes if it felt like there was a massive tone shift there at the end. I blame the chapter considering Malfoy nearly got murdered halfway through, and then we end with Harry making out. This whole book's kind of all over the place with that, where we intermittently learn about magic Hitler and every high school story drama ever. It's called a quintaped, and has quite the interesting history provided by J.K. Really random, honestly, making me wonder if the creatures were supposed to have a bigger history in the story for all the detail given to this one thing. But at the same time, J.K.'s always been a wealth of information about so much popping up in a story. Chapter 25. The Seer Overheard. Chapter text Remus gave baby Harry to Sirius so that he could take the book. Sirius was happy to oblige, but he hesitated getting too comfortable. They were lucky the kid hadn't kicked up a fuss during the tension in the room as Harry cursed Malfoy, and Sirius didn't think their luck would continue if anything worse were to happen to Harry. He tried to hold confidence as much as he did the little charge as Remus began. "Only took you a little over 6 years then," James chuckled. Harry seemed as blissfully unaware of the teasing comment as he had of every student in that castle, twisting the ring on his finger with a more relaxed feeling than he ever had. "I guess I can see that point," Lily agreed, still fiddling with her hair anxiously for that to pop up again in an even worse way. The end of the year was approaching, and the idea was now on her mind this very book was the reason Snape was going to end up leaving the school. Well, of course, that's such relevant news after all. Lily rolled her eyes. "Nah, but I can believe Sirius did," Remus chuckled. "I always did want a tattoo," Sirius agreed at once, not even joking as his eyes lit with excitement. "Was going to get prongs to design something cross my chest." He dragged his shirt down to expose his collarbones so he could draw the line. James seemed likened to the idea at once and began eyeing him critically, muttering about sketches, though Sirius got a bit nervous as he realized he just offered his mate up to the idea of being a guinea pig for a bit. Everyone burst out around Harry with laughter for that, except Sirius, who scowled and turned genuinely threatening towards his mate. "You know I wouldn't." James held his hands up defensively at once, the honesty he was trying to enforce ruined by still twitching lips. Sirius grumbled a bit, but relaxed back again as his mind went through charms for color-changing ink implementing into designs. Now everyone got a good laugh out of that one, Sirius muttering something salacious about where Hermione might like it. "Ouch!" Remus yelped on Harry's part. "That's a threat you're going to have to live with the rest of your life as well." Harry's smile faltered a bit, and he glanced around with a detached expression. It wasn't true depression for his circumstances. He didn't think he could ever feel that, with the realization, he had the potential to spend the rest of his life here. But the longing for the family he'd left behind had somehow managed to grow in the past hour. Harry saw that Remus tried to start apologizing for bringing such a thing up, but Harry waved him off with a convincing enough smile. There would be plenty of time to think about that later. "She's got him there," James said with exaggerated solemnness. "Oh boy," Sirius went wide-eyed in concern, even if he was mostly teasing. "What did you do now?" "Nothing." Harry tried to splutter in protest, but he didn't sound very certain himself. "Oh, but there are such good techniques one can implement while studying with a partner," Lily tried to say casually enough, but James gave her a puckish look that ruined the whole thing, and none of the others even wanted no. Lily lost a few shades of color and clasped her hands painfully, while all the boys shifted uncomfortably and didn't look at each other. "He wasn't even wrong," Harry agreed with such a dopey expression. It could have been James thinking about Lily again. "Yeah, like Death Eaters," Sirius said with all the scorn he could muster. Lily brushed her hair across her face and couldn't look at any of them, while James and Harry scowled at Sirius. He wanted to keep scowling without remorse, but felt it impossible to purposely keep hurting Lily just to keep going on about such a waste of air, so relented and muttered a quick apology. Lily jerked upright again with a gobsmacked expression in place. "Merlin's pants, she did it. Snape's mother, then?" James tried to ask without disgust clear in his voice. She just nodded along without anything further to say, and none of the others really wanted to hear it. Harry most of all felt chagrined for brushing Hermione off now again, when she'd been so right about everything. "Why is that so far-fetched?" Remus asked in confusion. "I think it rather likely, in fact. It's as good an explanation as any." "It was something about that handwriting," Harry said with a shrug. "It may have just been writing spiky D's across my potions grades the past 5 years, but now I'm looking back realizing why I thought the handwriting looked like a bloke's." "I see what you mean," James said carefully so as not to upset his wife more over this. "It's almost hilarious just how close she is," Lily murmured to herself. Elan had actually been a pureblood, but Tobias had been a muggle, making Snape indeed fit this exact mark. Harry scowled at nothing and tried to flatten his hair with agitation. He couldn't have had such a realization at 16 as he had now. "Oh, now she's just being dramatic," Sirius rolled his eyes. No self-respecting bloke would even consider such a thing after being taught by McGonagall all those years, let alone having such a friend as Hermione around after all this time. The Marauders had always known better, considering how lethal they knew Evans to be with her own wand at a very young age. "She's hurt she's being dismissed. Again." Lily shrugged with some sympathy of how Hermione could draw that conclusion. Lily gave a sardonic laugh, but she was the only one who bothered. Remus was nibbling at his lip, and could already draw the conclusion of how Harry, through Hermione, would have understood all this himself in his own time, likely why he hadn't freaked out about the revelation in here like they had. Sirius groaned in pain and clutched at his ears. "Oh, stop." Lily scowled at his theatrics. "You'd be saying the exact same thing if you didn't know. I bloody regret telling you lot right now, just so I can keep enjoying seeing you compliment someone other than yourself for once." "Oh, fine," Sirius sighed as he sat up more properly, giving the baby still comfortably nestled in his lap a little tickle. "I've myself admitted he was a knowledgeable, slimy git at least." Lily clucked her tongue and kept eyeing him while Remus ignored the pair. "Thankfully, he won't be there for that," James said with the same amount of viciousness he always had. Lily's old friend or not, that man was still being a complete arse to his son for the man's own faults. It was maddening Dumbledore hadn't stepped in, nor had McGonagall been any help. No one had ever heard Harry out on his side of that conflict. "Would not surprise me," Remus agreed in clipped tones. That long-nosed Tengu would finally hold Potter in detention for as long as he pleased, the wrong Potter. Remus went uncomfortably stiff in his seat in surprise. He didn't even need to look up at the others to know they were thinking the same. "I don't know why, but I did not expect this to be happening so soon," James said what they were all thinking. "This is a good thing." Sirius at once tried to perk up with excitement. "Means we'll find another of these things. We'll be warned of everything surrounding it. One step closer to be rid of these things 15 years early." Remus wished he could so easily agree as he kept going, but all any of them could think was what Harry had lived through to get to this thing. Dumbledore had nearly lost a hand, and Harry had nearly lost his life trying to take out previous Horcruxes. What would this one cost? A flare of panic and anger shot through them that very second. Too many memories of wannabe Death Eaters having their way in the school. Too many instances of coming across something similar. Remus read with a ferocity making it clear that whoever was causing harm in that school would not be lucky when Harry came across them. This was not at all what they'd been expecting to hear, and so their heated feeling was tampered off into confusion and unease. Eccentric or not, they still would have thought Trelawney, as a full-grown witch, would not be screaming like that in a school full of kids unless something very bad was going on. Lily couldn't help a sour expression lighting her face for a moment. She couldn't deny a good drink now and then was nice, but trying to stash away the bottles didn't feel right. Surely the house elves would clean them up like anything else. Harry, James tried to say, but even as the caution occurred to him to warn his son not to get ahead of himself on what he was thinking, they were all sitting there slack-jawed for the same idea. Remus shushed him anyways, reading along hurriedly to see if this was just another student or a very particular student. Sirius couldn't stop a surprised little snort of laughter, even as his eyes felt likely to fall out of socket. Harry had just stumbled across this. Lily tried for an appreciative chuckle at both of their sarcasm, but it fell flat as her ears started ringing with intensity and disbelief. Had Harry slipped another bit of Felix Felicis to come across all this right now? Everyone made an attempt to laugh, but it was all false to their own ears, dying as quickly as it had started. Stomachs still clenched painfully in anticipation, Remus kept going in a rush to see Harry burst in there and see what was happening finally. What? You're going to Dumbledore now, when you're convinced Malfoy's on the other side of that door that you now know how to get into? James was looking at his son like he was afraid he'd lost his mind. I was already on my way to see Dumbledore, Harry reminded, his heart thrumming so hard he wondered if he'd swallowed a bird recently. Now I had someone else as proof Malfoy was up to something. I thought I'd be back with Dumbledore at that spot in seconds, and no one could deny what Malfoy was doing. He probably hadn't meant to put such special emphasis on the word thought, but he had, and they had not for a second forgotten why Harry had been heading there. Bloody hell, Sirius groaned, as he ran his hand roughly through his hair, before abruptly getting up and going to put the infant away. This just was not going to go well. When he came back, he was surprised there wasn't an argument going on of what Harry should have prioritized in doing, going after Malfoy or the Horcrux. They just sat stiff and uncomfortable in their seats, like they were waiting for a pin to drop of whatever horror was fixing to happen, because it was clear something was. There was no way these two events had occurred at the same time. Sirius couldn't have that. He launched himself over the seat, knocking into his two mates, and then fell backwards, flopping uncomfortably over them both as he demanded, So, time for the real, hard-hitting question. You never did tell us what Ron and Ginny had to say about that match. Harry laughed in surprise, but it was short-lived. There was already something teeming away at his innards, promising this was going to be a long, fretful night to come. He should cling to that amusement his godfather offered while he still could, because there wasn't going to be much of it when Remus continued. The others seemed to think the same as Harry just had, trying to get in some half-hearted laughter now while they still could at Trelawney. Harry could no longer feel any such thing, but instead shivered all the way down to his soul. That's exactly what those are used for, James absently agreed. It had honestly been a game sometimes to find places where other students might have hidden things, hands coming up with the randomest of items. His personal favorite had been finding some Muggle board game and spending the weekend playing that with the Marauders before putting it back behind the tapestry of a dragon wandering around a dungeon. They'd come back the next time and found it gone again. Oh, I'm so sure, Lily said sniply. She did not miss her son being proclaimed with a death sentence every class, even if Dumbledore seemed to have unintentionally taken up that role instead. Remus said that with pure agitation, he'd really like to have a word with Trelawney, especially about Harry, but in general how she kept getting less amusing and more aggravating the longer she talked. Sirius gave an awkward kind of laugh. As the reason she was at that school happened to be the Potter's Doom, his humor was understandably not carried through. Remus did not need Sirius shifting uneasily beside him. prongs moving to ruffle up his hair or anything else to tell him what he was about to read. Trelawney didn't seem to know when she even made prophecies, but any further recountings of this one would surely make him want to crawl away and die all over again, having to relive what happened to one of his very best friends for the 1,000th time over the past week. Remus froze up, feeling as if he'd just run face first into a brick wall. He only finished saying the name out of sheer force of habit, because of course that's what happened next. His mind supplied with bright clarity bordering on madness. It was something they'd only briefly wondered in the past, but never gotten much of an answer. How did Voldemort know this as well as Dumbledore? Why, from one of his Death Eaters at the time. Lily screamed. She'd done so before, in excitement when she discovered a clever new way to brew a potion, in joy when announcing Harry's birth, and so many years ago at her once best friend for so foully calling her the worst thing imaginable. She did so now with pure murder on her face. She moved fast, much faster than the Quidditch players really would have given her credit for, as Harry only just caught her around the waist and tried to pull her back. Maternal instinct is likely all that saved his life, as she tried to beat him off with her fists rather than magic. She seemed beyond able to do anything else, as she writhed furiously and screamed mirthlessly about that traitor. It was finally too much, the dark spell she just discovered of his own hand, and now this. If he really had grown to hate her so much that he would really turn over her life, and the innocent life of the child she had, Severus Snape would not get out another breath. Harry pleaded with her to think about what she was doing, reminding her she wouldn't get very far even if she did know where she was heading. She either couldn't or wouldn't hear a word of it. When Harry did lose his grip on her, she ran headlong into her husband's waiting arms. James held her more firmly than their son had managed, and whispered for her ears alone, "We will find a way to fix this, make it so that Harry never has to be without us again." She shuddered for several more heart-stopping moments before going lax in defeat, allowing herself to be steered back into a seat, clutching at James' chest, as if in fear it would melt away the second she let her go, finally feeling every last drop of what she'd been denying for 4 years. There was nothing left of her best friend. Sirius was bouncing on the balls of his feet uneasily, well aware he'd never made things easier on her in facing this regard, and so for once in his life tried to advocate for that waste. Well, Lils, I'm sure he didn't know Voldemort was choosing you, remember? The prophecy, Voldemort could have picked a lot of families. She gave him such a stone, cold glare. The phrase, if looks could kill, flew through his mind. He did this to someone. I don't see him turning up on my doorstep to warn me of what he'd heard, no. He went and told his bloody master about this prophecy. She never even wanted to consider what all he'd done as a confirmed Death Eater, much happier thinking it a horrible rumor or tricked into it from one of those terrible friends of his back in school. His dark mark had proved that otherwise, but even then she never would have considered him capable of this. James only tightened his hold on her, whispering nonsense, but heart nonetheless, as a reminder they would not let this be the end of them. The news of who had done this did not change the outcome. Lily had to believe him. It was the only thing still holding her together in her husband's strong arms. This family would still survive no matter what continued to haunt them from their past. Remus clutched the book uncomfortably to him for another few moments before finally realizing he didn't have much of a choice but to keep going. Harry's face was stark white in shock. It seemed a miracle he hadn't flew into as much of a rage as his mother, and Remus was uncomfortably aware of where Harry heard this news at 16. In the very castle with that acquitted Death Eater and the man who had done so. Couple that with Malfoy right behind him, on the cusp of accomplishing yet another task on Voldemort's word, and Harry was as likely to explode soon as well as Lily Potter still was. Oh, yes, that's exactly why he got a job there himself no time later. Sirius said, near his own hysterics for just how many ways that man continued to ruin their life, still watching Lily struggle feebly in her husband's grip, tears streaming her face. She looked as likely to rip her own throat out from trying to stop herself screaming so much as she would her intended victim. James tightened his arms so hard around his wife he feared he'd crush her in half, the irony a living beast all around them, laughing at them for two long best friends for betrayal being the ultimate downfall for all. How long do you think she followed that order? Sirius Mark whispered, his eyes already painfully wide as his own feelings for this continued to crash around him. Of all the times he'd wanted to kill Snape, very many of them recent and more permanent than he ever had in school. Yet still none more so than as he watched what it did to someone he called a sister. That feeling only pushed him on to continue to be who he was. He'd never let her forget who was around for her now. A galleon says she stayed there till at least dawn, as authoritative as Harry can be. Nobody responded. He hadn't really expected them to. It was an errant thought. He put no more effort into the moment it passed his lips, watching Moony continue as Harry's destination was made clear. Dumbledore first, then carry on into the man who deserved to be murdered by the child he'd sentenced to death. "You've far more restraint than I," James said mechanically, already a range of magic available to him still on the tip of his tongue, blowing down Dumbledore's office door to demand what possessed this murderer to allow such a presence around his son. It was the most insulting thing Dumbledore ever could do to Harry in his entire life. Remus had never found it harder to concentrate on their old headmaster's words, his mind still back in that corridor, the cacophony of truth tumbling around them, no matter how much Dumbledore tried to prevent Harry from finding it out. A sentiment I wish Sirius would share more often. Remus forced himself to keep up with what his mouth was spewing out by at least doing something even vaguely familiar. He could always count on Sirius for that. Padfoot flashed him a shaky grin, only just having enough in him to say, "I'll never have that much going on in my head," then theatrically going cross-eyed as he realized the joke he'd left himself open for. Neither Prongs nor Lils took the bait. That did grab the parents' attention. Knowing if this had been said at any other time, they likely would have grumbled it wouldn't have killed the man to do some scouting before dragging their son into this. But both were still short of breath from the last eruption. Dumbledore, talking casually of a bit of Voldemort's soul, somehow managed to feel like second fiddle. "That's not a good reason to go." Lily snapped at Harry, flinching and sitting down in his seat in the same breath. She fought to control herself as she faced him, recognizing James' fear and refusing to sound anything like her worthless sister as she spoke again. "Harry, your reckless streak will not be the death of you. I refuse. You should never go do something so foolhardy because you're angry at someone else." She recognized her own words at the same time as Harry's skeptical look had her hunching her shoulders. She didn't quite feel ashamed for her intentions yet, as she still struggled to feel anything except hate, but some part of her still meant what she said. She tried to prove that by patting James' arms around her, finishing on a whisper, "I'm glad I was stopped." She still didn't really mean that either, but it helped to know she would, that she could see it to be true as her husband and son gave just one tiny flicker of relief for her. "Why?" James rasped in whatever breath he had to spare. He knew he would have been kicking up a storm, screaming as much as his wife had just been. He'd already suffered once in his life, realizing a trusted friend lead to his death. Now Lily's was just chumming it up around the castle. He demanded to know right now how Dumbledore could justify that to himself, with no one to actually demand it of. Sirius made a high-pitched screeching noise, like he was trying to hold back his own murderous scream. Dumbledore was using that on Harry now. The man was no better than the Death Eater he defended if he could just so casually do that instead of taking the time to talk to Harry. Remus gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder in full agreement. They really needed to find some better way, some outlet that wouldn't ruin their vocal cords as every new thing erupted around them. Remus did not shout that, but he wanted to. He could still count on one hand the amount of times he'd raised his voice. It was not something he let himself do lightly. Instead, he whispered it hoarsely, as if hoping no one would hear it. What Dumbledore had done, what he continued to do to Harry, it just didn't feel real, of the same man Remus had idolized for so much of his life. James gave a jerky attempt at a nod, seeing what Harry was thinking and envying his ability to rein himself in. He would not have been able to do the same up there, alone without anyone he could trust around him, unlike here. There really was something to be said, a miracle in all this for the way they were being forced to learn this. He smiled down at his wife and whispered how much he loved her, entirely blaming his ability to spot a light in the dark on her. Sirius wanted to cover his ears up like a child, yell and scream. Dumbledore could not excuse away this one. He only restrained himself by the very basic thread of sanity he still possessed. If the others could hear this, he could. Lily almost threw up as her hand convulsed inside her husband's with anger, still white hot and not dimming for a second. This in no way made his actions any better as far as she was concerned. As she told Sirius, if not her, then it would have been some other family, and he had not cared. Sirius was white-faced in shock. He tried to offer the same defense as Dumbledore, and Lily hastened to assure him now, no more able to let him wallow than he had her. The nausea still high, she clutched to the first pleasant memory she could associate. Remember back when I was pregnant with Harry, and you found me in the kitchen throwing up while James was out. Sirius nodded slowly, easily latching onto the memory she was offering, but still finding it hard to recall the pleasant feelings being pointed out as he began hesitantly. A 3-pound fetus was telling you it didn't enjoy that Dublin cardle you had cooking away. I found it quite the accomplishment. He slowly turned to Harry and managed to arrange his features into an almost pleasant callback now. I banished the lot, my favorite dish, all for you and your mum, pup. Then I actually managed to make her some stewed tomatoes without blowing up the kitchen, he finished with unbridled pride. James wrapped his arms around his wife's abdomen now, while Harry managed almost a genuine smile for such a small moment, still existing no matter how much others tried to stamp out their life. Remus had to swallow convulsively before he could keep going in any proper words. Yes, yes, he had noticed that. But there must be some way to stop him. Harry brushed his hand across his scar, across his temple, as a flash of memory tried to jump around inside him. He did not believe this. His stomach clenched with further hatred at the very idea, but some small part of him felt Dumbledore's words of truth trying to echo around him. Show him this. He happily ignored it, shoved it far away, and continued listening with tight-lipped fury. All 5 of them felt they could have snapped Dumbledore's neck right then. They wanted to demand it to his face, just what trickery had Snape done to warrant such a thing. And that's all that ever matters, apparently, Lily said waspishly, the sickness in her not having been as washed away as she would have hoped by trying to cling to any sort of pleasant memory while hearing of all this. I was never under the impression you took my safety into account much at all, Sirius said bitterly, for the first time under his breath instead of loud and proud. It still did not escape him of what he was hearing, that Dumbledore had forgiven the ultimate transgression of anyone alive as far as Sirius was concerned. The one who had set Voldemort after his best mate was walking around that castle, while Sirius had rotted away without so much as a thought of Dumbledore's time. Harry was physically chewing on his tongue to stop himself saying in here what more he'd been repressing in that office. He knew he could have spoken freely, without fear of being told they did not want to hear it, but still he refrained. There was no going back, nothing he could have said that would have made a difference, and more would help nothing. He needed to have this done far more than he wanted to keep griping about his headmaster. Don't be so ready with that one, Harry, James cautioned, not at all as willing to move on from the subject as Harry and Remus clearly were, but feeling he had no choice. It was true, it did no good to dwell on this. They had the information now, and would just have to make a decision about it later, when they actually could. Instead, his marauder's mind instantly caught on a flaw of Dumbledore's choice of words. I wouldn't put it past him to give you an order like stay here for the whole trip. What would be the point of bringing me along? Harry tried to protest, but he had the feeling his dad was right, and Remus confirmed as much in the next breath. Remus couldn't help but freeze up for a moment with deep unease. As angry as they all were with Dumbledore, as much as he wanted to shake him until an answer came loose. There was something foreboding about this he knew he couldn't get off as he continued, and no matter their own anger, he knew without asking the others were now holding their breath for the same reality suddenly upon them. But haven't you been carrying that around with you all year, on his orders? Sirius blustered out the question, wondering just how senile Dumbledore could go to forget his own words now, let alone who he put his trust in. I think he was giving me a chance to say bye to Ron and Hermione, Harry said grudgingly, as the same thought had occurred to him as he was already thinking of seeking them out for his own purposes, and it wasn't a farewell. At least you have a plan, Remus told him. It was far more than they'd been able to cobble together, constantly reacting to everything in Harry's life, hardly able to accept it as their new life view before another one blew up in their face. "Oh," James muttered in understanding. "Smart," he congratulated his boy. "Always good to have backup." Even now, as Hermione and Ron had refused to believe even up to this moment of what Harry had been saying all year, he too would have trusted them in this moment. He feared by this point even McGonagall would not hear him out. They really were the only ones left to trust. Harry felt something in him vibrating with fright, the memory of his last year, of such horrifyingly similar circumstances being presented as his friends were told to go into a fight because of him, what he'd lost. Sirius grasped his shoulder painfully, looking first to him until their eyes met before looking very forcefully at everyone else. Malfoy and Snape won't know what hit them. Harry tried his hardest to believe that, grasping pleadingly at the knowledge his friends would live through this night, and for just a moment he felt it to be true. But it took nothing away of the anxiety still rampant in him for what he was asking them to do. Someone would pay for Harry's mistakes this night again. "Yes, yes, you will," James agreed with every bit of conviction he had. He and Lily's friends may have failed them, but Harry's never would, just as his brothers still stood by him. Remus' chest was pounding uncomfortably. He was worried it was muffling the words coming out haywire from his throat. What Harry was leaving behind was as dangerous as what he was heading towards. There was so much to think of, and so many feelings he was fighting off. It was as if a huge battle were raging inside him already. There was just an untold number of things that could happen, so he forced himself to just take it one word at a time, that they'd get through it all with Harry in their center. Harry still somehow managed to cling to that feeling in here, this room, where his family's presence breathed from every corner, of the pictures hung along the walls to the soft brown and red colors dominating. He would have been screaming in distress, and never stopped long ago if it wasn't for the feeling of sanctuary still alive and well in here, no matter what they heard from his past. Lily made a wild attempt at a carefree laugh, no one having to wonder any more at why. She was long past that. She'd made it clear she was not very good at such a thing. She was laughing at herself in full knowledge she might well have accidentally done the same. Harry felt like he should have been distracted by that. He certainly felt a brief shot of puzzlement and worry for her name, but brushed it off just as fast, telling himself to stop being paranoid. The owner of the 3 broomsticks had only ever been a kind face. Remus almost didn't want to admit to the fact that he'd finished, because he was afraid of what more was to come. He looked up and met Lily's eyes, though, and went to give the book to her without protest. At least they'd hear the rest of this horrifying future together. HP, for 2 long best friends for betrayal being the ultimate downfall for all. Equals, and yet the reason Harry ultimately lives. God, I love this series. Chapter 26, The Cave. Chapter text. Lily was still shaking as she accepted the book, her hands not as steady as she wished as she started. She may have accepted Snape could no longer be a part of her life long ago, and even in the past week, as she heard of his future, she was forced again and again to realize how long in the making the realization was coming. She refused to linger on him a moment further as she concentrated on her son now and her old headmaster. Whatever else Snape did to this life would not affect her again. She refused to allow herself to feel it. "That was almost a lovely picture before you went and ruined it," James told her casually enough as she still lay comfortably in the crook of one arm. "I'm sure you can fix that right up," she told him, a bit more forced to her pleasant tone, but she tried all the same. "Sounds perfect to me," Sirius agreed in all innocence. "A little life risking danger to scale up to brunch. What more could you ask for?" Remus said deadpan. "Honestly, I think that orphanage sounds just as much to blame as his heritage," James agreed with more confusion than anything for such a place. "Ah," he said with some understanding, still waiting rather impatient for the part where Riddle managed to turn this into such a horrifying scene for kids. He now vaguely remembered that matron woman mentioning 2 kids who were never quite the same after going off with Riddle to some cave, and this did sound likely, now putting him even more on edge, as this didn't answer their real question of where this was. If they had any hope of finding these themselves, he'd have liked more information, but it shouldn't be too hard to track down the place like Dumbledore had. But then, what had been taking him a whole school year to do? "Yeah," Sirius drew the word out, far past the syllables needed as he agreed. Though more often than not the mere idea of the guy gave him the creeps. Dramatic caves and sheer cliff faces weren't much needed unless he had the opportunity to push Voldemort over the edge, sans broomstick. Good thing I'd had practice in the lake, Harry muttered with a remembered shiver. Suddenly the corpse-like appearance of his friends in that murky water trying to swim to the surface of his mind in the most unpleasant and horrendous way possible. He shoved all that aside and tried to pay attention, actively recalling any details he could and muttering them to himself so as not to forget. He was well aware of his family's desire to find these 15 years earlier than Dumbledore had, and he would of course do everything in his power to make the trek easier on them. You did recognize the magic in the air of Ollivanders, Remus kindly reminded him with a sympathetic look, wishing he was there to offer a warming charm to both of them. For the first time he wondered if the rest of the Order knew of any of this going on. Tonks had implied otherwise, but now Dumbledore had all his cards laid out to Harry, had he to the rest of his followers as well. Wouldn't it have made more sense for others to be there to help with whatever dark magic Voldemort had going on in this place? Or was he still dismally trying to pretend he was of any use in this future? Lily made a face of holy agitation at how vague this continued to be. She understood why, of course, as Harry was following along the best he could, and time was of the essence for Dumbledore not to be coaching everything he was doing to Harry. But this was implying more by the moment they would have to involve Dumbledore in seeking out this place, as none of them had any more of an idea of such advanced level of magic. So Lockhart did teach you something, Sirius smirked. Dumbledore is unique, but you are right. This is very advanced stuff, James agreed, suddenly feeling like a first year all over again as he slipped into his son's shoes, watching such magic go over his head. Lily made an odd, torn sort of noise, wishing Dumbledore had thought to do that first, but glad he'd at least done it instead of keeping focus on such a clear task at hand, so tried to keep her silence. Remus spluttered in concern. Why is he carrying that thing around with him? You think he's been here before and knew to bring it? James agreed, offering his question aloud now. That's why Dumbledore's been coming and going from the school all year. I really wouldn't think so. He doesn't seem to know any of this already, Sirius said in bewilderment. Muggle protection, Lily offered weakly, but it was rather disturbing and odd to think about their old headmaster casually wandering around with that like Harry would his cloak. Well, it is rather drab decor, I agree. James rolled his eyes, personally glad Riddle, or Voldemort, depending on when this thing was made, was not in fact putting up anything resembling high standards and hoped it stayed that way. Let's not enlighten him to those, Remus said under his breath. He already did a good enough job of taking them away, even when he didn't realize it's what he was doing to others. That's fair, Sirius told with something of a light smile. Harry was quick to return it, happy to see they were trying their hardest to act normal and just absorb this adventure, while they could rather than dwelling on the school like half his mind was still trying to do. Harry had already experienced enough blood spurts from his past. The quessy look lighting his face made it clear he wasn't happy about remembering more. Quickly, more to distract him than anything, Remus pointed out, ironic, isn't it, how you stumbled across Slytherin's cave once, now you're purposely getting into a descendant's cave just a few years later. My life's a never-ending circle of where is it, Harry agreed sardonically. Does that make it better or worse to open a door? Lily muttered. Now I'm thinking of it, and I would have said only a pureblood would have worked anyways, but then Riddle himself couldn't get in, James said devilishly. Harry tried to ignore the almost painful churning happening inside him, and for some reason Sirius being right next to him was making that feeling all the worse. This place was not right in every way it was possible to be, and he just wanted to sprint right back out of there as fast as he could. Which is why I never let silence last any longer than I can, Sirius agreed in a stage whisper, causing Harry to at least attempt at a smile. It's not stupid, Lily corrected at once. It's true that you can put charms in place to prevent such a thing, but no one thinks of everything, not even Voldemort. As much as he likes to think otherwise, he's still human, and as much effort as he's gone into hiding this place, it's always possible he could have forgotten such a detail. Harry gave her a small little smile in thanks. Those around him always went out of their way to never make him feel stupid. and it never failed to lighten him in some way. Lily's mouth was left hanging open in shock. She'd been worried about enchantments, magic to be countered, not some horror in the lake. She unwillingly turned to Remus for some kind of answer, but he was bug-eyed and silent, quickly shaking his head in answer. He had not a thing to begin speculating on what that was, and was just as keen on never finding out. There was just any number of possibilities in what Voldemort could have down there, none of them pleasant. Right, because that's what Harry was going for, James grumbled. A little warning won't kill you, man, Sirius grumbled. Was that supposed to make us feel better? Sirius yelped. Does Dumbledore know what it was? Lily countered, as afraid of getting an answer as going without. Seems so, or he thinks whatever it is has strength in numbers rather than just one monstrous creature. My money's on both options, Remus grudgingly said, feeling this narrowed no scope for him to say more. Oh, Merlin, please no, James begged. His son's last underwater escapade had been more than enough for this life, and now he didn't even have the benefit of Myrtle, the giant squid, or gillyweed. Sirius was grumbling and shifting anxiously, wishing Harry had somehow been able to bring his broom along then. He did not like the idea of getting across any other way than his own steam. I'm not going near that, Sirius said instantly. I'm bringing my broom, and I'm doing this my way, not on some bloody ghost dingy. I don't know if we have a choice, Lily whispered. Dumbledore's just following along in Riddle's wake. James tried to agree with his mate. We may have more time to explore and prepare for this place. At this rate, we won't know anything but the basics before we go in, Remus groused softly. He really wished he had more of an idea what Dumbledore was doing. I don't think we should be going in here at all, Harry said hoarsely. Every step he took further in felt like it was dragging him down to the very bottom of that horrid lake. But something in his memory was already trying to spurn him in protest for whatever feeling he tried to understand of this place. This feels like far too much of a guessing game, Lily groaned, wishing to drop this book already and wrap her arms around herself. A chill was growing in the room like a damp fog, and she was convinced there was a soft pattering of rain on the window that would burst through any moment and drown them all if they kept going with this. James was feeling much the same thing and would never be idle as he felt his wife shivering in his arms. So with a flick of his wand, the fire leapt into a healthier color, bathing the room in warmth as he snuggled even closer to her, resting his chin on her shoulder. She lightly swatted his nose and muttered at him about peeking as she managed almost a smile again when continuing. Neither of you brought Dudley along, so I'm sure you'll be safe enough, Remus began before Sirius cut in. Might not hold Prong's fat head, though. James stuck his tongue out at him but otherwise ignored the jab. I can see where he's going, James grudgingly agreed, though I just hope he's right. Voldemort murdered someone at 16, and he doesn't consider a teenager would be dangerous to him. Lily muttered in disagreement, but kept going anyways. It's not as if the Dark Lord was around to debate it, nor would she spend the time to do so. Remus was literally biting his tongue, his lips pressed tight together to stop himself muttering about any number of unspeakable things that would likely drag the boat down to its doom any second. Sometimes he really hated his father passing on knowledge of all manner of beasts. Harry gasped, almost painfully loudly, the others startling so hard around him it looked like their seats had been set ablaze. That, I saw he seemed incapable of actually spitting the words out, and they were positive in that moment they didn't really want him to. Sirius went to grasp his shoulder in comfort, just like he had what could have been 1,000 times by now, but Harry's eyes bugged out in disgust at the fingers coming towards him. Harry, he asked in concern, while Lily burst out reading the next part with a sudden surge of confidence, prepared to banish anything that was scaring her son so badly. In fairy, Sirius understood, while Harry overcame his blanket disgust and pressed himself into Sirius' side. His mind must be on the fritz again. Surely it was just his godfather beside him that caused such a horrible image as seeing him in that lake. Well, looks like we know what Voldemort did with his dark army of the undead after the war, Remus said, in spluttering tones. Wonder if they're trained to go down there. His voice sounded faint and died by the end before he could even pretend this was just like any other conversation anymore. Lily gave him a sympathetic look. She wanted nothing more than to never discuss this again, rather than wondering on the semantics of animated corpses around her son. At the moment, James repeated, swallowing hard rather than finishing on the shout he wanted, of never going near those things at all. I entirely disagree, Sirius said flatly. Shall I list all the ways those can be problems alphabetically, or in systematic order of the problems they present? I prefer you never do that at all, personally, Remus grumbled, and I never again want to hear you say I come up with weird essays. Sirius had looked outraged at Dumbledore's words. He was nothing like that madman, but had perfectly valid reasons for never wanting to have to be near either, but felt soothed as Lily finished. Voldemort feared them for the wrong reasons, just as he did everything. And him suggesting otherwise is bad tutelage, James agreed with his son. He really was getting the creeps Dumbledore wasn't taking this as seriously as he should be. He'd never been on a mission with Dumbledore, but he did carry himself in this casual way among meetings, so perhaps this really was just the way his headmaster always conducted himself. Stop that, Harry, Lily said at once. You're going to get back home to them just fine, and I don't ever want to hear you thinking otherwise. Her fierce words felt tampered at the end, though, as he met her eyes gently but looked around himself again. Instead, he broke the awkward silence by trying to put in a playful tone. You only get to say that because it already happened to me. Let's see you be so confident about something else. She tisked at him, but her chest felt much heavier as she kept going now, worse than even the Inferi had done to her. At least she had an answer for those. James tensed as if waiting for a blow as he eyed Lily, prepared for her to declare she recognized that as the most horrible potion in existence, and their son needed to get away from it this instant. Instead, it was even more terrifying to see the same look of unease and confusion on her. I don't know what it is, she admitted softly to all watching eyes, her shoulders hunched with frustration at admitting to such a thing. I am going to find out, though, she finished in pure determination. She had zero desire to find out in this way, to hear of the effect it would have on Dumbledore and her son, but what she did know was she'd take this and whip up whatever cure she had to from these details alone, so no one would ever have to go near it again. That made me feel all better, Remus shook in further disgust. First Lily, now Dumbledore, the two experts he would have hoped an answer from about this. And it just keeps getting better, Sirius agreed. Harry gave his dad a very obvious look as he asked, would you have smacked him upside the head for that? Yes, I would, he agreed at once, looking more flummoxed than anything their headmaster would do such a foolhardy thing. Did he bloody know that before he tried? James huffed, still approving of his son seeming to finally have taken some life lesson from him. Oh yeah, this really just keeps getting better by the moment, Remus groaned into his hands now. He couldn't watch the growing horror on Harry's face, didn't want to imagine this all being played out in a sickly green glow. Sadly, all that was even easier to see behind his closed lids, so he forced his eyes open and muttered to Sirius about wishing for a nice game of hangman instead. You think a game about getting someone killed because you couldn't guess right is a good idea. Now, of all times. Sirius said back softly, admittedly trying to delay listening to this again as long as possible himself. This really did just keep evolving into the worst thing when they wouldn't have thought that possible once before. Lily shushed them and kept going anyways. I really wish he wasn't jumping to such extreme options here, James groaned, not at all happy he couldn't come up with any alternatives himself. Remus flinched like he'd been slapped. What once had been his greatest admiration in the world about this man had slowly morphed him into someone Remus could hardly stand to think about, considering all the horrible things it had cost, and yet what it still had done for him. Now was most certainly not a good time to be trying to reach some conclusion about this, though. He'd wait until he and Harry were safely back in the castle, chatting away in Dumbledore's office about the coming summer, and try again. Right, yeah, element of surprise. We still got that, Sirius quickly nodded, along with Lily's tone of rising hope. There was still some good light shining that wasn't that putrid green color now hovering in everyone's mind. James really couldn't believe what he'd just heard. That was somehow worse than just leaving Harry at the front door. Here what? You are going to force-feed the headmaster. Remus looked like he'd rather give the school's motto a try. This is honestly the most insane thing I've ever heard, Lily said, still looking at what was in her hands like it was its own special brand of poison. He can't do this. Sirius agreed with such force, Lily expected the text to change right before her eyes in agreement. I don't care that he's the one doing it. He's traumatizing the shit out of you having to do it. I'm not hearing any other options here, Harry quietly reminded. He honestly disagreed with them this time. He'd wanted to help, and now he was. But not with this. There was just something so horrendously wrong with this whole place. The words wouldn't even come to him, promising it was all worth it. Lily gave her son a very careful look before trying to continue without screaming more. Harry didn't want to believe that, but the sickly feeling growing in him wasn't presenting very many other ideas, and the looks prevailing on his family around him made it clear they couldn't either. When he had volunteered to sign up, to help with this hadn't been what was on his mind. It'll be worth it, he quickly tried to say, the words bursting from him before he could let the nausea roll and strangle it away, though it of course did moments later. He tried desperately to push past and insist. It's all too, he could not finish. None of this felt worth anything, and he couldn't understand why. It was a trick, all a dirty trick by Dumbledore. No, that wasn't right. All right, Harry. Sirius bravely tried to soothe Harry, considering he looked near murderous he was so in pain. It hurt something terrible his presence seemed to be making things worse for Harry than usual, but he still seemed enough to drag him back for Lily to at least try to keep going again. Oh, Harry, Lily sighed, fighting back the urge to sob for her child, who always thought that was the answer, to trade himself. Harry's shoulders went stiff in rebellion. Whatever was warring inside him didn't seem to have a problem with this decision. That was such a fascinating mix of conceited I don't even know where to start, Remus muttered, without even remembering he'd said it, just trying desperately to clutch at anything to say resembling normal anymore. They were so far away from that concept, really hadn't been able to live it in over a week now. It really was something. The Marauders were actually proud. Dumbledore made a joke, at a time like this, something they felt really beyond capable of doing. Brought them back to their younger years, where everything was so much simpler, and yet still they couldn't think of a second to trade away and have that simple life back. All they could do was just smile like they were in another order meeting, and Dumbledore was dishing out the most dangerous tasks with that little smile, always promising they'd have someone to come back to. Lily yelped and nearly dropped the book in surprise. Still feeling tormented, she didn't recognize what this was doing to Albus Dumbledore. The impregnable man who had gone toe-to-toe with Voldemort. Just what was this magic that could do this to him? She clutched desperately at the pages in fear they'd vanish from her fingers and leave her with nothing but more horror and answers, though that's all she ever seemed to get anyways. Sirius desperately wanted to demand to let it be spilled, simply spoon it out and into the water. He knew full well why nobody had already suggested that, though. The magic knew when it was being consumed, and likely would only make the drinker start all over again if so much as a drop was spilled. Remus was shaking all over. He felt like a child, a very small one, perhaps young enough to not even know the pain of a full moon. He did not want to hear this, of the bravest, most powerful man he'd ever known to be so, afraid, vulnerable human. No matter what mistakes he'd made, this still could never have crossed his mind. This was worse. It was the only clear thought Harry could concentrate on without suffering any more, as he clung to Sirius desperately for anything to hold on to that wasn't that cup. His godfather, who through some force of magic in their universe granted him to hear this after hearing his own death, and this was still worse. Harry had not been able to save Sirius, and now was forcing the last person he had left to his doom. This was so much worse. Harry needed something to hear that wasn't Lily forcing this memory to return to him, anything that wasn't the pleas of such a trusted man thrust into his ears. So though it went against her very nature, she whispered, "Can't say you don't follow orders," instead of the next line. Harry released a breath of air he hadn't realized he'd been holding, her words giving him something new to take in. He wasn't a little kid anymore. He could never again be that 15-year-old sitting around crying for someone lost. His shoulders stiffened, and though he still could not accept what he was hearing as anything more than pain, it did remind him why he'd done it. There was no one coming to his rescue this time, and this was something he had to do. Lily almost couldn't keep going. She stopped cold right there and found herself unable to force out another word until James' lips brushed against her ear. promising he'd continue while she couldn't. She didn't have to do this alone. Lily could only thank him by squeezing his hand in thanks, his words enough to feel she was sharing as much of this as any of them could stand. The words themselves would sound no better coming from any of them. Harry was confident in that moment. He had never shared the details of this night with anyone, and he still wished that to be true. There was something buried inside him that, for once, did not want to come out, and he wished he'd left with as much piled on top of it as he could. Stop counting. The outburst was ripped from him before Sirius could even consider the words, but they weren't a joke this time, and no familiar and affectionate scolding met his ringing silence. Lily just gave another painful swallow before she kept going in the same unsteady way. It occurred to James not so much as a question, but as the most brutal way his mind could force him to not visualize such a thing, to not see the mask of faces around him, unable to even fully comprehend, let alone accept what he was hearing, that a question finally occurred to him. What was Dumbledore seeing, living through? No, that still isn't right, because it was clear he had no want to live through it. What was that thing doing to his headmaster? No. Remus felt the plea break free from him, as if willing that to be true from just the word alone. He'd failed everyone else in his life, but he still did one thing in staying loyal to Dumbledore, was around when at least he still needed him. Not this. This couldn't be taken away. Lily was shaking so bad she expected to fall to pieces before she could get another word out. It was impossible to imagine going for a moment longer with that resting right there in front of her, their greatest light of anything against Voldemort's ways. No matter how tight James' arms went around her, she felt like she was going to drift away. But Harry, her only child, he was still there. She couldn't bear to look at her boys, even the one she was doing this for, knowing she was hurting them by persisting in continuing, but she'd read of this a million times again, feeling the same sharp rip from her with everyone, just to get her baby out of there. Sirius realized he was more detached than anything. Hearing this was beyond him to process. Of all the threats he'd made against Dumbledore today alone, in the last hour, it had never really felt like they could come true. Dumbledore would always find a way to fix any problem with just a flick of his wand. Remus felt something bubbling up in him, searing and painful, and only as it tried to tremble past his lips did he recognize the laughter as once again Dumbledore came through. Of course he did. Dumbledore would outlive Merlin himself, and they'd been ridiculous for thinking anything else all this time. Breath, Moony. Sirius alone seemed able to manage some kind of calm in all this, though the light devoid from his eyes suggested he had not a clue what he was really saying. Remus finally realized it may not have been laughter, but a softly uttered scream. It was hard to tell the difference between anything right now. Harry, you're panicking. The voice could have been right beside him in his first home, echoing off cave walls or 1,000 miles away, but he did not know how to respond to it. All he knew was that it was true. It didn't really sink in until this moment, just what Harry was going to be forced to do to save Dumbledore's life. What the 16-year-old had already lived through in these moments alone was not enough. It never was. As the rest of his nightmare caught them, all of the only water left to save one's life was to kill another. The only sign of being awake was Harry, paralyzed at Sirius' side, which somehow only made this feel even brighter, put into sharper focus of this very thing playing in the mind. Lily's voice broke again on another sob, tears now falling freely and splashing the pages as she kept fighting every word now just to pass her lips. How she could even keep going, how the others even understood her was the opposite of a miracle. She'd never fought harder just to continue torturing herself in desperate need of knowing how her son survived again. Already, with that first spell, Harry was to be doomed. If Incendio was not the first spell to spew from him, then no help would. It truly felt like it was all over. Dumbledore. Like a lifeline, the once bright spark burning in the only fire she could see, Lily clutched desperately for the man to return that favor now, save her son again. It took every ounce of self-control James had not to shout loud enough to break glass at his son, demanding to know why that was the spell he went for. It did not make any modicum of sense he would resort to another dark spell to counteract this when Dumbledore had already told him the answer. But the panic still clear in his son's ghastly white face held his tongue. He was not there. He could not demand any such answers. All he could do was keep picturing the same horrific scene over and over again. Harry did not know how anyone could live through such a thing and survive. He kept looking at his hands and expecting them to start gleaming before his eyes with first droplets, and then rivers of water, to slowly start decaying until he resembled a Dementor's fleshy. His world did not fade to black with a green hue forever as he would have expected, but a warmth blazing in front of him as his mother's bright red hair crowded in front of him. She could not bear to do this an inch apart from her son, leaving half of herself in James' arms as she rushed to Harry now and babbled in true insanity. Remus realized he had never thanked the universe before, not for his friends, his life, or much of anything, as it had all felt fleeting, as if when he acknowledged it everything would vanish. He blood did now, as from the moment Dumbledore's name was said again, he went back to an 11-year-old, feeling grateful for one person's existence. He thanked whomever was listening for Dumbledore saving Harry's life. James didn't know which he would loathe more, for Dumbledore to scold Harry or comfort him. Either way, he hadn't been there to do it. Ah, never mind, James told himself. As Lily spoke, the chasm he felt between him and Harry shrunk ever so slightly as he got his answer. What Dumbledore said was the only thing to be said, and anyone passing it on he owed a thanks to. He didn't know when Sirius had come to sit beside him, probably as the burn of his wife tearing herself from him to go to Harry. He watched the two now, insisting upon himself this still had a chance to end without another death. Dumbledore and Harry would make it, just like they always did. How could he have forgotten that for even a second? Sirius couldn't say he agreed with Prongs, though he'd spoken nothing aloud. He knew his best mate. This was not a time for encouragement, as he didn't want his godson near anything like this again, so long as he lived. Remus tried to brush that off as best he could, his own hand looking feeble as it instead tried to wipe off sweat from his palms. The danger was past, and Harry would come to realize that soon enough, though no one could blame him why he hadn't snapped out of that torpor yet. Lily gave her boy a clumsy pat on the cheek, Harry's fear coming true for a moment as he felt water flick across his face, only to see warm green again in his mother's eyes as she kissed his temple and then just held him as long as she could. He tried his best to relax in her grasp while he still could, safe for now. HP Merlin, this chapter was a beep to write. You know how hard it is to write these guys to think Dumbledore's going to die during this, only for him to not, only for him to end up doing so in the next chapter. Thankfully, I've had that reaction shot panned out for ages, and I didn't have to steal anything from it to give this chapter life, but it was not fun. Oh, who am I kidding? Call me a masochist. I'm still having a blast. This actually fascinates me as much as it bugs me. What was Dumbledore doing all year, looking for this cave? It's implied, but it can't be that hard to find, honestly, even without an internet search. In the next book, it said the orphanage was torn down many years ago, implying it wasn't around to be asked. But there's holes of records for stuff like that to find out on your own, and Dumbledore seems well versed enough in the Muggle world to work one just like I could. So, let's say he found the information in about a month, stretching a bit on how long it would take one to find such an old paper document. But he's smart, and a wizard, so that's pushing it, as Hermione figured out what happened to the orphanage in less than a day. Then all he would have to do was apparate to the place where an orphanage would have frequently taken their orphans for a daily visit. There was a beach a ways down where he knew caves to be. As Dumbledore says in this very chapter, magic leaves a trace, so it shouldn't have been all that hard for a competent wizard to locate which cave exactly this was, and what the hell was it taking him a year to do, coming and going from that school? Checking out other caves, did Voldemort leave a false trail? He's literally never been shown to be that smart. His inner monologue in the next book puts this as the second most vulnerable of the hiding places, and Dumbledore should only know of it because of the orphanage. So I stamp a big fat no to that. Checking out this cave. It's heavily implied all through this chapter Dumbledore's never been in here before. He certainly didn't seem to know what to expect, as he had to stop and think about using blood to get in and having to search for the boat instead of going straight to it. I can't imagine this was another of his tests for Harry, as he figured most everything in there out instead of having Harry do it. And okay, let's say he did do all this stuff already, and that's what he did spend all year trying to figure out how to do. That means he went there with the intention of knowing he had to have a second person around to make sure he drank that essence of Dementor potion, and then needed that second person to get him out. And he involved Harry, as he promised, getting him active in the Horcrux hunt. You couldn't have told him all that. Said I've been investigating this place for months, and details of what was to come not. I've been trying to locate this place like he did in the last chapter. So yes, it boggles the mind just what was going on with him this year, and I have no good answer. Something I saw in another fanfic, but the idea was so disturbing I couldn't help agreeing. Do Inferi turn their victims into more Inferi? Are they really like zombies, where if they get you, you turn into them? Because that means Regulus Black is down in that lake and trying to pull Harry and Dumbledore in to join their ranks, instead of just having died drowned like I always thought. Considering the numbers described, it would be massively unbelievable if Harry did catch a glimpse of the man who so resembled his godfather, but the idea has lingered with me, which is why Sirius was giving him the creeps this chapter. He's going to have that realization in a short amount of time. Oh, and a postscript note for my asterisk, where I referred to the potion as Essence of Dementor. That's just a headcanon, because I wanted to name it something. But if Dumbledore didn't know what it was, I didn't want any of the characters to have a name for it. I imagine the potion's exactly what it sounds like, though. Voldemort, or someone, actually managed to concentrate a Dementor's ability into a potion that forces you to relive your worst memory until it's complete. I think Voldemort then tweaked it a bit so that you can only drink water from the lake and attract the Inferi, but that's an aside from the original draft. Chapter 27, The Lightning-Struck Tower. Chapter text. I just feel compelled by this point to say that James keeps getting the chapter where everyone dies. Do not ask me how that keeps happening, and I only kind of apologize because at this point it's more funny than sad to me. Merlin, I really have become a twisted soul. What has this done to me? HP James was more than happy to just sit here and watch Lily and Harry forever. He almost regretted it when his wife turned attention to him and uneasily offered him the book. He wished they'd had time to push the furniture together again, that she wasn't just out of arm's reach as she settled back next to their boy. They really hadn't gotten as much of a warning this time, and as the danger hit them as hard as it could, they'd been too paralyzed to think of much of anything of the sort. Now he swallowed convulsively as his son got the headmaster back onto school grounds, where it was safe. Malfoy and Snape were still lurking about, but surely that would be a minor nuisance compared to what they'd just heard. So I'm guessing a trip to the beach isn't in our near future, Padfoot tried to mutter casually enough. No camping, no beach. How has my kid had all the best experiences ruined for him already? James agreed with a bitterness he tried to keep out of his voice. Sirius heard anyways and gave him a commiserating pat on the shoulder. There's no way those could get in there. Remus at once tried to protest, ignoring how hysterical his voice sounded. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. How old were unicorns when they changed color? What was the record for the Niffler found hoarding the most gold? He couldn't remember Mooney. Sirius called gently to get his attention, and when that panicked stare still didn't fade, he didn't try so gently. If you don't snap out of it, I'm going to shove a dung bomb down your pants. Not the threat I'd use. It'll be the most that's been in his pants in months. James was more than happy to tag in. At least Remus didn't have to think for a moment why he was scowling at the two. Lily ignored the three completely and still clutched Harry's clammy hand in hers as she promised. Those things could not have followed you there. Harry gave a jerky kind of nod in agreement, even if he couldn't relax for a second. That was supposed to have been the point of doing all this, why they were now all traumatized beyond belief having pictured Dumbledore in such a way. So why then did Harry double over in himself with further pain? James ached to reach out to him in comfort, but his son just pleaded them to keep going. He couldn't dwell any more on what was left. Never heard of such a thing, James quietly scoffed. Then again, before this, he'd never known anything to knock Dumbledore off balance. Remus finally managed a relived burst of surprised laughter, actually trying to settle back again for a moment and pretend to relax. He'd have to think about everything eventually, but not right now. Amusement and everything else dried up instantly, James felt like he was shrinking into himself at the very idea. It was never too hard in the past to imagine whatever was described to them through this. He'd finally found an instance otherwise. Lily's mouth opened with a little pop just as her husband snapped closed so hard she swore she heard his teeth crack. I swear to Merlin, do we know if Snape hasn't put some long overdone love potion on Dumbledore? Sirius snarled in disgust. I cannot for the life of me understand why he'd ask for him, ever, let alone now. I'm sure he has his reasons, Remus said so softly it was as if he was hoping the others wouldn't hear him. They did anyways. Ooh, looky who's gotten back on the Dumbledore bandwagon, James scoffed, more than happy to redirect to his friend, instead of going further on with Harry hearing Snape belittle and torment his son after what he just went through. I haven't forgiven him for all the mistakes he's made of Harry's life, Remus said just slightly above normal volume now, though more defensively than anything. I still don't think he's the madman we've all been saying for the past few days. He's got a goal in mind, and I hate he's using Harry to do it, but clearly Snape's as much a part of it. He found it impossible to completely hold onto his doubts about the man now that he was so vividly reminded of how human he was. Nobody looked particularly thrilled with this, but James kept going anyways before Remus could keep waffling. The last time Lily had been so angry at the mention of that name had been in their last month of fifth year. Ever since then, she tried to think of him as little as possible, and even when that wasn't avoidable while hearing of him for the past 2 weeks, she'd still been able to find a way to distance herself from this feeling. That was escaping her now, and she finally fully understood how the Marauders had been feeling every single time they heard Pettigrew's name, the deep-seated betrayal of the person she once knew. She had a flashback to a moment in her childhood where her big sister had dared her to keep her hand on a lamp as long as she could. The warmth steadily became unpleasant until she finally had no choice but to jerk her hand away in pain, her palm now shiny and red, the blisters and burns that should have marred her skin mending themselves before their parents had even come to check on them. Now her hand felt permanently glued there. She could not remove this burning feeling from inside. Sirius' face only gave the smallest twitch. It was the first time mention of those beasts had actually felt like a passing comment rather than forcing him to revisit a memory. He had much more important things to think about, Rasmater in a nightgown still being even lower on the list. James stopped and muttered something, more in confusion than outright surprise. What had Malfoy done while Harry wasn't there? Blown off a tower. It was an image they'd painted behind their lids for 14 days upon this very house, one they'd known their whole life. Then Harry had witnessed it at the age of 14 and only begun to grasp at his parents' fears. Now he knew as well as they did the feeling of your heart sinking out of sight at just the name of such a thing. Can't be, Lily pleaded. Not at Hogwarts. It was far too late for that plea, and they all knew it. There had already been countless things going on in their old school none of them would have dreamed of. The progression of Voldemort's reach into Harry's life had reached its natural peak, and still they could not believe it. James didn't know how he managed to keep going. The words didn't feel real. Was that all it took? Sirius tried to demand, but he sounded more like he was about to faint any second than Dumbledore now did. That was a school full of kids. How, what Harry had never felt more useless in his life. All through this night, he'd felt a deep sense of wrong during his mission for Dumbledore, and now he clutched his wand desperately to him, as if wanting to do the same, but having no will to do anything of the sort. He felt as if all he'd ever done was lead those to their doom. There wasn't a chain attached to one of them. James asked, feeling detached from his own body, his mind trying to shield him from what his son was already heading into now by trying to recall something even semi-pleasant to do with the Weasley twins. James made a spastic noise that once upon a time would have been called a laugh. He'd never pictured Dumbledore on a broom, but the idea of Dumbledore prepping for the occasion by tying his hair and beard up into a tight bun, just as Sirius always did, caused genuine, if hysterical, laughter. Sirius gave him a gentle nudge on the shoulder to keep his attention. Their ability to laugh in the face of death wasn't much help when it wasn't their death they were facing, but one from Harry's past. Lily's grip tightened along her son, but he was too lost in his mind to even register such a thing. She tried again, calling for James to stop until she got his attention, and when she finally did, she recognized that dark look in her own eyes. How on earth could you say this one wasn't my fault? He tried to demand, but it came out as a croak. He tried desperately to cling to any assurance he had. Surely he wouldn't have a ring if it was Ginny. It couldn't be Ron and Hermione, not after everything they'd been through. Maybe he was lucky and Neville and Luna hadn't even known what was happening because they followed your lead, she reminded. He had no argument for that. Remus never even stopped to consider how Dumbledore would have gotten in. It just seemed natural he'd be able to stroll about that castle with any security measures in place, because that's who he was. The bricks themselves would bend around him if he asked. Harry clutched painfully at himself, fighting back a whimper. How was it this night managed to keep getting worse, when he'd been so sure it had already happened? So it was a fake-out. Lily let out a burst of breath in relief. I'll bet Malfoy did it. Maybe whatever he's working on still didn't work. He was celebrating for some other reason. He needs to buy himself more time. She finished by ruffling her brows, not sure how putting Dumbledore so on edge was helping with anything. Am I a terrible person for being relieved? James managed through numb lips. He wished the rest of his body was as fuzzy. His chest was so tight he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Sirius managed in the worst casual conversation tone he'd ever managed. Sirius, I don't find this a knack kind of situation. Remus hissed at him from across the room, his hand twitching as if to smack some sense into him. And what is one, pray tell, Moony? The time you found a hidden staircase that pushed you out a window on the second floor, Remus scowled. I'm wishing you'd go find it again. I love you both, but I'm going to ignore you now, James snapped before Sirius could counter. That didn't get any less weird the more James read it. Literally, anyone in that castle would make more sense, even Filch. He'd get him down to the hospital wing faster than even Harry with his knowledge of the secret passages in that school. What was that sniveling, murdering rag going to do? He's back at school. It doesn't count any more, Sirius groaned, wishing his pup would just crawl into his bed already with a sandwich. Couldn't the poor kid just be done with his day after all the crap he'd already been through? Now it seemed like someone had just played a very cruel and nasty diversion to give himself more time. Did you freeze up that bad? Remus tried to splutter out an explanation, but it just was not making sense. Even at the height of his panic, Harry reacted, not froze up like that. He's mad. Sirius had said that with high confidence many times in his life. None had felt quite like this. Someone just burst in, and he froze his back up. James felt paralyzed himself. He could not imagine what Dumbledore feared coming through the door was bad enough to keep Harry out of it at a time like this. Dad. Harry's soft call was the only thing that could have dragged him to hear anything else. He was hurting his kid by leaving him in suspense of this. He had to know the answer far more than they did. No one laughed. No one even looked that surprised. Agreed with Harry the second he'd come to such a conclusion of the company Malfoy would now be keeping, whose orders he was following. They were left even more in a panicky wonder now of just what was going on. Always good at that redirecting thing, Remus muttered, his fingers twitching for something to do, but he'd long since worn out the cuff of his robes, and they needed to be repaired. All that was left were loose strings. It's not as if it ever helped. There's always been a Death Eater in that castle. James vehemently tried to protest what he just heard. Dumbledore's bloody allowed it long before now. Dumbledore's charming response should have made them feel better. He was keeping calm and indeed engaging Malfoy like he would any student. But the room still felt colder every second. Both parties had all but stated more than Snape was lurking about their old home. And what was that again? Lily demanded softly, her tone so dangerous Harry had to remind himself she was on his side. Looks like we're finally about to find out, James said quietly, continuing in the same way. Sirius' jaw actually fell open in shock. He kept playing what Narcissa was going through in a loop through his mind, and the horrible click made him feel faint. Malfoy was supposed to. He couldn't get the words out. Something no one's ever been able to do before, Remus quoted, looking as sick as if a full moon were rising. James shook his head so hard he nearly flung his glasses across the room. It truly was no wonder Narcissa had been at her breaking point, her kid trying to kill Dumbledore. They were all so stuck on this part that when James finally found breath to continue, it was impossible to stay ahead of the game until it was spelled out for them. He was. It seemed impossible everything going on this year was somehow all one giant plan from Malfoy. He knew about this. Lily's screech was practically inhuman. Dumbledore, he knew who was hurting those students, and he didn't do a damned bloody thing. It didn't feel possible what they'd just heard of him in the cave could house the same emotions in a person with this going on. Something more than outrage and fury, the honest disbelief. First Snape, now Malfoy. The man must have actually lost his mind at some point to allow all of this. This isn't right. This doesn't make sense. Remus was babbling now, but he couldn't make the words stop. Dumbledore would never let this carry on, putting the other students at risk like that. He's always put the needs of everyone first. He'd proved as much time and again, even in Harry's time. What could have changed now? Harry could only watch for a moment as James and Sirius seemed like they were going to break their promise, again, any second, and charge out of here to demand from Dumbledore just what was going on. Desperate to get some kind of relief from the build-up that was this horrible night on his life, he spoke quickly. We don't know when Dumbledore figured it out. Snape surely would have told him, as loyal as he is. Sirius venomously cut in with the most disgusted look he'd ever given his pup for defending this. We don't know that, though, Harry insisted. We don't know anything. Please, just let this keep going. I have to know, he broke off, and they all heard the clear desperation in him. Like the promise he'd tried to get out of all of them not to leave this premises, they had to trust Harry now that something would come of this. Answers, hopefully, but they knew by now it would definitely be something. Feeble. James couldn't believe the words out of his own mouth. Yeah, that's right. Next time try harder to kill Dumbledore and half the population of that school. Sirius hurt his neck craning over James' shoulder to make sure he heard that one right. As Harry tensed up, though, and made to say something again, they both made faces at him, but kept going all the same. They'd never really considered themselves good soldiers. Taking orders from anyone was a hardship they were still learning. They did know trust, however, and Dumbledore was only on the cusp of breaking theirs, a fine line thinning every second. How is he taunting him? Lily demanded of nothing. She couldn't imagine this being explained in any way that wasn't more madness anymore. Beyond everything she'd heard since her adult son had come here, this was unlike anything she'd heard. Dumbledore vulnerable and weak inside a horror-filled lake. Dumbledore indulging a student's murderous attempts. Had that potion he drank driven him senile? Some abstract thought going through Remus' head was how much he agreed with that, how he hadn't met any other person who understood the drive to kill like he experienced once a month. Was that why Dumbledore was doing this? For the same reason he'd allowed him in school all those years ago. He'd been kept away from others at his most dangerous, though. Surely Dumbledore wasn't really still trying to treat everyone fairly just, because they hadn't yet gotten away with murder. At some point, it was only a matter of time. He knew that most from himself. James' voice kept breaking so much he was convinced it would be easier to snap his voice box out. No, there's no way. He still remembered the first time Harry was sent to Filch's office, and when this thing had come into play, he'd laughed as the Weasley twins had made use of it in some way. Now Malfoy had got his hands on it, and this is not happening, Sirius protested. Anything would make more sense than what he was hearing. That doesn't even answer anything. Remus tried to force something to make sense in this screwed-up nonsense. How would he even know where it was? How does that help someone to get into the castle? That's not what it does. When it's broken, Lily finished for him. She'd only gotten a description of this thing from them, but she recalled their experiences with it. Students had seemed to go out of their way to play with such a thing before Nick seemed to have irreparably broke it. In some small part of her mind, it made sense why it would be taken away by house elves, to a place they knew of to store everything in the castle. The twins seemed to have accidentally come across it, and so had Malfoy. If Malfoy fixed it, if it worked properly, there was a horrible moment of stunned silence as they wrapped their head around that before Sirius burst out. But why? What need would a Death Eater have of getting into the school? Hell, why not just use a secret entrance? He froze with a rat-sized lump in his throat, one very particular person all too familiar with those. Maybe they're more secret than we ever thought. Other students didn't know about this, James said in a deadly calm voice. It was clear they were all thinking of the same person now. His presence at the beginning had been forgotten as quickly as possible, but never stayed gone for long. However, it seemed clear he hadn't helped with this, and they had no idea what to make of that. Desperately trying to keep his mind away from that, he redirected. And don't be daft, Moony. Clearly the twins asked the room for a place to stuff Montague, and that's where they wound up. I'm not surprised they figured out how to work it as well as Harry did. Montague just said he told Malfoy about it when he recovered. Remus hadn't even remembered asking that, but he was just desperate enough at this point he'd take any available answer. Don't compliment him. Remus took his frustrations out by snapping that. Lily's breaths were coming out in short, sharp little pants, as if she had a broken rib. She may well have, as hard as her heart was beating her up inside. Of all the range of things she'd been forced to feel in a very short amount of time, listening to someone come up with a plan to destroy that school, all from a prank taken too far. That is why you don't compliment the maniac, Remus insisted, not caring how loony he sounded doing it. An idea was occurring to him in the back of his mind that Dumbledore was trying to lull Malfoy into a false sense of security so that he could strike back and take over as the presence this situation needed. But not even a flash of hope would light what felt like a child's wish. If Dumbledore had wanted the advantage, he'd long since forfeited it. He clearly knew all of this already, so what was he doing besides growing weaker by the moment? Something we all want to know, James promised, his eyes flashing dangerously as he kept going, still knowing no answer would feel good enough. None really would again from a man he'd once trusted so much, but that feeling was losing its hold the more he got out. Clearly Dumbledore had turned into an old man without anyone even realizing he shouldn't be let around kids by this time. More than any of this going on, Lily still wanted to know how he claimed such a thing, when she'd finally let that same resolve slip through her grasp at Trelawney's news. She wanted so much to just curl into a ball and never have to hear anything again, but she stayed by her son's side with all the stubbornness she possessed to hear everything she could. It was not at all pleasant to be thinking the same thing as Malfoy at a time like this, but even Sirius couldn't bring himself to say such a thing right now. That's always been his shtick, and I hope he forever fails to get it, James spat, but in much milder disgust than he would have thought. Even with the recent knowledge of Snape's hand in the death of his family, Narcissa's pleas to him were now what was hovering over him. Snape actually had been trying to genuinely help, even if there was no other ulterior purpose than trying not to die. Because I just love hearing the insane ramblings of this kind, Sirius said softly in disgust. He'd been willing to give Malfoy some sympathy, even pity, and every single time that kid ruined it by following up like this. He tried to use an unforgivable on his godson. He'd been bragging about doing this before he realized how hard it was. Now he, along with every other Death Eater, was just out trying to do it for the glory, just like every other useless pureblood out there begging to be on Voldemort's side like his waste of a brother. Don't be daft, man. Lily balked at her husband. She wouldn't, or she never meant to. She's always so nice to everyone, and if Malfoy hied why James gave her a sympathetic look as he agreed none of this made sense. Oh, Remus managed like a punch to the gut. Well, of course, that makes sense. Use one unforgivable, use any to get what you want. Merlin's pants, poor Rasmutter. Sirius somehow managed to look more haggard every second as every innocent person Malfoy had dragged into this was piled up. James knew no matter how angry he ever was at anything, it would never be so bad as having to say that word. He still stuttered over it, no matter how many times he had to remind himself he wasn't the one saying it. That would never feel anything but wrong. Oh, that's just great. He's been listening in on us as much as I've been trying to do to him, except he managed to do it right. Harry burst like that charm had finally worn off of him, and he could launch himself at Malfoy now screaming. It wasn't happening, though. He could feel that. Whatever happened to get him out of that spell made his world feel upside down the second he tried to grasp the idea. One thing at a time, then. Oh, look, the man does still exist, Remus murmured. All of this just felt like too much for one person to cope with. Harry's hands shook harder than ever as he pressed his fingers to his temples, willing some part of him to remain steady. It wasn't going to be his mind, which was flashing so sporadically he was wondering if this was what it felt like to have a seizure. Of everything, he felt now watching all of this, of what he couldn't yet remember but felt so terribly important to his future. It was all there, all at the same time, and he could barely understand 1 second of it. It was the last thing any of them wanted to hear, but in some small way it did help Harry as Sirius burst out laughing. Taunts to his last breath, he'd always remember. The pain of it all was not receding, If anything, it was growing far worse by the second history was about to repeat itself. Harry's breath caught. He doubled over and moaned into his lap. The truth kept sinking in, the green-tinted cave like poison he couldn't shake any more than Dumbledore as it rested behind his eyes, as a promise the dead would surround him soon. "I got you, Harry. I know it hurts, love. I got you." He clung to the sound of his mother's voice, something he'd never the privilege of hearing call to him in such a way right now, no echo in words, as if they couldn't have been doing that all year. Sirius demanded scathingly as he kept rubbing furiously at his own temples just like Harry was. This felt wrong. It all seemed so wrong. He wished Dumbledore were here for the millionth time as a voice of reason to give the answer they all needed. He'd die before he let Prongs suffer for this further, whatever this was going on with their headmaster. As much as James loathed the name Malfoy and everything they'd done, Ron and Katie and countless other people Malfoy had almost killed in pulling this off, James still couldn't say that with anything but sympathy. He'd watched countless young ones fear the same all his years through school, and he'd always set off a dung bomb in the next second to make others squeal or laugh, or even find something else to run off and do as a distraction. He wished he could do that now for Draco, but even he knew there was no distraction to be had from this problem. He wanted Dumbledore to be there. Some part of him still recognized there was no one better to find an answer for that. It's why he joined the Order. "I can't believe that alone, is it?" Lily said bitterly, to no one in particular, even as she kept Harry as close as possible. As powerful as Dumbledore is, there must have been ways to be able to talk to Draco before this got so bloody out of hand. She could not go on, knowing they could spend countless hours talking about what-ifs, when all they wanted was for Harry to stop living through so horrid things in his past. All this was necessary. All James had to do was finish, and Dumbledore would finally have to answer to everything in one way or another. Remus nodded to himself, glancing to Harry and hoping he'd finally relax now that whatever threat Malfoy was posing was being lifted. They just wanted this night to be over, for Harry and Dumbledore to finally get some rest. Everyone was going to be fine. He was now sure of it. Dumbledore had done it again. James' hands tensed along the pages. He looked wildly from them to those around him, hoping for someone to tell him he was being crazy. Try reading that again, and something would change. They didn't. What once would have been a laughable fight, Merlin he'd done it only last year in not only multiple opponents against him, but Voldemort himself. Now there was something genuinely afraid in him as he looked again, and nothing changed. He never feared for Dumbledore's life before this day. Now it was happening twice in the span of an hour. He'd do it, though. Fawkes would come swooping in, or the Order, or something. Merlin, he was probably faking it the whole time to keep Malfoy soothed, and he'd spring into action now. James tried very hard to convince himself of that as he kept going, and for just a few minutes it worked. "Same difference to this lot," Sirius said, in all attempts of being as blithe as ever. Remus jerked so hard next to Lily, she looked at him in concern he was having some sort of unknown attack on him now. Sirius had noticed, and startled in surprise as well. All hands had always been resting on wands in such a time, and only James' next breath stopped him uttering a curse at a wallpaper. James had known Sirius for a good 10 years now. He'd thought he'd long since learned every nuance his voice could go through. "I'm going to kill him." He hadn't heard that one, but he did agree. Remus tried to shake his head hard and squinted like he was trying to adjust to bright light, but his pupils were still dilated with such fear it took every ounce of strength James had not to jump in front of him on impulse, find out what danger Moony had spotted. "Wasn't expecting that," he rasped to no one. James had never heard that voice either. It just didn't seem possible. Fenrir Greyback in Hogwarts. His safe haven, where he'd spent countless months safe and away from what he was supposed to be. A true monster like that. "Prongs, prongs, keep going," Padfoot hissed furiously in his ear, and James was startled to realize he'd automatically been trying to transform on instinct, seeing Moony in such a state. The book had almost fell from hooves if he hadn't caught himself, and with still numb fingers that he swore were blurry on the edges, and not his eyes just trying to see anything else, but this he somehow managed. Remus started to make a high noise of distress, every muscle in him aching to run, but then he cleared his throat so hard he wondered if it didn't snap out of place instead of his jaw trying the same. Shush, SHH. It's all right, Mooney. Sirius was suddenly there, bright grey eyes managing something of a calm smile in that lined face he was trying so hard not to show panic consuming. When he was sure Remus' green eyes were following him, Sirius began pacing restlessly about the room, his movement for all who couldn't now. Harry needed to move, but physically seemed unable to any more, memory of that spell keeping him pinned down. Prongs was fixing to let instinct take over and bolt if he didn't find some physical release. But he was too wrapped up in every detail that was his son's life, and Mooney looked as likely to tear out of the room as he would at 4 years old again to escape his fate, instead of being pinned where he was by jaws that no longer held him. So Sirius did for them. He was never very good at sitting still anyways. Now he was doing it with a purpose. I love that man. Never been happier someone speaking my mind. Sirius declared loudly, as if he could try to speak over James, but he did not keep going when Prongs gave no sign of hearing him. Remus looked quickly around. He couldn't help but keep checking every exit to make a run for it. They'd never seen another werewolf besides him. Now they were getting a very vivid picture of what he would likely be one day soon. Merlin, that thing is terrible. Can't believe you had to get a close-up of that. Lily's voice shook as she spoke in disgust, but her hand stayed steady as she grasped Remus. She couldn't believe he'd gotten anywhere near her family, and she hadn't the chance to cut him down yet. She'd have to fix that soon. James' confidence was wavering. If Dumbledore was going to pull off a miracle, he would have done it by now. Now he was trapped on all sides, just as Harry was. Something was going to go very wrong. He would have put this down right now and been more than happy to never find out if it was anyone but Harry. He could still convince himself Dumbledore would find a way out of this. But his son, his boy, did not have such luxury. The green tint to his skin promised he would not survive without such details. False bravado weakening by the moment, James still tried desperately to keep going with the assurance something was going to give any second, and the scales would tip back the way they should be. I don't see that happening when I take all their heads off, Sirius vowed, patting his hands against his legs now as he kept up his pace, to remind himself not to go for his wand, and do this now. Remus spasmed in disgust at the idea, even as something vicious in him rose to the surface, a violent noise tearing out a threatening warning. What he owed that vile creature already was his own life. He would not be idle in letting another be harmed by his kind, by that beast. They're about to turn on each other, Sirius mouthed, but even that didn't feel like the slim bit of hope they needed. If a tussle really commenced, Harry was sure to be discovered. You'd never be able to curse all 4 of them before they reacted, Lily corrected with a soft hiss, instinct keeping her voice as low as it was needed in such a place. I'd get their attention and lead them down the stairs to back up, Harry responded, slowly, using each word as if for the first time. He would be going back down those stairs very soon, but it wasn't for help. James was genuinely surprised at the relief he felt. He'd always cursed Merlin for Snape's timing. He had a horrible knack for being in their way at just the wrong time. For the first time in his life, that was working to their advantage. This same Death Eater who had got his family killed would finally do something useful. James regarded that the same way he had when a rat once did the same. There were very few things his vivid imagination couldn't put together. This was one of them. What was the leader of the Order doing at a time like this? He was surprised Snape hadn't already dealt with this problem. Snape had always been quick on the draw. He had to give him that. Remus spluttered something incoherent, a fear like he'd never known taking all speech away and leaving him like a common animal. Pleading for what? Snape was going to help this, just like Dumbledore had always sworn the man was doing. Lily felt like she was hearing all of this from a tunnel connected to a 5th-year Dada exam. She couldn't help but think that if she could just see Snape do the right thing now like he hadn't so long ago, she could still believe her friend was there when she couldn't be for her son. Sirius' throat itched, but the heckle eluded him. Snape had never pretended such a thing when he was trying to get in with the Death Eaters before. Why would he have such an expression now? Didn't matter, he supposed. He was just jealous old Snape was doing his job. James didn't seem quite able to do anything but just remain in his rigid state. He could have stayed frozen in that way forever until he spun on the spot and threw the book out the window. HP, I do plead with you all to not think their thoughts in this will be the final take. There's another book to go and more to learn, so if ever things felt too harsh, they are human. They need time to think things through. Right, so the plan. What was it exactly? Malfoy needed to kill Dumbledore and get the Death Eaters into the castle. Was he expected to do both at the same time, or was the second backup? It's made pretty clear with hindsight his main job was to do what no other had before, kill Dumbledore. Then when did the vanishing cabinets come into play and why? Malfoy was entirely confident in the beginning he could kill Dumbledore, so was this a secondary task from Voldemort? And then, what? Voldemort had a way to get in and out of the school too. His Death Eaters came in and immediately got caught. Were they all there to just witness Malfoy killing Dumbledore when he was supposed to do that at the most convenient time possible? Further than that, it's made pretty clear Voldemort had no actual belief Malfoy could do it. And so I again ask if all the point of this was to get the vanishing cabinets fixed. He was going to have Snape kill Dumbledore himself if Malfoy didn't do it, and then Snape would be in charge of the school. There just doesn't seem to be a need to have a back door to the place. I'm just nitpicking some more, but they seem like two unrelated things that were both supposed to be one in the same all year. So without hearing the point of why anyone wanted those vanishing cabinets fixed, as it didn't seem to directly have anything to do with killing Dumbledore, it seems a little convenient it all worked out the way it did in the end, when they seem to have no actual purpose to anyone. Chapter 28. Not really. Chapter text Don't panic. This is a chapter, I promise. Just an interlude I've had written out for ages and could not wait to post. I am sorry it's so short. Usually I don't keep an interlude solo unless it's at least twice as long as this, because by that point it bogs an actual chapter. However, this is the major point of the crossroads in Snape's character, and it wouldn't feel right to have this as part of either the previous or next chapters. Hope you enjoy. HP, the sound of shattering glass plinked softly at Harry, trying to tug him into a reality other than the sharp shade of green from his memories. Half of him was still frozen with the last spell Dumbledore had ever used to protect him. The other half was watching his family finally snap. I can't even pretend to be surprised. Everyone in the world told him so, that Fugazi, Kubu, Ripskag, Mashugana. On some level, he realized his family breaking out into gibberish asterisk should have been much more worrisome. But as it was his dad and godfather screaming such things about the world was more like a detached side note in his mind. Remus got up calmly and walked to the front door, but he slammed it so hard behind him the rest of the glass in the pane broke out. James and Sirius took off after him in a panic. Lily still hadn't moved. "I'm just grabbing this, you daft idiots," he said before either of them could lift a finger or a wand to stop him. He stooped in the grass and picked up the book James had thrown almost clean to the property's edge. His voice was calm, reasonable, like he was pointing out he was retrieving a quaffle James had chucked off the pitch during practice. It was damn scary. The two had been screaming of a betrayal they had seen coming, though. The surprise was just how Snape had gone about it. That particular stab to the back was one of the coldest things they'd ever heard. It just wasn't the worst thing he could do, not to them. He'd already done that, in destroying Remus' chance at a good life with that job, and then turning blind to Sirius being in danger as far as they were concerned, not to mention being half the reason Voldemort had gone out to kill James and Lily. This was just another blow, and one that Dumbledore had coming for his trust in all the wrong people. What did click for them was who it would hurt most. James spun on the spot, Lily's name already on his lips. "Moony, I don't know what I feel." It was as honest an answer as he could give. Sirius wanted to go to him, promised this was going to be okay, but he knew better. Something inside Remus had broken, and it couldn't be fixed like they could that window. He couldn't reach inside Mooney's head and run around with him to keep the edge off this problem, no matter how much he wanted to. Lily still hadn't moved. James swooped to her side, gently but firmly moving Harry out of the way as he caught his wife in his arms. He found her clenched up like Harry had somehow transferred the freezing charm onto her while he seemed incapable of keeping up a coherent word. James could easily read the desire on his face to go hunting down the man who had done this, but his boy knew this was not what his mother needed to hear. Lily hardly noticed when her two boys changed places. Her life was flashing backwards in time, every second kicking her of how she didn't see this coming. She should have. James was doing for her what she'd gifted him at his lowest. Kissing her temple, running his hand through her hair, promising she wasn't alone and still had real friends who would never do something like this to their life. She'd had no reason to for the past 4 years of her life, but she still tried to justify her shock. It's more, I guess it just took me too long to realize that people change, James. I did. His grin was his answer, even as he said, "Not really." Lily considered for a moment. She was still that same angry 7-year-old smacking the other kids on the playground for bullying the odd kid on the block. That same 15-year-old yelling at her future husband to stop picking on the outcast. She would never stand by and allow anyone to be hurt if she could help it. "You have," she still countered, but even as she said it, his mischievous grin grew. He was still that 11-year-old boy, putting a spin on as he told others of the war, making the ones his age find his belief they'd all lived through it. That same confident 15-year-old doing what he thought was right no matter what anyone else said. She could not resist a smile as he again told her, "Not really." HPHPHPHP, and that, my fine folks, sums up a lot in this series, and life, at least in my opinion. Sirius was saying other words for crazy in other languages. Made me laugh to look some of them up. Not gibberish, though, just to clarify. Chapter 29, Flight of the Prince. Chapter text. Sirius came hesitantly back inside. A thing in itself so very rarely seen. James looked away from Lily and over his shoulder to see how bad Mooney was. He felt immensely guilty darting back inside for his wife and just leaving him out there, but even looking back couldn't think of what else he could do. Sirius hadn't seemed to help much, if that expression was anything to go by. Lily had to wriggle out of James' grasp, but she managed it and clutched up Remus in a hug. He just stared at her for a moment before he even seemed to realize what was going on. Then he moved carefully, like he was patting an infant, before extending her away in the same consideration. She scowled up at him, but he was not the one she needed to take this out on. She wanted to apologize for what someone she'd once known had done to so much of their lives, but she was done apologizing for Severus Snape. Instead, she grabbed up his arm and towed him to a seat, forcing him into it and sitting purposefully right beside him. His expression the entire time was guarded, very purposefully distant. He didn't want any of them to know what was really on his mind, something he could be quite good at when he tried. Couldn't get him to say a bloody word, Sirius informed his best mate, as he all but collapsed in between him and Harry, his voice pitchy but obviously audible. "That's going around," James agreed much quieter, now watching all three with more worry by the second. He felt like he was holding his breath, waiting for an explosion that hadn't yet come. He waved his wand absently, and the window fixed itself, a shard even flying from the book in Sirius' hand. They watched it all smooth back into place like nothing had happened, but it didn't remove the pieces left inside them. With one last look around, Sirius let out an uneasy breath and forced out more. Sirius flinched uneasily when he realized he'd left Harry with no one to really comfort him as he held the book. He'd done this for as much Prong's protection, though. If Harry got violent again after another death in his life, he could very well turn on his dad, whom Harry had already associated Snape's behavior with before. Harry wasn't reacting to anything yet, though. The look on his face still looked halfway between murder and shock. Sirius just hoped the later lingered long enough they could get him to not work on the first in here. "I predict that to last. Another second," James muttered. He knew this inactivity was going to drive him nuts if nothing else did. Sirius couldn't help a breath of relief, even just one part of him relaxing again. He'd been terrified Harry would somehow relapse and try another dark spell. "Normally, I'd agree with you, but I don't think even Dumbledore can fix Dumbledore." James felt like he was speaking through vomit, curled up in the back of his throat. But everyone around him looked ready to join Dumbledore. They were as so pale. He could never just stand the silence Sirius was wringing by choking this out. Harry felt a flicker of life, pride maybe, that none of his family was scolding him for going after these Death Eaters, or they were all in such a state they hadn't yet gathered the breath to do so. Course he did. No one would bother with him, and the kid, bloody Dumbledore. James couldn't help a constant string of mutters under his breath, only to Padfoot, who could hear them. Unlike his best friend, he knew when others didn't want to hear what he couldn't help coming out of his mouth. Even having personally lived through the experience of a werewolf flying at his face, Sirius would never pretend to brush such a thing off. He was unsurprised to find the others of the same reaction. In an unamused note, he did find he had both Lily and Mooney's attention again. Harry was rubbing at his throat with a twisted expression of disgust for that stench clogging his nose. But his eyes stayed so focused and sharp no one could believe for a moment he even got a scratch from this encounter. That didn't stop all four of them from scanning every inch of exposed skin anyways with swimming eyes, knowing better than most what Harry had escaped by a breath. Remus, lip curled up in disgust, the first truly coherent thing he'd said in a while being a muttered statement how that monster wasn't as immune as he thought. Lily clutched his hand, but shushed him, even if she'd rather hear the boys around her talk forever rather than any more of this. James almost snapped his wand in half in his hand. He ached so badly to raise it now. Sport, he'd show him a sport, use his head as a bludger. "What are you doing there?" Sirius shouted before the others had even been sure what he'd said. "I believe I still qualify as a member of the Order," Remus returned, looking as disinterested as he would in a homework assignment. It hadn't been a phrase the others had given much thought to. They'd taken Malfoy's statement as mistaking Harry's friends for the Order, maybe even McGonagall and Tonks, as she'd have seen from Hogsmeade Village, what was going on as well as Rosmerta. They hadn't realized a whole other worry right under them. Remus just gave them an unimpressed look and went back to gazing at the book with pure concentration. Sirius scowled at him, but prioritized for now. Leaving Harry in the thick of a fight would not be tolerated. That really was the only thing on their minds now, but the real horror would be when Harry did. There was nothing any of them could say. They'd all be doing the same thing in this moment if they could. Sirius couldn't help his breath being strangled off. A wild pant, the only noise he could manage for a moment, as this was all too familiar. How many more times was Harry going to have to suffer this chase? Harry started seeing double in his mind. Death Eaters everywhere, death and blood all around. Shouts and screams as he raced to find it before Voldemort Snape. His mind quickly corrected with a snap, wishing he could fall out of his own head and get away from it all. Lily was picturing it in her head like two little black darts darting around her old home, growing closer and closer together, no matter how much she willed that distance to only grow. There were other things going about, yet another worry tearing into her of her son's plan to put himself in between the enemies now, exposing his back. Lily only now realized she was shivering nonstop. She didn't know what she wanted to happen. Of course he should be caught, have to face his crimes for what he'd done, but not by her son. She'd rather he vanished and never be seen again, and the two would not reconcile inside her, leaving her feeling like she was instead being torn in two as both options stretched before Harry. "They won't be able to touch him," James tried his hardest to say with that old swagger, confidence in every word he said. He didn't need anyone to tell him he couldn't fake that anymore. Dumbledore was gone. Anyone could be next. Nobody said "I told you so." They were all just trying to remember how to breath, a luxury they'd been denied for so long now it was a wonder their heads didn't pop off. "Mothers tend to do that," James agreed, meeting his wife's eyes, unknowing he was trying to assuage the wrong fear. She offered him a weak attempt at a smile all the same. Harry tensed and waited. For someone to tell him he'd done wrong again, the justification already on his lips, how sick and tired he was of the world being able to do such things to him over and over, and he couldn't retaliate any way he saw fit. None came. He glared at his father and godfather, and saw they just looked tired. Not the true disappointment he would have expected. He shook his head and looked on at the book, expecting this to come up later instead, when they finally had a chance to step away from this. All Harry could see was red now. The rubies still splashed all along the inside of the castle, where Dumbledore would never walk again. The grounds that would likely be consumed by this fire and eat him alive. The crimson color was always supposed to fight off the green of the house he'd hated for so long, but not like this. "Not the dog," Sirius managed, the protest trying to burst from his lips as it always would. He'd never let anyone forget him, at least. "I'm surprised at this point you didn't do it again just to tell him to shove it. What you can and can't do," James muttered. Harry bowed his head. even as his fists clenched as tight as they could go. The words kept echoing back in his head, and all he wanted was to just understand why now of all times his mind clasped down on the hatred still burning in him. It took everything James had not to surge to his feet and deck Snape across the face. Now, he was really going to taunt his son right now, after what he'd just done. Yes, Snape was a coward. The man couldn't face anyone unless they were already on their knees begging for mercy. Sirius did his best to ignore the snarl of outrage curling from inside him, how that sniveling excuse of a human had gotten James killed and couldn't even look him in the face doing it. If that wasn't cowardice, he didn't know what was. There should have been some relief, that she was no longer surprised of everything Snape would do, that he could do anything now, and she wouldn't ever be hurt again any worse than this. But nothing more came to her than a scream of protest, every muscle in her itching to jump in the way and take that curse away from her son. Don't know what's stopping him, Harry managed while still panting, sure the curse had been lifted off him only just now. He's never had a problem torturing kids before. At this point, I think Snape's done more to you than Voldemort, Sirius half-heartedly agreed, still more worried than anything what Harry was going to do because of this fact. Harry bellowed in outrage, shooting a spell into the fireplace that sent the flames roaring practically right out of the roof. It was the only spell he'd managed to do that had any affect on his life tonight. Course that bit of scum can't take his own spells being put on him, James sneered in outrage. Lily wrapped her arms tight around chest, holding herself together just as the marauders were being forced to do. He cared for nothing. He must not, having given her the same fate as them. Only James watching this stopped the protest that had he known what vile those spells came from he'd never use them again. He'd never stoop so low as to take help from a Death Eater. There's nothing left to call him, but that, so he's really out of options, Remus said so quietly Lily wasn't sure he'd spoken at all. Always knew I loved that hippogriff, Sirius murmured, even as tight as his chest hurt. No matter how much he wanted to laugh and scream, Snape was finally getting his comeuppance. It was all he could manage. And may the bloody bastard drown in his own blood before he returns, James said in a low, under-the-breath tone that Sirius only ever heard him use when speaking of Voldemort. Like Harry, Prongs had found someone he finally hated more. Fangs, okay. Sirius burst out so loud everybody jumped. The quiet for so long had them convinced it would never leave. His friends all just gave him blank looks, as if fearing for his sanity making that endless joke at a time like this. But Harry actually gave his godfather a smile, pleased beyond anything he could say for taking him away from that moment. Something I'll hold him to, James sighed, well aware Harry didn't have many people left to lose before he was left with nothing. Oh, Hagrid, Lily's eyes went horrifyingly wide. Harry looked around slowly, wondering if they, like him, could still remember the first time Hagrid had ever met Harry, and the one thing he'd come away knowing was how much the gamekeeper cared about the headmaster. 6 years later, and he would have to be the one to deliver such news that he'd wish a pig's tail would cure. Leading them, James quietly corrected. Sirius knew it to be true. He'd already had to adjust very quickly to such a thing, and even then that just made no sense. Of all the arguments Sirius had participated, started, and been the cause of in his life, this still felt the most surreal. There was no spin he could put on this, no amount of energy or tale he could string together to make that any different. Something of the head boy and head girl snapped into place, James and Lily trying to straighten in their seats and call all those kids back inside this instant, even as they knew the danger to be gone. Both shook their heads to get the shadows of the castle from their mind. The bright living room's occupants needed them now. Sirius couldn't really imagine it. The only one who could was Harry. Somehow their boy always managed to see the worst. The reality of it finally struck then, the sorrow both James and Sirius had been missing in between everything else. Nothing would ever hurt as bad as hearing what became of the other, but for the first time they grasped that it really felt like it was over. Everything, the war had no clear end in sight, because their way to fight back was stolen away by yet another traitor. If Dumbledore could no longer win, how could Harry? Sirius opened his mouth, but words truly had escaped him. What Harry was bearing witness to was so far beyond all of them. It didn't seem possible anything else in the world could be more wrong. But once again, everything around Harry's life strived to prove him wrong as he sucked in one more weary breath and tried to speak such nonsense. Remus wondered what that stirring feeling inside him was. He'd felt it so often in his life it should have been his real nature. If that monster had never entered his life, it would be. Now the curiosity, the questions he knew he should have felt upon hearing there was someone else out there who had done this were lost. Sirius read those three little letters with a dull thunk resonating somewhere deep inside him. He knew those letters like he'd know his own initials, but for all he knew he'd just imagined them. The context that they'd appeared in made no sense. Sirius. James called softly beside him, brows ruffled with true concern, what had his brother looking like he'd just found yet another ghost, as if they didn't have enough of those lying around. Later was all he could manage to whisper right now, hand brushing along the last page. Sirius couldn't close his chapter, couldn't make himself move at all. It didn't feel like it should be able to end like that. Some things weren't possible. Why was this one? Chapter 30. The Phoenix Lament. Chapter text. Sirius' stomach growled. Harry could have sat there forever, knees aching on the cold, hard grass by the body in that June night. The soft sounds of sobbing and whispers surrounding him were somehow overlapped, though with the soft rumbling of not distant thunder, but a noise much closer. Sirius himself didn't seem to notice. At some time during Harry's recollection of this memory, overtaking him, his godfather seemed to have lost that life always present in his face. Harry had a feeling about that note, and he couldn't even place what kind it was. Good or bad, he was connecting it to his godfather for some reason. There was something about his tight-drawn face, Harry. He jolted in surprise. He'd been staring too long, and for some reason Sirius' face had blurred out of focus, distorting his features. He shook his head now and muttered a quick apology as he accepted the book instead of letting a headache linger. Lily couldn't help a dry sob, but tears had been escaping her for the past hour. She was so wrung out and spent. What she was going through was hardly a fraction of what Hagrid would be feeling for the same, and she could do no more for him than she could for her own son. Sirius was still frowning at Harry in concern. He hadn't responded when he suggested they take a break. None of them could have swallowed a bite of food, despite the fact it was hours past lunchtime already. But it was better than just dragging on, especially in his pup's emotionally detached way. Instead, he tried another tactic. Harry, there is a time and place for alone time with your woman. Now is not it. Harry stared at him for a solid minute before cracking the tiniest of smiles, but ignoring him as he kept going in the same quiet voice. Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. A fear he could not shake that Ginny had lost on this night as well. James swallowed uncomfortably, but put on a brave face as he said, "How long you been dating her? You should know by now never question the woman." "An idea you never learned," Lily softly tisked, but both were giving genuine smiles now for the other. Harry froze, but refused himself to look around. He would not ask this of Remus. "I don't know." His hoarse voice answered the awkward silence anyways. He'd been saying that an awful lot. Sirius couldn't help but notice, and for some reason it still didn't sound right. Mooney had said that plenty of times, but with an air of excitement, like he meant to fix this problem as soon as possible. That had yet to come back. "She's got to have more confidence in herself than that," Sirius Mark scolded. Harry couldn't feel anything else but the burning pain still in his stomach to even consider responding yet. Harry felt guilty when he felt no sense of relief upon seeing Remus unscathed like those around him so clearly did. He'd always respected Lupin, but even now he'd had other things more important to him than his dad's last friend to think about. They all knew the next question to come out of him, whether he would ask or not, so James quickly cut in to gently say, "Some wounds can't be healed with magic, Harry." "Or at all," Remus brutally finished. Lily couldn't help sniffling and leaning back in her seat once more. Merlin knew she'd tried willing things to happen often enough, the results never being what she expected. "A fake werewolf, you say? Well, the Weasleys always were the original bunch," Sirius said, with a very forced chuckle, as if he could will Mooney into playing along just like old times if he just kept at it. Remus seemed to decide if he kept ignoring him he'd go away. The longer Harry read his friend's rambling distress, the more restricted his voice got. Sirius tried to get his attention. He couldn't stand Harry concentrating on this for long, but Harry was still paying them no mind. "Mooney, don't," he snapped, not even caring who it was at. It was all the same at this point. He'd long since known he was doomed to be alone in Harry's time. This was just the final nail in the coffin. Sirius had never been very good at taking advice from others. Don't her, or any of us. We're going to care about your sorry ass having a reaction to this, whether you like it or not. Remus pressed his lips together in a hard, thin line. He still wouldn't look at them, but Lily swore he looked even just a little less lined. Because I really wanted a recap of this. James groaned, fighting back more every moment to steal that book from Harry and rip it to shreds, as if having to hear all this once wasn't enough. But Harry had already learned from Dumbledore that he had to recount the horrible things in his life to find a way to get past them, so he couldn't stop him from doing this now. The name of that phoenix slipped out of Lily's mouth in one true note of pity, just as she would for her cat had she thought before now what had become of him. Animals, she knew, would always bear a pain unlike their own for what they lost. All 5 of them froze, looking like someone had come around and clubbed them all on the head. Never in all their years had they seen McGonagall so vulnerable. No one had ever had to wonder before what her reaction would be to this. It had never occurred to them before, and now there it was, laid out and bare, something no one ever wanted to witness again. Trust me, Moony, it doesn't make any more sense in our time, James muttered. I'm fairly confident at least McGonagall stopped questioning that in general in your first year, Lily muttered. Poppycock. Remus burst out with the first real emotion he'd shown in over an hour now, and it was all bewilderment for their old head of house. How could she ever? Good people have a tendency to blame things on themselves they have no control over, James reminded with a very pointed look. Remus closed his mouth, finding it in his best interest not to respond to that for now. The hurt really wasn't getting any less when every one of them couldn't deny they'd have done the same in the circumstance. As much as they always loathed Snape, they still trusted him because of Dumbledore. Backup was always heralded, until it wasn't your backup coming. Like we need them, James muttered with pure venom, though he could not blame Harry either. Some part of him craved every detail he could as well. Sirius tried to put a comical look up on his face for that, wanting to laugh at the idea of the twins being told off for anything. Years of their mum doing it would have made them immune to such a thing, let alone from their own little brother. He kept it to himself, though. Harry was paying him no mind anyways. Remus' blood ran cold. He clasped his hands in front of him. He had plenty of practice by now avoiding the eyes of his friends, though now for another reason he couldn't bear to see that fear mirrored into them that only made it worse. That's not something you hear very often, Sirius said, while still eyeing Harry hopefully, knowing this had got a rise out of him in the past. Harry did look contrite at his friend referring to herself like that, but not enough to stop. Still doing the smart thing even when she doesn't know it then, Lily acknowledged, all too easily imagining him striking down those 2 kids just like he did to everyone in his way. Lily tried to share a smile with Remus, waiting for Sirius to again point out the mimicry going on. Both stayed quiet, and her skin crawled with stress. There's a spell for that, James protested in disgust. I can't even say I'm surprised if Voldemort invented such a thing. I'm just infuriated, Sirius agreed. Lily made a choking little squeak in her fight to keep more tears at bay. Harry just kept going in a calm voice, but it was all too surreal to her that he really had been a part of this all along. Harry didn't really expect an answer, but he paused anyways as the weight of that sunk in. It was not something they'd ever had to think about, and were no more happy to learn the answer now. Merlin's pants, how many times has that happened to those 2 now? James moaned with commiseration. Almost as often as it's happened to us, Lily grimly agreed. Remus cringed again, wishing he could vanish from the room. His status had never been so public outside of the circle of people surrounding him now, and the idea of a whole room full of ones who knew were now looking to him for answers about a condition he himself wished he knew nothing about felt like some twisted kind of nightmare, as if he weren't living that already. Nobody wanted to know how Arthur already knew such a thing. Possibly he'd heard the whispers in the corridor on their way up there, what must have been the worst walk through the castle in history for the parents. I'm thinking a second murder will happen tonight if Fleur doesn't react exactly how Ginny thinks she should, Lily muttered absently. She'd personally never understood the female Weasley's aversion to Fleur. The girl seemed to have no ulterior motive to marry Bill except love. Perhaps now Ginny would have to see that. Well, I think this might put the plans on hold a bit, Sirius muttered. Can't do it next weekend, laid up in bed, mind. I'm getting the feeling Fleur might disagree. James disagreed. That girl was out to prove a point. Even Harry butchering her accent made that clear. Lily gave a wince on Marley's behalf. The mother couldn't have made that more plain, and no one could be so dense not to see it. Certainly not Fleur. Sirius burst out in such surprised laughter, it almost concerned the others for the shift. But he couldn't help it. That was brilliant. James' eyes went comically wide in fright, muttering about the castle catching on fire now. Between that and Sirius still snickering away like an idiot, Lily and Remus had no choice but to finally look to each other again in commiseration of what they put up with in those two. It truly was impossible for anything to keep those two down, and they may as well enjoy that while they could. Considering the last time someone tried to tell her how to mother Harry, and she threw Sirius under the bus, yeah, I can feel a relapse coming, Remus agreed with a cringe already in place. Is it cursed? James asked wearily. That wasn't what anyone was expecting. They all still looked like they were waiting for the explosion. Harry couldn't blame them. I'm long since past that point, Lily promised. Ah, well then. Sirius looked from the book to the others and then shrugged. Love conquers all. Dumbledore's lesson wins again, James agreed in a sing-song voice before the two burst out laughing again. What have you two been arguing about? Sirius asked in surprise. That was a weird input. Remus shrugged, but there was a vaguely terrified look on his face as he wondered the same. Tonks had been on the edge of the mind all day, and if he was really the cause for her behavior this year, he suddenly feared for his health much more than a Death Eater could ever do to him. The spat ending in hugs and tears was not a likely outcome in that scenario. Harry heard a few splutters of confusion and surprise. Lily tried to cut in and tell him to slow down so she could ask just what she was missing, but Harry was almost smiling now. For some reason, he had a good feeling about this, the idea of Remus and Tonks. James' jaw dropped open for all of 5 seconds before he burst out laughing. I'll admit, I didn't see that one coming, Sirius said with a raised brow, eyeing Moony curiously. You're an idiot, Lily informed him with a small smile as well, as Remus' face well deserved that scrutiny. He looked like someone had just told him he was pregnant. I now wait, but she what? Harry watched all of this with his own detached bemusement. He was happy for this, and he honestly had a very good feeling this went somewhere, but he was also rather sad he hadn't even felt this all those years ago. Remus had been so distant from his life. He'd still been far more wrapped in his head, realizing the last thing he'd had left to cling from his innocence had been ripped away. Not even a passing thought for what Remus was going through regarding this, or much of anything, unless he wanted to know that one other thing about his dad. Sirius couldn't seem to stop laughing, likely a delayed reaction to finally being able to laugh about anything again, considering the day they'd been having. When he actually began trying to stutter something along a shovel speech at his friend in relation to his little cousin, James cut him off. Leave him be, Padfoot. I don't hear Moony crowing with pleasure. You act as if this is the first time someone's made a pass at him, Lily agreed with a tisk. I know plenty of birds in school who thought he was the cutest. You're not helping, Remus protested. He hadn't stopped blinking spastically yet, and it was starting to look like it hurt. I'm just hoping this lightens up her life again. Sirius finally sobered with a shit-eating grin still in place on Remus. Maybe now we'll finally figure out what's had her so down all year. Maybe a little snogging will cheer her right up. I'm sure Moony would be all too happy to help with that. Did you hear the same thing I just did? James scoffed at his best friend. I think this is the reason she's been down all year. Lily was starting to frown now in agreement as she turned the words over again. Merlin Remus, what did you say to the poor thing? The usual shtick when they start to suggest going farther than the closet with him. Sirius rolled his eyes and put on an eerily accurate imitation of his voice. I've other things I need to focus on, before switching back to normal. If he was being nice, or he'd lie, and say he was cheating on her to get her to leave, or start implying he had some weird arse disease and freak them out so they'd make a run for it. That last one's technically true, and yet it took the girls the longest to decide it wasn't worth hanging around for. James agreed with an old smile for some of Moony's more flamboyant attempts to get rid of a broad who wanted to be clingy. Whoever said Moony didn't have a creative side had never witnessed Lupin's lovesick ladies. The strange amount of things he'd come up with to excuse himself of an actual relationship was worth their own book. But she knows he's a werewolf, and he's not in school anymore, Lily protested these two idiots. He doesn't have to lie to Tonks. Merlin, he could go out and have a love life now if he'd stop shacking up with Sirius. Would you lot stop interfering with my love life, in any tense? Remus finally cut in with a scowl at her and all of them. Who even says I like Tonks? Maybe I just didn't want to go out with her, because she gets on my bloody nerves like the rest of you lot. Don't kid yourself, Mooney. Sirius rolled his eyes at such a thing. You've already said a few times in here you like the idea of her. Remus spluttered, but still chuckling himself slightly, Harry kept going for the poor guy. For some reason that just wasn't as funny as watching their Mooney protest this. He just sounded sad. The realization hit Remus himself that he was more alone than ever in this time. Likely so accustomed to it, for so long he couldn't imagine letting anyone into his private life now, let alone 15 years later, and finding at every turn, every time he cared for someone, they died. Harry couldn't help but stop again, glancing up at him with something on his lips. But Remus glared at him with such a hard look in his eyes, Harry winced, and kept going before either of his friends could say a single stupid word to that. It was clear Lupin didn't want to hear it from him, or let the two ghosts speak into his ear. Oh yes, let's increase audience participation on this event. Remus scowled, running his hand through his hair in frustration now. Why are you being so difficult? Lily couldn't help but demand an answer from him, while his two friends were still laughing at Remus. Don't be ridiculous, Lily. He gave her a testy look, but she crossed her arms and met his eyes. It sounds to me like you destroyed that poor girl, and for what? Because you don't think you're good enough for anyone. Enunciating each word, growing louder by the syllable, I can never give anyone this. He needlessly gestured to the beautiful house surrounding them, the infant lovingly away from this madness. You, leave him be, Lils. James cut in quickly with an uneasy frown between the pair. We've been having this argument with him for quite a few years now. He can do whatever he wants, and damn anyone who tells him otherwise. He seems to take that advice and just turn it on us. Maybe this'll finally do some good we never could, if Tonks and the Order gang up on him. Oh, that's nice prongs. Force Mooney into a relationship to prove he can be in one. Sirius rolled his eyes. He knew Remus enjoyed his time out on the occasion as well as him, so he'd never pushed Remus to do more when he couldn't see anything like it in sight either. There was nothing wrong with the two just being bachelors. If he ever did want more, then Sirius would happily help pound into his head he could. Harry looked around at them all again before letting himself move on. At least they could all agree on one thing. They just wanted Remus to be happy. Ooh, first names, Remus said quickly, clearly more than happy to push the topic onto anything else, even the dread that was just as quickly rising again. He had not forgotten, even for a second while his friends tried otherwise, just what would now be hanging over them as the rest of the absences from Harry's life, ones they all prayed would never darken theirs. Remus winced once again, knowing that tug on his soul would never ease. How did he deserve anything again when he'd already failed one family? Harry couldn't spare him a look as he departed. It's no wonder he turned away Tonks. Damn, McGonagall took no time getting this done, James murmured. As well expected, Sirius agreed. Lily shivered heavily, but gave an almost happy smile once again when Remus finally reacted and reached out to comfort her. She didn't know what had finally driven him to start responding to them again. She hoped it was the idea of Tonks, or at least a future again, that Dumbledore's loss would not have to be any more permanent than their own. Some part of Harry latched onto that curiously. He felt the need to reach out and grab that now. McGonagall wouldn't stop him. He shook his head and kept going with renewed force. Of course he'd want a memento or something from Dumbledore's office, but not now. Harry finally felt a stray tear trailing slowly down the side of his face. He quickly brushed it off, his voice quiet steady as he asked, did he have that done before? He couldn't finish, but they knew what he meant. James took his time before answering slowly, I've no idea. I've never looked into who makes them or how. The magic that goes into them is a bit like our photos, though, if a bit more animated. He met Harry's eyes purposefully as he finished. They're not real, of course. Just set with a personality as lifelike as the painting itself is. Harry nodded slowly in understanding, wondering at the intensity his dad had emphasized that. Was he afraid Harry would try to seek comfort and support from some painting? Did his dad still have pictures of his own parents up somewhere, and once fallen into this same spiral of trying to talk and keep something alive that would never really hold? He couldn't bring himself to ask. It felt too personal. The Order really doesn't know, Lily whispered. I don't understand why, James muttered, brows creasing in concentration as he tried desperately to grasp Dumbledore's mindset on this. But as always, the man was beyond him. Why hasn't he ever told anything about Voldemort or Riddle? Sirius agreed quietly. Hell, I'll bet half his followers would curse him themselves if they found out what a liar he was with that name of his. Add in the Order trying to help search for these Horcruxes, and we bloody could have had this problem solved already, Remus agreed. Harry did not answer them. He could not regret them finding this out with him. He could never really regret sharing any part of his life with them. But there was something in him cautioning patience, and he hoped that meant he understood everything, eventually. Because he didn't want a bunch of 11-year-olds hearing about this and having nightmares, or older students getting some idiotic idea about immortality. Lily said in frustration. That doesn't mean don't ever trust anyone again. Harry didn't answer her either, and it was starting to worry them. What exactly had Dumbledore instilled in their boy as his last parting wisdom? A stipulation most don't seem to think need clarification, but in this particular case, Dumbledore was slacking, Remus muttered. Lily cooed softly, every part of her wanting to run forward and hug him so hard he'd have to feel it. That poor man did not deserve what kept happening to him. Ah, Sluggy, kind of sad how often that probably happens to the poor man, James muttered with some true remorse for his part as well. He could no longer think of a single person in that school who wouldn't feel what they were. What? Sirius whispered in a tiny voice. The protest died on James' lips. The idea of that school closing had never seemed possible, even at its worst during Harry's second year. There was hope Dumbledore would fix any problem. They didn't have that now. He looked around and realized his was possibly even the least devastated at this. He was the only one who could claim to a happy life outside of that castle, whereas the rest of his family had longed for a place to escape home and feel normal. To his amazement, though, the one who he would have thought would protest this most vehemently, the one who would have actually been there to change McGonagall's mind on this, remained silent. Harry just kept staring vacantly down at the pages like he was waiting for something, and when the silence dragged on, it seemed to be their expectation for him to continue. James ruffled his hair with worry just what was going through his son's head. History that should always be taught nonetheless, Lily said stubbornly at once. Without knowing of it, the past will only repeat itself. Maybe save this for fifth year, though, eh? Sirius offered with some attempt at a laugh, lackluster as it was. Hear, hear, Remus agreed solemnly, but his heart was constricting painfully at the notion all the same. Would McGonagall have made the same calls Dumbledore once had? Or would some 10-year-old little boy forever think he was a monster because a kind headmistress had been too afraid to give him a chance around normal kids? Who do you think would be the new head of Gryffindor? James muttered, the idea as odd as Dumbledore no longer headmaster. My money's on Moony. Maybe McGonagall can finally get his arse back, Sirius still said more wistfully than anything. That's been happening on and off since this war started, James tried to say with confidence, but it was hard to put the same emphasis the school would fill back up again in the next semester with an infant of his own. The look his dad had tried to hide away in his eyes as James went aboard the train would now be in his own if he could ever bear to let Harry from this house again. Miracle none could have foreseen, Sirius agreed with a shiver. Voldemort had somehow found a way to screw with Harry's life over and over again, even from the far reaches of not even being there. Always the diplomat, Lily sighed, trying to find some kind of contentment. He was always the professor every student would go to when they had a disagreement, though never on such a large scale as this. It almost amused Lily for a moment to think the other professors in the castle may have done the same. Oh, Lily had to swallow back more tears for that. Her swell of feelings still didn't seem enough to encompass, even fully understand everything McGonagall and Hagrid would both be feeling, but she still knew enough to be grateful the school still had those two, no matter what happened. A small flickering thought passed through Harry's mind. of being 11 again and fearing expulsion, his wish to go live with Hagrid before having to go anywhere else. He was surprised that didn't feel real anymore, as distant a memory as watching his first fight between Ron and Hermione. So much had changed since then. He had changed. Harry couldn't help but stop there with a painful swallow. There was something monumental in there, the idea of a final resting place. He'd never had one to visit before, certainly not the last time he'd seen Sirius. His gaze lingered on his parents for a moment wistfully before he could keep going. Screw the effing ministry, Sirius said bitterly. That castle should have more recognition for those who pass through its walls than old portraits and awards. You really want a graveyard in a place for kids? Remus asked quietly. Sirius wavered for a moment before he steadied himself with a steadfast look. Okay, final resting place is a bit extreme, but something with a bit more personality, James helpfully supplied as Padfoot trailed off uncomfortably. Lily laughed quietly for herself, knowing she would forever be amused by watching these boys start spitballing ideas for such a thing. For just a moment, she and Harry exchanged a look of bright smiles, waiting patiently for them to exhaust themselves out of ideas before Harry kept going with just a touch more brightness in his voice. There was a heavy moment of quiet like none before. They'd refused to acknowledge such a thing was possible in the face of serious fate, and Cedric was a student they only knew existed through Harry. This felt more. This was a realization they all now knew would come to pass sometime in their life, a death they had no choice but to be ready for. Death was not a new idea to children of war, but saying goodbye never got easier any time it was said. Or any night, James agreed with a scowl, knowing he'd likely deck a wall if anyone he didn't want got near his son again. Harry tried to count the number of times he'd already said that in this night, how already the reality of it was settling around him. Something was changing in him. The school he so loved already felt like a distant memory, the more times he had to realize he'd never see Dumbledore at the staff table again. Suppose at this point all the houses would be the same. Safety in numbers, siblings seeking each other out and all, Sirius sighed. Where's Hermione? Lily asked in surprise. Probably doing something prefect-like, making sure all the students aren't crowding around in the corridors, Harry said quietly. It seemed like her. She wanted to be doing something right now, to stay busy and try to help as many people as she could in this time of crisis. He may have hoped it, but he would not have been surprised if Ron hadn't been there, but instead still in the hospital wing with his family, like Ginny very likely was. All Harry had wanted to do was be alone with his grief. Is that all he said? James instantly tried to put in, the sickly color to his face making a valiant effort to be ignored. I'm still waiting for him to declare holy matrimony any second now. He's got such a lovely... Shove it prongs, Remus groused, wishing he could strangle Tonks right now for bringing this up. He knew these idiots weren't going to let it go any time soon now. The idea bothered him greatly, though even as a joke, because to do it now meant a 4-year-old. Sirius couldn't help but shift uncomfortably again. This was brought back up, and Harry paused and eyed him hopefully. His godfather did not speak up, though, and Harry couldn't claim any better. The idea hovering on the edge of his mind wasn't one he was looking forward to sharing either, so left him in peace without his questions. Sirius shrunk into himself, fidgeting his fingers tucked into his lap and hoping, for once in his life, no one would look at him. James still was, of course, his eyes narrowed scrupulously on him and silently demanding an answer he never would have thought he'd have to wrench from Sirius. When had Padfoot ever denied what was on his mind? He was now, though. James ran the letters in his head again. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said them again to himself slower. He turned away and let him be for now, but knew he'd have to confront Sirius about what was clearly on his mind sooner rather than later. Remus tried to scoff at such a thing, but it came out too watery. He could sympathize with Harry. He was so lost in his own thoughts he'd yet given this a second thought himself. Lily was faring no better, twisting strands of her hair between her fingers and still far more transfixed by the images playing through her mind, sadly knowing she would be forced back to the harrows of her son's life sooner rather than later. It should have scared Harry more that his family offered no words of comfort to that last thought, but he wasn't surprised, really. He'd finally done it, dug up one too many things from his past. Now he'd have to embark on life alone again. HP, you want to know my honest thoughts on something? Lupin never forgave Sirius. I compare this reaction to losing his last friend, and yeah, with Sirius, it was clear he was hurt, yes. Sad, torn up about it for sure, but he kept moving around, unlike this time. It makes me want to cry, but honestly, some part of me always wondered if Lupin ever really forgave Sirius for not trusting him all those years ago, and was relieved he was finally gone. Asterisk coming to a local fanfiction page near you, leading me into a not-so-subtle segue of discussing the other big pairing. I'm not a particularly big fan of Ramadra any more than Hinny, and it's not because I prefer the dynamics of Wolfstar, honestly. I'll be going into this more in the next book and highlighting moments, but even the big reveal just comes right out of the blue to shock us out of the "oh my god, Dumbledore's dead" montage we just had. I get what it's going for, life goes on and such, but the pairing itself never got better than this moment, which isn't a good thing considering what happens. No, before anyone asks, it's not because of the age difference. They're two consenting adults during this, and so really I overlook that most of the time. Like I said, I'll be going over more reasons of it in the last book, but I've shared my opinions on the last few couples, so I figured I might as well for these two as well.